Możemy zaczynać.
So, first of all, Ms. Dean, Magdalena Musiał-Kark will start opening our session.
Thank you very much, Professor Fiedler. And yes, before you start, I would like to say a few words on behalf of the faculty authorities and the university authorities. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, dear guests, on behalf of the deans of the Faculty of Political Science and Journalism, and also on behalf of the university authorities, I'm pleased to welcome you at the second international conference titled World in a Pandemic and Post-Pandemic Period. The conference is organized, as you know, by the Faculty of Political Science and Journalism of the Adam Mickiewicz University. And but I would like to emphasize that the conference is co-organized by the European Research and Education Center, Polish Association of the Social Policy, and also by Jean Monnet Center of Excellence, headed by the Vice Rector, Professor Tadeusz Walas. Let me welcome all conference participants, especially our foreign guests. I'm really very pleased to announce that our initiative has met a great interest of academics from around the world. We gathered like more than 170 researchers from more than 50 academic institutions. We have participants from Norway, the United States, South Korea, Russia, Belarus, Great Britain, Ukraine, Bulgaria, Moldova, Germany, Lithuania, Kyrgyzstan, and Kazakhstan, as far as I know. And I would like to say a big thank you to the main organizers, because as you know, behind the conferences, behind the events, behind the institutions, there are people who are making a great job, the organizers. So Professor Krzysztof Hajder, Dr. Magdalena Kacperska, Mr. Maciej Górny, and the rest of your team, congratulations for the event, for the organization, and of course, many, many thanks from the whole, let's say, group of participants and also your colleagues from the faculty. Dear participants, dear guests, we are glad that you have joined our conference, and we hope that very soon we will see each other not only on a computer screen, but in reality at other events organized by our faculty. And as you know, all debates will be broadcast live on the faculty Facebook, on YouTube profiles where you can follow us. And one more word that, yeah, we are really very honored having you here. And in normal circumstances,
there is some disruption with connection, and we are very close, but sometimes online connections is a problem. But on behalf of our authorities at the Faculty of Political Science Journalism, I'm very thank you very much for accepting our invitation. Professor Sang-Chul Park, Professor David Engels, Professor Keir Hagen, who accepted our invitations and would contribute deeply, significantly to our conference. We are just crossing the second year on the pandemic, and the pandemic is multiple effects on our lives, social condition, politics, global economy, technology, and other spheres of our activity in life. And we know much more, but still not enough. So the conference is a splendid opportunity for in-depth discussion and revealing different perspectives different approaches, disciplines, approaches on or interdisciplinary approaches to understanding this sophisticated situation, which is urgent situation, crisis, but also a great opportunity for a better life and for a better functioning of and organizing the way of work, communication, and other issues. Last year ago, we, with Professor Park, we discussed just on the eve of a pandemic. It was in May 2020, and the situation still in many aspects was not so well known, and we didn't know how long it would last. Now, in some aspects, we can have a perspective on that situation, but on the second hand, there are some annoying prospects. But I hope that this fears and annoyance would be decreased during our discussion. Dear guests, we have a limited time, 1.5 hours, because of Zoom requirements, a shortened version of that 1.5. So please try to focus on the main issues in 15 minutes. And then after is foreseen a discussion after and an open session, Q&A. So please, we start as follows in the program. I would like to welcome our distinguished guest, Professor Sang-Choo Park, and he presents transition of economic and political leadership in East Asia before and after pandemic. The screen is yours, please. You're welcome.
Thank you, Radek, and I appreciate once again to invite me for this event. And I'd like to save time as the organizer requested. So let me start directly to my presentation. So do you see my presentation file? Okay, good. Then let me start. So I'd like to present you the transition of economic and political leadership, particularly in East Asia, before and after the pandemic. So as you know, the strong economic growth we have experienced, particularly based on trade, that is the core, the point of globalization process. So we have built the triad economic system in the EU, US, and CA, and East Asia since 1980s. But recently, particularly since the global financial crisis, we have built a new global order and governance, such as G20 and BRICS, particularly emerging markets. And since the year 2013, we have heard many times the G2, the so-called US and China. And a couple of years later, unfortunately, we have also eyewitnessed the deglobalization process, such as Brexit and protectionism. And just 2 years later, since the last year, we are experiencing the COVID-19 pandemic. Then what will happen before the pandemic and after the pandemic? First of all, during the pandemic, we eyewitnessed the destroying the global value chains and global supply chains. And now we try to rebuild the global value chains and global supply chains separately, particularly between the US-led and China-led and so on. So regional economy integration in East Asia since the 1980s, we see crystal clear the shift of economic and political leadership, so-called from Japan to China in this space. But we also expect and we maintain the economic and political leadership after the pandemic, which is rather collective and balanced leadership between China, Japan, Korea, and ASEAN. I expect that China cannot be overwhelmed or dominated superpower in this region next 3 decades. I will explain why with the clear database. So first, the super dominated economic power, except USA in East Asia, was Japan until the 1980s. So it is important for us to understand how the historical background exists. The economic recovery since the Second World War in Asia was rather slower than in Europe because US did not support the financially and economically as like the Marshall Plan implemented in the Western European countries. And later, unfortunately, Korean War from 1950 and 1953 took place. That contributes paradoxically to high economic growth in Japan and even in Western European countries, such as Germany, France, and the UK. And as a result, Japan became the second largest economy in 1968 and maintained until year 2009. And in the middle of 1980s, the Plaza Accord was agreed, and Japanese currency was appreciated over 50%. That resulted in fact, the bubble economy in Japan. So East Asian countries, particularly Japan, the preferred multilateral order, so-called IMF, GATT, WTO, a determining framework for external economic positioning. But situation has changed since the 1990s because the Japanese yen was appreciated nearly over 50%. So external pressure was pretty hard and institutional linkages started and certainly increasing FDI from the Japanese side in larger geographical areas that impact positively on structural change in East Asia. So then what is the economic regionalism in East Asia has developed? Paradoxically, US government initiated to create East Asian regional economic integration in 1980s through the ASEAN, but ASEAN refused and tried to build East Asian Economic Group and East Asian Economic Caucasus in early 1990s without participating of US and Japan and Korea. So ASEAN built FTA in 1992 as the first step of regional economic integration. But in this framework, Japanese role was pretty much limited due to the strong influence of the US. So it was first the failure of Japanese strategy that resulted in the APEC built by initiatives of Japan and Korea as East Asian regionalism. And by contrary, the ASEAN initiated the Asia and Europe meeting, so-called ASEAN, in '96. So in ASEAN, the three big major three, the economies in East Asia, China, Japan, and Korea, welcome to ASEAN and built ASEAN Plus 3 and ASEAN Plus 6. ASEAN Plus 6 plus means ASEAN Plus 3 plus Australia, India, and New Zealand. So the starting point when the institutions started to build was based on the Asian financial crisis in 1997. So most of Asian countries were pretty much frustrated by the approach, one-sided approach of the US and IMF. So the Asian countries started to distrust the US approach in Asia. So Japan tried to build Asian Monetary Fund as like the IMF, but it failed because the US pushed Japan too strongly and Japan gave up. However, the China kept his word and not devaluated Chinese currency renminbi. So it was a starting point. The China could get in the East Asian sphere as a member of or neighboring countries. So in order to build the collective financial safety net, we created the Chiang Mai Initiative in year 2000, and it became effective with $120 billion in 2010. And Japan and China put 32%, while Korea and ASEAN put 18% asset or fund for the 120 billion Chiang Mai Initiative Fund. So these four actors played the most important role in terms of economy in East Asia. So at the same time, it is the starting point how China could involve in East Asia. And certainly the position has become pretty strong in terms of the trade and FDI in the region. But ASEAN Plus 3 did not support the FTA region-wide, but only financial cooperation that resulted in many bilateral and multilateral FTAs were closed in East Asia. So FTAs are the most important factor how East Asian countries cooperate with one another. So this is so-called the new stage of East Asian regionalism, and Korea has played a key role to set up the FTAs with different countries. So Korea is only one country in the world to close the bilateral FTA with three major economies in the world, such as the European Union, the USA, and China. So China followed the Korean path, and ASEAN and Japan as well as a domino effect since 2000. So until the end of last year, we had the 268 FTAs completed, which is 2/3 of the world FTAs, as this graphic shows. So this graphic shows 2/3 of the FTAs in the world are closed in East Asia. So the largest number signed by Singapore, Korea, China, Japan, and Malaysia. But unfortunately, due to the high number of bilateral and multilateral FTAs, the negative effects started, which is so-called spaghetti ball effects. This is the dispute between trading partners because of the origin questions, where original materials come from. So it must be solved. So we found out the solution that is so-called mega FTA, such as RCEP and CPTPP. So due to the mega FTA, China's role in the region has been strengthened because China played pretty much active in terms of mega FTA in order to compete with the US in the region. And the CPTPP led by Japan, but size-wise, it is just 1/3 of RCEP. So CPTPP, without the participation of the US, cannot compete with RCEP. So then next is China, Japan, and Korea. What kinds of roles they are playing in East Asian economic integration? The Japanese prosperity and the strong economic power since becoming the second largest economy, Japan tried to build the production networks in the 1980s due to the high appreciation of Japanese currency, while the Korean investment in ASEAN countries started in the 1980s in order to participate in production network as well as building regional supply chains. So to build the regional supply chain is extremely important for Korean economy in order to export the final goods to the major economies such as the USA and the European Union. Then Chinese strategy is different. Emerging Chinese involvement in the region since the year 2000s, which is a strong contribution to the regional economy integration, mainly based on global value chains, because China has played a long time the global factories. Then what is ASEAN's role? ASEAN economic growth based on trade and FDI in the region, but due to the lack of high-tech industries, the ASEAN has a high dependency on China in trade, as I show this graphics. So this graphic, let us look at this graphic first. East Asian and world GDP growth from 1985 to 2050. 30 years long, the China, Korea, and ASEAN created higher economic growth, in average, than the world economic growth, while Japan generated much lower than the average of the world economic growth. It means the economic growth in the East Asia is created by three economies, such as Chinese, Korean, and ASEAN. That's the fact. And the next graphic shows the GDP share of major economies in East Asia during the same time period. In 1985, the Japanese economy was overwhelmed, nearly 77% in the region, while other three major economies were more or less same. Certainly, the Korean economy was the lowest, but its portion increased continuously, and Chinese economic power or size became nearly 50%, but that is year 2015. So next 20 years, next 30 years, although Chinese economy is growing, Chinese economic portion cannot be replaced as like the Japanese in the middle of the 1980s. Why? Because the ASEAN economic growth and Korean economic growth are relatively high, as like the Chinese economy as well. So portion-wise, Chinese economic power cannot be overwhelmed as like Japanese economy played until the middle of 1980s, or let me say until the end of 1990s. That's the fact. However, we may not neglect the economic role of China in the region, because when we see this graphics, the regional economic integration between three major economic blocs, such as the European Union, the green color, and North America, the blue color, and the red color is East Asian economies. So East Asian economic integration without any legal binding is near to the European Union instead of the North American, the FTAs. But this red dot means the regional economic integration without participation of China. Then our regional economic integration is more or less the same as like North American FTAs. So China's role is, in fact, pretty much strong. We must agree and accept the fact. So then what is the shift of economic and political leadership? So Japanese approach toward regionalism is largely based on economic and political relationship with particularly the US. So Japanese role in the region has been pretty much passive rather than active to East Asian economic regionalism. While Korean and ASEAN's approaches are pretty much active as well as pragmatic, particularly focusing on economic growth based on trade and FDI in order to build regional production networks and particularly regional supply chains. And what is the Chinese approach, which is rather comprehensive regional economic integration and building the global value chains. So each nations do have their own targeting and focusing areas, and strategies are pretty much different. Therefore, the multiple structure exists in East Asia based on four major economic powers. So Chinese leadership is valid only for economy, but we try to coexist. Certainly Chinese economy is the largest one, but it cannot be overwhelmed, as I showed you the graphic in the 1980s of Japanese economic capacity. And politically, it is pretty much diverse because democratic countries are majority in this region, and socialist countries minority. So most of East Asian countries having democracy cannot go back to the totalitarianism as like the socialistic countries. So that's the fact. So you can see the future, how East Asian will be. So emerging new trend of regional value chains and global value chains after the pandemic. So new emerging countries in Southeast Asian countries are Indonesia, Thailand, and Vietnam, etc. Many Japanese, Korean, and US companies operating in China started to move these countries. So the ASEAN 10 member nations, Korean and Japanese, in total, we are nearly 700 million population and over 9.5 trillion US dollars, while China has 1.4 billion population and just 14 trillion dollars. So that shows that the Chinese economy cannot become overwhelmed as like Japan did until the 1980s. So my conclusion remark is, number one, regional economic integration is pretty much a common trend in the global economy. And particularly East Asian regionalism is pretty much a different path compared to the Western European countries. So we see a strong shift of economic and political leadership from Japan to China and co-sharing all actors such as Korea and ASEAN in this region. And we also see the emerging new trend of regional value chains and global value chains, particularly after the pandemic. So as a final conclusion remark, I'm still pretty much convinced that the East Asia will maintain the economic powerhouse in the global economy next 3 decades, at least until year 2050. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for a knowledgeable perspective, economic trade, and the globalization transforms into regionalization. And this resilience of global supply chains, global value chains, and also the political divisions can hamper economic recovery. I hope not, but just regionalism is a positive trend to build an economic powerhouse. Thank you for your perspective, and then after we discuss in the last section. I would like to invite our distinguished guest, keynote speaker also, like Professor Park, Professor David Engels from the Institute of Western Affairs, and from Université Libre de Brussels. And the title is How the Lockdown Complexifies the Traditional Party Political Divisions in Europe. The screen is yours, Professor. Please, you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much first, of course, for this kind invitation to our online conference. I'm looking very much forward to also the other presentations, to our discussion. Very happy to be here with you today. For many years, it seemed that the main political division in Europe would be between politically correct parties on the one hand and their populist opponents on the other, if you allow me to use these somewhat derogatory designations for the sake of facility. The fundamental ideological division ran along the lines of identity. For the former parties, identities are merely social constructions whose divisive force is considered as destructive for the well-being of communities. Thus, the traditional family is often associated with patriarchy, religious communities with intolerance, persecution, and so forth, the classical nation state with imperialism, colonialism, and so forth, and Western civilization as such with the arrogance of white supremacy. In order to destroy these identities, politically correct parties focus either on the individual being or on humanity as such. And in consequence, all political decisions have to be justified either by the protection of the former's or the latter's interest. Of course, the parties adhering to these convictions range from extreme leftist parties right into the middle of Christian democracy, and there are numerous shades and nuances to this program. Nevertheless, the recent years have shown a growing ideological fusion between these parties that is also ever more frequently acknowledged by themselves. On the other hand of the political spectrum, we find parties generally labeled as populists. In contrast to their enemies, they focus on collective identities as main agents of political interest and thus try to defend them against what they perceive as the dangers of relativism and universalism. Of course, they too are all but homogeneous, as some of them are rather in favor of a rationalist and liberal outlook on identity, while others focus on historical and, above all, religious values. It should also be noted that most populist parties are deeply divided within, as the official party programs are often enough just provisory and fragile compromises between individuals and do not necessarily reflect a long-lasting ideological consensus beyond the fundamental opposition towards the established parties and their universalist ideology. Of course, identity is just one, though major factor differentiating the established parties from their populist opponents. Others are economics, education, social politics, the European Union, debt policy, and above all, the orientation of Europe either towards the US or towards Russia. However, and this is the main point of my speech, this fundamental dichotomy of the European political party landscape has been deeply disrupted by the COVID crisis. At least in Europe, until 2020, it looked like the popular criticism of uncontrolled mass migration, of the increasing debts occasioned by the rescue of the euro, and of the fight against the growing competences of the European institutions had reached a tipping point where it could not be excluded that the populists might succeed in imposing some form of stalemate within the European political arena. Then, out of a sudden, the COVID crisis totally changed the situation. After some months of uncertainty and political flux, during which the media, as well as many parties, repeatedly changed their opinions as to the danger of the COVID pandemic and the best way to fight it, a new strategical situation arose that might give some hints as to the future of the political equilibrium in Europe. It would lead too far now to retrace the chronological evolution step by step and country by country. So let me just subsume some major results of this evolution. First, and most importantly, it has to be noticed that there is no fundamental difference in the assessment of the danger of COVID-19, the usefulness of lockdowns, and the need for mass vaccination in countries run by politically correct parties and in those run by populist parties. Thus, while Hungary and Poland, generally speaking, show no restraint in upsetting the public opinion of Western Europe when it comes to migration, LGBTQ, or media politics, their COVID policy is virtually identical to that of their politically correct Western neighbors. Secondly, as a corollary to this first point, we see that opposition parties, whether they are on the politically correct side of the spectrum in the East or on the populist side of the spectrum in the West, seemed overwhelmed by the new situation, which was entirely unexpected and wholly unrelated to their previous ideological positions. Thus, they lost the power of initiative and merely antagonized their respective governmental opponents, following rather than shaping public discourse. Thus, in the first phase, for example, the AfD in Germany or the Rassemblement National in France criticized their government for taking the COVID crisis not seriously enough, while the Polish PO did the contrary after the peace-led government decided to close the Polish border. In the second phase, when most governments aligned on a parallel course, the oppositions criticized them for not acting resolutely enough. Only in the third phase, after many months of lockdown, we see a slow shift towards some form of general criticism of the economic consequences of the lockdown and the insufficient preparation of hospitals. Now, when it comes to vaccination, criticism focuses not on its danger, but rather the missing efficiency with which it is implemented by the different governments. Third, the impressive display of state power in closing borders, imposing nationwide lockdowns, voting emergency powers, and controlling regulations through massive police presence has been beneficial for most governments in opinion polls. However, the lukewarm and somewhat inconsistent opposition to the COVID policy by the opposition has led to a relative decline in their credibility, as the potential political momentum had been largely lost at the beginning of the pandemic. Fourth, as no political party has dared to systematically relativize the danger of COVID and to underline, for example, the uselessness of lockdowns or the health risks of mass vaccination with experimental agents, many citizens have discovered that they were politically left on their own with their opinion. This gave rise to many spontaneous movements, such as the German Querdenker and many similar organizations abroad, often labeled as COVIDiots and associated with conspiracy theories or fake news. This newly emerging grassroots opposition, it should be noted, is politically very heterogeneous and combines voters from all political orientations, as could be seen in many manifestations throughout Germany and Europe. Now, unfortunately, precise statistical data is still missing. It seems clear that these demonstrations were attended from the extreme left up to the extreme right of the political spectrum, from extremely religious up to outright materialist citizens, and from unpolitical non-voters up to highly politicized conspiracy believers. What lessons can be learned from this situation, and what consequences can we expect for the future? Once again, I would like to subsume this in a series of hypotheses. First, all political players have understood that even excessive displays of political power were not detrimental, but rather beneficial to their popularity. Opinion polls have shown that the harder they imposed anti-pandemic measures, the more popularity they usually enjoyed. After Europe had defended for many years the neoliberal ideal of the night watchman state, this new COVID-related evolution could inaugurate the return of the strong state, and thus the belief that a government, in case of doubt, better acts strongly and uses the entirety of state power than to hesitate and avoid taking risks. Second, during these last months, the political debate has significantly shifted from a narrative centered around the individual to a narrative organized around the well-being of the community, and from the respect of the constitution to the idea that the end hallows the means. Indeed, the increasing number of emergency laws and the bypassing of traditional institutions by makeshift informal councils and advisory boards have set many dangerous precedents. These could be used in many other political situations in the future, as is shown by the numerous appeals to apply COVID emergency rules unto other political situations and, for example, declare a climate emergency requiring dictatorial measures. Third, the dichotomy between political correctness and populism is slowly mutating into a dichotomy between the system and the rebellion, you could say. Some populist parties might be able to survive this mutation. Others could be replaced by new, more radical opposition movements. These oppositions will cease even more than before to be clearly structured ideological movements, as has already been shown by the ideological vagueness of the Yellow Vests in France or the Black Lives Matter movements in the US. But while they will be unable to organize themselves as formal political parties, they will represent the nucleus of makeshift masses of urban resistance, which could exert decisive influence on a short-term basis, but without representing a classical long-term electorate. Fourth, the mass media, because of their frequent shifts in the assessment of the COVID crisis and their growing instrumentalization by governments, have lost much of their credibility throughout Europe thanks to the COVID crisis. Falling sales, increasing financial dependency on state investments, and the nearly entirely left liberal ideological orientation have estranged the media from an ever larger public. This public, in its search for alternative information, often enough now falls prey to other forms of political manipulation and seems increasingly lost between contradictory statistics, international comparisons, and dubious fact checkers, strongly increasing the risks of political radicalization. I will leave it to the discussion to draw the necessary conclusions from this toxic combination between the popularity of the display of state power, the voting of unconstitutional emergency powers, the rise of widespread unpolitical systemic opposition, and the fading away of a diverse and nuanced media landscape. Let it just be said here that cross-cultural and diachronic comparisons suggest a high probability of long-term systemic political unrest and the risk of seeing a return of authoritarianism and of charismatic forms of government in the post-COVID future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you for very interesting findings and this political scientist's perspective on that issue. and as one of outcome as a more heterogeneous political spectrum in European politics. And this, especially for me, was very important as a classical opposition, establishment opposition is under question in some problem to respond to new political environment and grassroots movements and activities. Thank you very much. And then after we discuss and will be a Q&A session. And distinguished Professor Carl Hagen from Oslo Metropolitan University, Norway, and his presentation is fighting the pandemic in a universalist welfare state, the case of Norway. The screen is yours. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Professor Fiedler. I think there is some kind of logic to our session now, because Professor Park, he was at the macroeconomic level of what happens in Asia. David went down to having a look at the political system in our democracies. And now my presentation will go into a nation state and look at the politics of fighting the pandemic. I have a presentation that I hope to share with you. Do you see it?
Yes, we see.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
And
Yes,
you should see more of it.
more, yes. Full screen.
I'll try to do it again. I'm unable to sort of increase but I think you're able to see it. The title is Fighting the Pandemic in a Universalist Welfare State, the case of Norway. But actually, I'm starting from a... I'm sorry, because I have to move. I'm starting from a Scandinavian puzzle. I mean, if you look at the small countries in Scandinavia, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, Norway, Iceland, they are probably the most similar countries in the world. The population, ethnic homogeneity, social living conditions, culture, food, language, social policies, political institutions are so similar. So when the pandemic hits these countries, roughly at the same time in February, March last year, we can now observe that in Sweden, with its 10 million people, there are close to 14,000 fatalities. 14,000 people have died. In neighboring country, Norway, with its 5 million people, 734 people have died. The Swedes die 10 times as much as the Norwegians. So, and if you see it from the graph, there is a Swedish exceptionalism here. And the rate of dying in Sweden is so high that there must be some substantial explanation to this. So why do Swedes die of COVID, whereas Norwegian, Danes, and Finns do not? if we take a broader picture, this graph is taken from a Norwegian expert committee. It shows the relationship between how many people die of the COVID per million and the effect on GDP in 2020. Professor Park, you can see that in the upper left corner, you have the most successful nations. You find South Korea, but also Norway, Finland, and Denmark. We see Sweden with its high rate, and David, you're probably Belgian, are you? You can see that Belgium has a very high rate of dying from COVID. But a picture like this is, of course, very, very intriguing to a political scientist, because the human body is absolutely equal all over the world. And the way our bodies respond to the virus is equal, ruled by medical things. So how do we explain this huge variation in how we respond to the COVID? I think we can simplify very much the thinking of how to respond to the pandemic into three theories. The first I would call it theory zero. That's the worldview of Trump and Bolsonaro. They don't care, okay? This will go over. People have been dying, okay? More seriously, there are two competing theories of how to combat the coronavirus. The first one is to protect the risk groups, that is mainly the very old and people that already have some medical condition. And let's protect the risk groups and let the rest of us sort of catch the disease, and we will be hit not very seriously, and we will develop this so-called herd immunity. Okay, that's the first theory that you can believe in. The second theory is that we should protect the capacity of the health services to operate as normal as possible. Okay, so if we make that, or the political system make that the primary objective, the implementation would be a radical lockdown of society and testing and tracing and isolating people that have the virus. Okay, now how to explain the choice of national strategy? And here I will argue that we need political science. So now I will go into the Norwegian system and at the end come back to the comparison with Sweden. All the Western welfare states have a system basically similar to this. In Norway, we have the government, which is responsible, of course, for the health policy and the response and the lockdown instruments and the legal system. They have the Directorate of Health, which is the sort of bureaucratic body that implements government decisions. We have the Norwegian Institute of Public Health, which is a quite autonomous, scientifically based institution, which gives or provides expert advice to the politicians. And then we have the municipalities in which the care services are located, and we have the hospitals and the population and the voters. And we're looking at the democracy, so that the media is all around. So these are the actors. Then the coronavirus enters the scene. And I think most of us who are political scientists, we have read this classical about organizational responses on exit, voice, and loyalty. So I think we can use that as a frame. What happened? The short version in Norway is that theory B defeats theory A. Okay, So that the objective of politics is to protect the health services. Why? Because that theory was competing with a theory coming from significant medical milieus and organizations, the idea that we should protect the risk group and let others catch the disease. I think, or at least that is my hypothesis, that if our hospitals had been overcrowded by very, very old COVID patients, implying that the ordinary middle class demand for health services, stroke, cancer, accidents, and so on, we would have met protest against the measures. I think my hypothesis is that the politicians, they saw this possible effect. They saw or anticipated a kind of protest that could threaten the national solidarity that they needed in order to implement lockdown. It is a hypothesis, but I think it has some truth. Just a week ago, an independent expert commission came with a huge report evaluating the response of the Norwegian government. They provided a kind of explanation of this Norwegian success, that the post-war universalist welfare state, this people's home type of welfare state, had fostered trust and social capital, and with its egalitarian outcome had provided very good conditions for a national solidaristic response. Add to that a high level of workplace and household digitalization skills with modern technologies, you get a resilient society which is easy to govern with strong measures. Appeals to solidarity were very effective. Now, this is in many ways a sort of kind of trustworthy explanation, but it makes the Swedish puzzle even more puzzling, because you can write exactly the same story about the Swedish welfare state, the trust, the social capital, the legitimate governance, the high levels of skills and mastering new technologies. So why Sweden? Why this Swedish exceptionalism? And I think that if we go back to this model, you can find the same in Sweden. Or we can even go to this. Why did theory A dominate in Sweden? Why did that become the hegemonic idea? Why did the politicians sort of leave the handling of the response of the pandemic to the medical expertise? That is, I think, a very, very interesting question for political science to dig into. And the basic message is that I think that we are on a route to try to develop an understanding of why people die so differently from the COVID and link it to how the political system arranged the relationship between medical advice and political common sense arguments. So to go in for a landing, do I see some post-COVID era effects on the European welfare states or the Nordic welfare states? I think that on politics, we have created a kind of a generation that will refer to the lockdown period and the corona period as a kind of a time changer. Just like my parents' generation, they used the war and the occupation from 48 to 45 as a kind of reference by judging all kinds of developments. I think we will have to see the same phenomenon, that the corona period will be used in that way. This could be interesting to hear your view on, David, but in the Norwegian case, I think there will be very little payoff for the government in terms of voters or increased support. And that could be a paradox because they have handled the corona very, very successfully. But as a kind of irony, because of this high level of national consensus, the opposition will always say that, well, we supported you all the way along and we would have done the same. So there's no political benefit in handling it so successfully. A third point, I think, and that we could maybe discuss afterwards. David, you were also into it, that the exercise of nation-state power that we have seen in the response to the COVID may have strengthened the very institution of the nation-state itself. And maybe it will add to a kind of anti-globalization sentiments or movements. I don't know, but that's possible hypothesis. On the economy, I think that very much will bounce back surprisingly quick. The great uncertain, the great X is what will happen to air traffic and mass tourism. On society, there is a quite interesting debate in both in Norway and in the Scandinavian countries about what are the impacts on social stratification, trust, and solidarity. I was talking about the differences in mortality between countries, but if we dig into countries, there are huge differences in mortality between different social groups, ethnic background, occupational background. I think there will be more focus on the social gradient in health. We have moved from our ordinary workplaces to home. It will be very interesting to see will we come back, or will there become a kind of new mix between working at the workplace and working at home. On social science research, I think this question of why did some people die more than others will be a very kind of fruitful intake to comparative analysis of how political institutions work, both across countries, but also within countries. But first, or of all, or maybe lastly, and I will welcome that very, very much, that we can have more cross-disciplinary research in which social science and people with a medical background cooperate in asking the intriguing questions and answering them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a very interesting perspective and raising important questions, because we still need to respond to them. And this multidisciplinary approach is very urgently needed to find out and to understand the processes within the life of individuals, societies, and the global spectrum, interconnections, and it's a very interesting case study of Norwegian case study, and it's true that novel virus is equal for people, but the societies and its resilience and the attitude of individuals plus all society and the way of thinking, the governance and the capital trust is very important to be resilient, to protect, and also additionally the health system capacity the beds, for example, for 1,000 people, how many beds are accessible in that novel coronavirus revealed such a. Okay, I will switch into my presentation. I take less than 10 minutes because of our discussion. I try to open it, and I hope it will work. Can you see my presentation? Thank you very much.
Yes.
So it's the question about cooperation or competition, because it's still unresponsive, need to be responded. The world in 2019 was in good economic shape. Mass tourism, a lot of flights, connections, globalization, and many aspects, but also there were some annoying trends, like a rising political competition, especially political competition between the US and China, trade war, so-called media trade war, but it's also a strategic competition, and it affects on a global environment, and also the quest of globalization, and about this investments, global value, and supply chains, etc. and etc. And the globalization, it's also the problem of this dimension. We can call it also corporate globalization. It has been beneficial for big corporations, sometimes on expense of the government and the state, and these big corporations and capital flow, benefits, offshoring, and in many aspects, it's in that regard, it's raising some questions about opportunities and threats of that prospect, and unfortunately, we cannot say that globalization has contributed significantly for strengthening the democracy. For example, China entrance to WTO. It was such an expectation that China in the World Trade Organization would swift into more democratic, open society with liberal norms, slowly, step by step. Nothing happens in such a scenario. It was a naive attitude from Clinton's and Bush Jr. Establishment, political circles to greet such a positive scenario. But now is under question. And the COVID-19, also in your presentations, has multiple effects, and what is annoying that for a welfare part of the world, there is a capital capacity reserves. There is a possibility to print money. To make a big stimulus, mammoth rescue programs in the US, rescue program in EU, but there is a problem with Iran, Pakistan, India, Latin America, how Middle East, part of them, how to recover after the pandemic, and how to restore the growth. And this much poorer part of the world is being hit very severely, and it is the global problem for all of us, how to help them to pull out from that poverty and tensions, social tensions and problems. Brazil, India now is under third wave or even fourth wave of pandemic with new variants, and etc. It's an open question because probably we would face a more complicated world with more conflicts, more tensions. Internal conflicts, regional conflicts. Unfortunately, it's needs to be plus climate change is also additional factor. Plus pandemic. It's multiple negative effects and accelerating the negative trends. And some positive trends also you mentioned in splendid presentations is the case of during 1 year pandemic we smoothly switched into online working and online conferences. There's proof now we can connect being in our home offices and universities campus, but we've done it in 1 year. Probably in normal situation without pandemic, it would take probably 5-7 years. We achieved some positive outcomes, but also how we swift after pandemic and not to be overwhelmed, but for a better and sufficient working and functioning. There are some positive and negative as well outcomes. And cooperation over competition. I am an optimist. I think that such an urgent issue like a COVID-19 pandemic, with it's still ongoing. It has not ended. We still don't have we don't have a full picture. It's 1 year, maybe 2 years, 3 years, with I hope that smaller effects. It's not like now, but it would be some time to understand deeply what is going on. And it's first of all, we needed a global cooperation in global vaccinations program. There is some signs of it, but it should be multiple. China, US, EU, and others, advanced economies with advanced capacity to vaccinate the people from the poorer regions. We are in global village, and it can be very easily affected in new variants. It's in our interest. It's not only to rescue the world, but it's for our safety. And I think that it's more systematic cooperation is needed. And also, we should focus on recovery programs. For that nations, poorer nations, severely affected by the COVID-19 and their handicapped economy. We would recover in V-shaped economy. In US, there are some positive trends. In EU, would be there are visible some positive trends, but our recovery is also linked with recovery of the rest of the world. So it's such a Marshall Fund for the world is needed. It's just a media slogan, but the more courageous vision is needed to respond it. And corporate tax is a very good idea. Janet Yellen from the Treasury Department in Biden's administration. It's not only US case, but also it should be more internationalized cooperation, all of actors to find out, not to diminish corporations and to handicap them, but undermine the prosperity, but to share some aspects of financial taxes and to protect better communities. And the climate crisis is another challenge which needed a global response. Unfortunately, now is a competition between China and US. However, is forthcoming global summit organized by US Biden climate summit and online is a good step for a more cooperative attitude, and I hope that ideology and such as geopolitical, geostrategy rivalry, that these global challenges would fasten the cooperation, not competition. And this is my conclusions for. I know that it's still US and China. It's not seriously thinking on cooperation in many aspects. It is the problem of strategic thinking and to looking for a better new relations after pandemic time. And we notice that the pandemic has revealed multiple failures in the national and global response to the COVID-19 challenge, and we should learn how to avert such a future such situation. Thank you very much for your for being here, for your splendid, fantastic presentations and different perspectives on it. And we have still some minutes for a discussion. You welcome some questions. Do you have, dear audience, questions to our distinguished guests? Professor Nowiak, please unmute your microphone.
Okay, I will do it. Okay, I will do it.
We can hear you.
Okay, so I have one comment first to your presentation, Radek, and also I can say that I'm not as optimistic as you are when you are talking about that we are going to create a kind of a global project which will be created by our societies, especially about our leading societies. Why? Because I think we are still a part of a competition. When we are looking for the global situation, when we are looking for the vaccination project, it's still the competition between Pfizer, Moderna, AstraZeneca, and the other global firms. And when I'm thinking about such a project, I remember that last year, it was I think it was in April 2020, only Chinese leaders, they said that if they will have the Chinese vaccine, they will propose this vaccine as a global value. They proposed, they did it and they proposed it. We didn't do the same. I mean, we are Europeans, so we are Anglo-Saxon societies. And when we are thinking about our leaders and when we are thinking about our societies, we are still discuss about Chinese vaccine, we are still discuss about Russian Sputnik vaccine and so on. but we are not thinking about the reasons. We are just thinking about the political arguments. So I'm not as optimistic as you are, because we are still living in a world when the US and Europeans try to be the leaders of the globalization. So this is my comment to your presentation. I have one question to Professor Park. What do you think about China as a leader? For me, when I check just statistics for today, yesterday Poland has had 14,000 of people which are new coronavirus, but in China only 20. So it means that China is a leader in this global pandemia, we can say war. And when we are thinking about Chinese economy, China is going to be a leading economy, not only in your region, but China is going to be a leading economy in all of the world. So what is your opinion about this? Because my opinion is that after COVID, this is my point, after COVID, it will be completely new situation. I mean, economic situation and social situation and so on, especially because of China. Cora, one question to you. When I'm thinking about the Nordic countries, I try to compare the situation in Sweden, in Norway, to the situation in Israel. Tomorrow I'm going to have my lecture about the Israel, which is the leading country. When I'm thinking about the Israel and Israel's policy, I compare the Judaism to the Protestantic values. You are much more pragmatic. So why you are not, as a pragmatic countries, as a pragmatic societies, why you are not as leaders as Israelis? Why you are not? You know, you have scenarios A or zero scenario, A or B scenario, but when we are thinking about the Bible, when we are thinking about, we are the same.
I understand this, the question is, yes, the last.
Yes, okay, I'm not going to ask about the
have only 6 minutes left.
Okay.
So please, dear guests, Professor Park and Professor Kerr, please, and I will be the last one.
Okay, let me answer you directly. Certainly, in terms of the number of new patients in China, China can be the leader of the pandemic era, how to deal with the pandemic. But if you look at the inside, it is not fully correct, because the total number of new patients in China is pretty low. Yesterday, it was under 15. But the problem is, we are still opening our border, and all the foreigners are arriving every day to Korean International Airport. But some Chinese, they have a negative certificate of the COVID-19, but all foreigners must be tested again in Korea. But some of the Chinese turn to positive. That means we have two different testing systems. In Korea, we are testing RNA testing system, meaning that the probability is higher than 95% to catch the COVID virus. But in China, they are testing just a DNA test, which has just around average 60% the possibility to be positive or negative. So I assume that in China, they have much more new patients that can be detected by advanced countries' method. That's the number one. And number two is the economic prospect of China in the future. Certainly, China could become the largest economy around year 2030 if there is no restriction to export the high-tech parts and components. But now Biden administration and even European and the countries' governments started to regulate and to restrict export the core components and parts, particularly in semiconductor industries. Without highly sophisticated semiconductor products, China cannot enable their target China manufacturing 2025. So now China is facing very hard the challenges to enable their target in terms of industrial policies and further economic growth. Simply, I tell you that China cannot make final goods without importing the core parts and components, mainly from Korea and Japan, largely 70%. So without close cooperation with the neighboring countries, China cannot continue such a high level of economic growth. That's the fact. And it is my answer to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Professor Hagen, please.
Yeah, that was a very interesting question that you raised, Wojciech, that whether there are some kind of normative similarities between Judaism and this Nordic Lutheranism. Israel is a quite successful country in combating COVID. There are 9 million people and they have only had 6,000 deaths. So in that case, they are a success story, but I know too little about it. But what is striking now is how they have become the first country to sort of vaccinate their whole population, which is due to more the kind of agreement that they could make with the producers of vaccine. But Wojciech is Norwegian speaking, so we can discuss that when we are allowed to travel. But can I have just one more comment on Wojciech's comment to Radoslav's argument? I mean, I think that we can see a strengthening of the nation state. David mentioned it and so on as a kind of response, but also that there will be a more positive attitude towards what we could call political globalization. I mean, the vaccine question is only one thing, but I mean, the COVID disease is an example of a kind of globalization which is not economic. And I mean, we have a couple of decades behind us now in which globalization has meant economic globalization, and there has been a void of political institutionalization at the global level. So I think it's not necessarily a zero-sum game between strengthening the nation state and weakening the global level. I think we can have both, that more solid nation states will be more bolder in trying to develop a global political system, not a full-fledged one, but more cooperation, and that the economic globalization will not be that prominent as it has been so far. Okay.
Thank you very much. I just one sentence. we should rethink our global governance. It's only that issue. We are more independent, interdependent, interconnected. So redefining the global governance is very urgently needed. And as we academics, we are not politicians. We can just to show the threats, challenges, and opportunities of different scenarios.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your, because it's time.
We are not decided. We are not decided. I agree with you, but we are not decided.
But we can just propose. And thank you very much for your presentations. And on the behalf of organizers, I would like to say to invite you for sending articles, all the informations, because your contributions is very valuable, very important. And I hope that you submit your texts, articles for a broader, wider audience. And the conference is one side, but the second dimension of the conference is the publication, the book, monograph, and articles with your, including your perspectives. Thank you very much for accepting our invitations for discussion with, and unfortunately, due to limited time, I don't know how many we have, but probably it's the ending time of the Zoom technical organization. And so it's such one side of an online event that we cannot continue. It is, I know that Professor Nowiak is not satisfied fully, but he is a true, genuine academic. Discussion and counter arguments is very, very important and essential for widening our perspectives, deepening them. Thank you very much, Professor Park, Professor Engels, Professor Hagen, and all your audience taken part in this our event. And please join to the, another sessions, because it's a 2 days conference, and also tomorrow would be continued. Thank you very much, and we will let you know about the texts and articles, requirements, editorial requirements. See you then. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye.
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 See you later. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, I'm a little confused. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
This is panel 4, because I'm the speaker.
No. It was a plenary session.
Oh,
so
okay.
So we are going to start the panel 4.
Okay, so I need to leave, isn't it?
Yes, I don't know. I'm not, I'm just going to be a chairman of the panel, but I didn't know. I just know that from the program that we are going to start at, let me say, at
45.
Yes. So
okay.
we will see.
I'm this one of the panelists. I'm Emil from University of Wrocław in Poland.
Okay, so I hope that it will function, but I don't know.
I think it will function. Okay, it should be going through this. So well, I think we all can be here and stay.
So I can stay. So that's okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. So we are going. So we are going to start at 14:45. Yes, the panel number 4. So we still have time, and then we'll decide it. I think that we will have 8 or 9 panelists, so we'll have about 10 minutes for everyone. But we will decide it.
Panie profesorze, ja tylko chcę powiedzieć, że cały czas trwa transmisja, więc wszystko, co Państwo mówicie, jest słyszalne na kanale na YouTube.
Okay, it's not the problem for us. We are, you know, we are just discuss about the program, so it's not the problem that everyone is hearing us or everyone is maybe checking us or looking for us. We are scientists. We are not politicians. So the discussion is very fruitful for us, even such a discussion.
That's a good point. We are scientists.
yes, of course. As long as we recognize that we are on this position, we are still scientists.
Yeah, definitely.
When we are going to think about what the other, especially what the politicians are thinking about us, it means that we are not a scientist. Sorry, this is my point.
I fully support your view.
Maybe I'm not political correct, but political correctness is not for us.
Yeah, it's depend basically the country to the country. If I go to example in the China, if you know all the political decision they're going to make, first they discuss with all the political science specialist professor. After that, they're going to announce what they want to do, because the professor are a specialist for this field. Politician, he is not or she is not the specialist for the politics, because as a scientist, political science scientists, they are a specialist.
Yes.
So they're making any decision, they goes to the professor and they do the discussion, they make the decision. But example, my country is not, no happen. Because
you are from India, no?
No, I'm from Bangladesh, but I'm
from Bangladesh.
in
Okay.
So, like, anyone can be the politician, and professor there is staying without the social value, or what I can say, the different part. Because Meda is staying in room, like brain is staying home.
It's true, but sometimes it's not so easy to be a scientist. We are much more controlled by the politicians. We are dependent because we can say that we are always fundraisers.
Yeah.
So if we are not attractive, we are just asking for money.
Yeah, because in scientists, as a scientist or professor, they have the fixed salary. They don't have the much salary. What?
Oh, it depends from it's differ from country to country, I think, and it's also depends on what's the specialization. But it's the other case. So we still have how many minutes we are going to wait? We still have 5 minutes. And I'm trying to check how many participants we are going to have in our panel. Panel number 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, 5. 9. We have 9 participants. So if it's 1.5 hours, so we'll have maximum 10 minutes for one participant. I will use calculator. It's 1.5 hour. It's 90. 10 minutes. 8 or 10 minutes. between 8 or 10. The best is 8, because if you will decide it about 8, we'll have 2 minutes for discussion for everyone. So let me check. Professor Pasmaldzieva, she's present. Then we have Professor Rybałko, he's present.
Right, I'm here.
Yes, then we have Rabini, Professor Klimczuk is present. Then we have Alam, he's present too. Then we have, okay, we are waiting. I start to check before our time. What's the temperature in Irkutsk? What's the weather in Irkutsk?
Well, we got snow. We got a little bit of that. So it was about 20 like several days ago, but now it's literally around like +20. So
so it's not.
Well, yeah, snow is gone. So
the spring is coming.
Yes. I'm basically kind of like sitting right now and sipping birch juice. So that's something that basically we collect now near the dashes. So that's the season the birch started producing this like sap. In English, I think it's like SAP, sap, that we had like a national remedy. Okay.
I have never been in Irkutsk, but I'm going to travel.
Well, we are basically we have a conference starting tomorrow. I think Professor Lukash is going to take part in that, and I think everybody will be more than happy to publish your work. So again, just please simply know, and I'll probably provide my email for any case like somebody might be interested in some Russian publications or like in the future context. So that's something that I will provide probably in the chat right now.
It's useful to create such a contacts for us, but it's also very useful when we are thinking about the creation of human relations between the societies and between the states.
Well, definitely. I'm basically a member of the Polish Society here in Irkutsk, so I'm a historian of that society, and so we still keep contacts, of course, in spite of everything. The Polish consulate is working, so we still have lots of activities. Just like 2 or 3 days ago, we celebrated Marzanna, the Polish, basically farewell to
spring. Marzanna, yes.
Marzanna. So we got all these traditions and things.
I think based on your talk, we are the lucky today. In Poland, where I live in the Brusov, we call the Brusov, is 19 degrees. So usually we do not see the sun, and today's sun.
It's we can say that it's real spring now in Poland, but many people they didn't like the weather conditions because in last years it was very warm. So this rain or even a little snow is criticized that it's cold, but it's a very nice spring this year for me.
Dzień dobry, good morning. Ja będę czuwał nad Państwa panelem od strony technicznej. Jest godzina 13:45, więc możemy zaczynać. Proszę o to, aby panel zakończył się punktualnie, czyli panie profesorze macie czas do 16:00, trochę dłużej niż 90 minut. Więc prosiłbym, żeby do 16:00 faktycznie zakończyć. Będę także czuwał nad tym, czy pod naszą transmisją na YouTubie nie pojawiły się pytania od internautów i będę panu profesorowi ewentualnie je odsyłał. Życzę owocnych obrad, oddaję już państwu głos.
Okay, so welcome everyone. We started 10 minutes ago, but it was an official start. So we are going to continue our discussion about the COVID and the situation with the pandemia. On the main panel, the main panelists, they are talking about the situation in countries, in regions. They even speculate about the political globalization, the scenarios after the pandemic. And now we are going to continue the discussion. Today we have 8 or 9 panelists. So as I said before, I think it will be useful if we are going to use, if all of you are going to use 10 minutes, maximum 10 minutes, and then we will have a time for a discussion. So let me say, I think that I'm a traditional Polish gentleman, so I will say ladies first. So our colleague Daniela from Bulgaria, are you going to start? 10 minutes for you.
Thank you, Professor Nowiak. Thank you, colleagues. It's a pleasure for me to be here. And may I say an honor to be here because I'm working on a project with my colleagues dedicated to developing a strategy for overcoming the consequences of COVID-19 pandemic. And it is really interesting to be part of this conference and hear various points of view which may help us in our work. Now I will share my presentation. I prepared a brief overview of our work on our project. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, I can see. I don't know what's with the other, but I can see.
Thank you.
It's working.
Thank you. As Professor Nowiak introduced me, my name is Daniela Pastermagieva, and I teach political sciences at the University of Plovdiv, Paisi Hilendarski in Bulgaria. And together with colleagues from the university, we are working on project. This is the name of our project, a laboratory for social researches, and it is focused on COVID-19. Our project is financed by, funded by Bulgarian National Science Fund, and our aims are to identify the impact mainly on the entrepreneurial activity. And the reason for this is because the development of the economies of the countries is based on the entrepreneurial activity. And we want to identify what are the factors which will promote this activity. We have an interdisciplinary team from economics, management, psychology. Psychology teams are rather important because our colleagues try to see how the lockdowns, the pandemic as a whole affected the world views of people. And of course, this also affects the entrepreneurial activity. We have also legal team, and me, I am part of the political sciences team. This is the website of our project. If you are interested, we'll be glad to share with you what we are doing, and of course receive feedback. It is rather important for us because our goal is a hard one. And what I'm going to present today as part of our research is some kind of basic study on the trust effects of COVID-19 pandemic on trust towards the institutions of the European Union, the Union as a whole, and some of its institutions. The trust is rather significant because it is the basis of the relations between the authorities and the citizens, and it affects the way the citizens react towards the institutions. As you can see, the aim of our study is to identify the dynamics in the trust. We have a period from 2016 to now, 2020, not now, and we use data from Eurobarometer. The last available raw data of Eurobarometer is from the summer study performed in July, I think, and August of 2020. So here are the results. In fact, we expected that the trust in general, the average level of trust across the European EU countries, EU member states, will decrease. And we were surprised to see that on average level, the trust in the EU, the opinion that the things are going in the right direction in the EU is even more. The share of those who share this opinion is even higher than the share in the last 5 years, especially compared to 2016 and 2019. We also tested the general trust in the EU, and we noticed the same thing, that the overall trust increased with some percent points. As concerned the EU image, it is some kind of stable. You see very big decrease in 2017, but you know the terrorist attacks in Manchester, in Barcelona as well, and on other places from this year, they affected the image of the EU. So it is explainable. As concerns the image as a whole, there is no significant difference. And we also compared the trust in some of the institutions, not for the whole period we studied, but we compared only 2016 to 2020. And we noticed that the overall trust haven't changed a lot. Even the trust in the European Parliament increased to some point with 2% point. And the trust in European Commission and European Central Bank don't have almost no difference. What we identified, which is not here, is that there is a variety across countries. For example, when we examined the trust in these three institutions, we noticed that the trust across the society of Malta decreased a lot, almost with 30% points. In 2016, the trust towards these institutions was around 70%. And in 2020, in Malta, the trust decreased to about 45 to 50%. There is also variety in other countries. Thus, we can conclude that the stability on average, we identified stability on average level and even increase in the trust, which means some kind of consolidation of the people. But we need to examine further some of the countries when we identified such variety. And here the importance of the political culture, the context of these attitudes must be examined, because it shows the reason why people start to trust more in the European Union. Does it because they expect that the Union will help their country to overcome the consequences of COVID-19, or they're disappointed by the reactions of the EU institution. So our study, as I said, it's some kind of basic research, and it leads us to another questions which we are going to try to find answers. And some of the things that we are going to do more on this study is to include more indicators, not only from Eurobarometer. You know, there are many studies now related to COVID-19. Also, we intend to find some statistical associations to see, to find which are the factors which affect mostly these levels of trust. Also, as I mentioned, the context, policies, stringency of measures, and how the societies react to this stringency of measures. And the next step will be to identify statistical associations between these measures and their stringency and the trust in the UN, EU, and the national governments. Thank you very much for your attention. I think I did it in these 10 minutes.
You are perfect. You are perfect. You still have 2 minutes.
Oh.
but it will be for the discussion, okay?
Okay, thank you.
It will be for the discussion, so we are perfect. Okay, so we start about the trust and distrust. So I hope that our colleague from Irkutsk will inform us how is going with the trust and distrust because of the COVID in Irkutsk Oblast. Mikhail, the screen
well, I hope you can see my screen.
The screen is yours.
All right. Okay, so I'll have everything started for us. And again, my name is Mikhail Rybalka. I teach at Irkutsk State University. And basically, my main topic, yes, it's about pandemic experience of Irkutsk Oblast. I think that would be a very interesting case for many of you because, again, I think this is the region and the city which are known more in Poland because of the connection with Polish exiles. But generally for many people in the world, I think Irkutsk is only maybe just a small sign on the map that really you can see in the game risk. And that's another explanation that helps me, for example, explain where I come from. So the area is located basically in Eastern Siberia. We are very far away from like European part of the country, and a lot of problems associated with Russian specific historical development, wars, conflicts, far away from that. Very close to Mongolia, relatively not far from China. But again, the whole of Irkutsk Oblast is much bigger than Ukraine. So it's a huge, big territory and very much associated for many people with Lake Baikal, nature, taiga forest. That's a wonderful place. And also Irkutsk itself is a very historical city, surrounded by like forests, taiga, Lake Baikal, and beautiful rivers. So we consider ourselves probably to be a certain oasis far away from global problems. And that's the pandemic challenge that we really could see. And there was still for so many people that maybe it would disappear itself, like it would not come here. But again, this never realized for us, and we definitely encountered lots of problems, of course, with that a little bit later. The oblast, the region, is very different from many other regions. From one point, it's actually very different in political behavior. We clearly see that like parties that are opposed to the main United Russia parties, they historically used to win a lot and gain even governors in our oblast. And that's actually an enigma. Why Irkutsk Oblast. The main explanation, of course, we really have in literature, it's about economic entities, economic enterprises that are all different. There are so many enterprises with its elites, and then they really find sometimes like democratic way is the best way for them to solve their differences. But sometimes we also have a very specific approach that really tells us that, well, Irkutsk population has accommodated a lot of people exiled by a Tsar, like Poles, or lots of Stalin deportations a little bit later. So these are different people who have a different vision. They are the descendants of those who were kulaks, the fists from the European part of the country, who were very hardworking, and also lots of pioneers and the people who, for example, participated in the Baikal-Amur railway, hydroelectric stations. So people with a lot of vision, with some dreams about better life. One of the there is a very interesting story that, for example, Irkutsk population, the city population has about 1/5 of the people who are descended from Poles sent here in the 1860s. So we have a huge like Polish ancestry in the city. Of course, mostly Poles assimilated and became Russians more than Russians, but in reality, still Polish last names are very much common. Another explanation that we have so many people coming from Rzeczpospolita, but in reality, they were mainly Jewish population, Jewish Poles who Polish Jews who immigrated to cities, and that's one of the also big Jewish city with, again, lots of traditions, a big center of Jewish life in the city. So thinking about this story about coronavirus, we clearly have the story about lag, that we still had a little bit of time to prepare. That is something that the Oblast region changed its some specific course because the previous leader who was democratically elected, he was removed by Putin. Levchenko Sergei had to cede all the power to Igor Kobzev, who is basically a Viking, the person sent here from Voronezh, from another region. He is not really directly associated with United Russia, but he is definitely supported by the government, by Putin, by lots of different funds, simply to change this oblast and to change their minds of the people. And generally, we clearly see that the United Russia gained some seats, of course, in local parliaments here. The Igor Kobzev was really the main person responsible for anti-pandemic measures. And in reality, he tried to find a balance, not really copy everything that goes from the federal center, but in practice, in many cases, we saw the situation that the oblast was, the region decided not to really to follow very drastic, very severe rules. Generally, there was no quarantine. There was not really any certain, people were recommended to stay at home, but there was not really that much surveillance needed for that or police efforts. In reality, there was much more freedom, of course, to go and move and drive everywhere in the city. And people were recommended simply go to your dachas, go in the focus on this, in May of last year. But the Kobzev government really was sabotaged a little bit, and there was a very big scandal with the healthcare minister, who basically worked together with Kobzev, but she turned out to be pretty much like found and they're charged in misuse of the government funds. There was a lot of money prepared in June, July for the second wave. The first wave basically never, there were not so many people who were infected the first time in April, May of last year. But basically, this woman created a company that siphoned a lot of money into a specific fund, and the government couldn't really have anything to prepare for the second wave, which came here in October. So she is charged now, imprisoned, but basically that was a very big scandal of corruption and misuse in preparation for the pandemic. Now, quarantine, as we talked about that before, basically the worst period of time was in October when we started with the second wave. That's when lots of people got infected, and this infection was very well shown at first by an Irkutsk journalist, independent journalist, who is the best of the best in the country, really providing their best expertise it's independent, it's real, like journalism, what we see by an alumnus of a history department of Irkutsk State University, Pavel Stepanov. And he's talking about, first of all, the mayor of Sayansk, who decided not to follow these quarantine measures since the government's enterprises continued functioning. And what about the business? He decided not to close all the businesses, like there was an order basically around the country. Borovsky was really challenging all the government or like orders of region. And in many cases, what he offered was very similar to what Lukashenko was proposing. No shutdowns, continue working, everything should be fine. So there was a very famous film that really shocked so many people in October. It came actually in November 2020, when Pavel Stepanov is really talking about Irkutsk epidemic, and that's probably the most realistic. It's actually some sense that there wasn't much, of course, the government could do at that point, but at the same time, the system really collapsed. That's the impression that lots of people really had. This is the current statistics, of course, that epidemic is basically going down, and there are less and less cases. Regions that these are mainly hubs we find, and Irkutsk Oblast does provide, of course, a lot of data that we can clearly have here. And in conclusion, I should say several things. That anything that we see about Sputnik vaccination, it's used by the government propaganda. That's something that I always like follow. And we see more and more like images, of course, that European Union is the one that doesn't want to have Russian vaccine because of political reasons. And their vaccines are not really functioning well. It's Russian vaccine that preferred by so many. There were so many tourists even coming from Germany, from Western Europe to get this vaccination in Russia, to walk freely on Russian streets because there is no really curfew quarantine here. There is also important thing that statistics does, of course, that shows, for example, this wave is going down. This is like the current Russian statistics, but in reality, of course, how people's deaths are sometimes recorded, that's something that came into news like for several times even in Russian news, that again, we have definitely some manipulation of the statistics. It's not really true about everything that we find. You know, Russia really could find that the government is now has a very good leader who is basically supported by a lot of population in the region. He is a Viking, as we say, not really from the region, but he's basically leading and working for the better, like for the improvement of the situation, and the government is in charge. So that's another image that we clearly have in the stories. And basically, these are, for example, the leaders, governor, a mayor, all important other figures. But this is like a certain situation that is so much common. We have all this moments when we need to make up basically the scenes with masks. Nobody wears masks, if you see in the background. Masks are not worn we're supposed to wear, but lots of people, again, not really diligent about that. That's again. And generally we have restaurants, parties, birthdays, everything with huge big crowds, and nobody wears a mask. That's Irkutsk, for some reason, has its own view of everything that is so much different from the rest of the country. Okay, thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, do you hear me? Thank you very much for interesting presentation. I can say that you are much more like Swedish, less like Europeans when we are thinking about quarantine, but much more like Swedish. So maybe because Swedish, they also have had dachas.
Maybe similar climate. Yeah, that's where we hide.
The similar climate, and for them it's much more easier to travel outside and to spend time in dachas. So maybe it's the same in Irkutsk, and you are success. Okay, sure. Thank you very much again. So now we will have time for discussion. So now it's time for Yevgeny Rabin.
Yeah, so thanks a lot. So it is my pleasure to participate in your conference. And I would like to talk about pandemic and digitalization. Yeah, so how technologies, so they restrict our freedom. So freedom, I guess, is the basic priority for any person, for any individuality, for any society. Yeah, so and I would like to remind you the statement or definition of freedom given by Thomas Gobbs. So he said that freedom is absence of outside obstacles which can deprive you of doing what you want to do. And of course, it is necessary to correct a little bit Mr. Thomas Dobbs that it's good when you have freedom to do what you want to do, but in this case, you shouldn't violate the rights of other people. During the whole history of humanity, I guess any government, so they wanted to control people. It is understandable, it's natural for them, and they used two options, two approaches. The first one, hard approach, and the second, soft one. So hard, it's about army and police. Yes. So soft one is about ideology and religion, I guess. So if we are talking about ideology, when Soviet Union collapsed in 1991 and when socialistic bloc collapsed, there is no ideology. Yeah. So we can say so. There is no ideological clashes, ideological conflicts. Yeah. So there are geopolitical conflicts, as we can see now. We have two geopolitical conflicts, I guess, between USA and Russia and between USA and China. But as for USA and China, it is more geoeconomical conflict. We live within capitalist paradigm, but again, capitalism is not the perfect system, not the perfect model. And nowadays, people are talking about, some politicians are talking about inclusive capitalism, but I guess it's nonsense, because capitalism couldn't be inclusive, it could be only exclusive. But it's the topic of other discussion. So as for religion, I guess that the importance of religion is decreasing. Of course, not in the Middle East. Partially, it is important in post-Soviet space, post-Soviet countries space. Yeah, but if we're talking about Europe, not Poland, not Hungary maybe, but I am talking about Central Europe, yeah, Germany, France, yeah, some other countries. And according to public opinion poll, religion is not included even in top 10 in those countries. So people, especially young people, they don't care about religion. So that's why it is necessary. It was necessary for authorities, for politicians to control somehow. Yeah, and I guess that there is one thing which provided governance, politicians with this tool, and this tool is technology. Yeah, so and nowadays we can see. You remember a famous book by George Orwell, 1984, where he described some totalitarian conditions of socialistic bloc. But I guess that in this book, if we read it once again, we can see what we see now, not only in post-Soviet space countries, but also in the whole world. And nowadays, due to development of digitalization, we can talk about so-called digital dictatorship. And under digital dictatorship, I mean that it is the process of imposing special way of life to people by political and financial elites. So what are the aspects of this digital dictatorship? The first one is mobile phones. Yeah, so on the one hand, it's very good that we are not dependent on our stationary phones. Yeah, we can go anywhere, you can call from any point, people can call you. But on the other hand, mobile phones, it's a very convenient tool to search you, yeah, from point of view of some secret services. And I know that there is such a program. If you, of course, nobody would sit and listen to your conversations. But if you, in your conversation, while talking with another person, you pronounce such words as bomb, terrorism, to explode, yeah, so the system automatically switches on and your conversation is recorded. Then some special agents, they listen to your conversation once again. So the second element, it is financial digitalization. Many years ago, people have been using cash. Nowadays, we use plastic cards. On the one hand, it's very convenient. Yeah, you don't have to take cash. Sometimes it's not necessary to transfer money, yeah, from country to country. It's not necessary to look for special points when you can exchange currency. You have plastic cards, so everything is convenient. Here it goes without saying. But on the other hand, it is very easy to trace what you do, what you buy. It is very easy to trace for not only for some secret services, but just for companies, for corporations, to trace what you buy, yet to see your economical financial behavior. And then we start receiving some spam messages, yes, and they offer us to buy something. Again, nowadays, I know that Sweden, it is a pioneer of digitalization, and they are holding a kind of project. And since 2023, 24, maybe they will have only electronic money. Nowadays, the same project, so Russia has initiated, the USA, and so they want to get rid of cash completely. On the one hand, it's good, but on the other hand, just imagine, for example, imagine that we have only electronic money, we have only plastic cards, and if you are some I don't know, opposition politician or somebody else, you say something against government, so government can block your plastic card and you can buy even a bottle of water. Yeah. So in this case, again, we can see that on the one hand, we use so it is very comfortable for us to use plastic cards, but on the other hand, it is very useful and comfortable approach how to control us. And nowadays we can see that also people prefer communicating via Skype, text messengers, yes, so and different platforms, social networks were created, yeah. But again, if we're talking about Facebook, yeah, recently, if I'm not mistaken, a couple of weeks ago, some hackers, so they hacked into Facebook system and they downloaded so information about 500 million of people. Yeah, so and they nowadays it's very easy to do. Yeah, for professional hackers, of course. Yeah. So and you remember that Trump was blocked in Twitter. So in this case, with the help of this technology with social networks, it's possible to influence somehow political life. Yes, so you remember so-called Arab Spring in 2011, and it, with the help of Twitter, it was Twitter revolution. Yes, so and with the help of these technologies, some uprisings were held. Okay, so and people, of course, if we analyze statistics, when pandemic started, people started to use more social networks, even those who didn't have accounts, so they have registered. And nowadays, you have heard also we have a Clubhouse. Nowadays, of course, the popularity of Clubhouse is decreasing, but I guess that somehow the popularity of this platform will increase again. So because people need to communicate somehow, yes, so on the one hand, people are restricted, their freedom is restricted, but they are given, with the help of this digital platforms, they are given some sources, approaches, and people are partially happy, we can say so, yeah, and they don't want to arrive, so they accept what they are given. So, and of course, it is very easy nowadays. It is much easier to control people with the help of digitalization of different approaches than it was some decades ago. And even Brzezinski once said that it is much easier to kill people than to control them. Yeah. So, and everything is done nowadays in order to control people. So also I would like to cite one politician from Venezuela, so Moses Naim. So, and in his work, he wrote 3 points, 3 types of revolution. He said that it was revolution of population or revolution of growth. The second, revolution of mentality, yeah, and revolution of mobility. So there were a lot of people, yeah, so they had opportunity to move from one country to another. It became much easier because borders were opened, and it became much more difficult to control them. So that's why, with the help of pandemic, no matter whether it is artificial or natural, again, so it is necessary to ask doctors, and some specialists in this sphere. So it is much easier for governments to control people. And before pandemic, I could say that it was possible to see that, and representatives of neoliberalism, they said that the institute of the state is dying out. Yeah, but here now we can see that the state, any state, has become much stronger, and it controls people even much stronger. Yeah, you sometimes it is necessary to some even ridiculous restrictions are imposed, and you have to do it. So sometimes even government can't explain why people should do it. Yeah, so but they have, so it is necessary not to spread the pandemic. So and here I guess that nowadays we are coming to totalitarian world, yeah, in all its aspects. And just like, for example, in China, I know that there is such an approach as social rating. Yeah, so for example, if you have some points, you have opportunity to travel somewhere, you have opportunity to do something. Yeah, but so civil rights are restricted according to this social rating. I don't want, of course, to have the social rating, but unfortunately, step by step, we are coming to this social rating, world social rating, to this restriction, and unfortunately, this novel 1984 is becoming a reality. So thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you very much for an interesting.
Would you unmute?
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll have time for discussion later. Now the screen is for our colleague from Warsaw.
Hello. Yeah. I'm sharing it. So I hope it's visible somehow.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, because it's always better to ask because we use various systems, not only Zoom, and sometimes it's not working. So basically, I want to present the strange project that I have been and I'm still coordinating during the last 12 months, actually. So it's called Socio-Economic Systems in the Post-Pandemic World, Design Thinking, Strategic Planning, Management, and Public Policy. And actually, I will not show you selected findings and summary of the project because it's still ongoing. And it's only 10 minutes, so I will not even try to summarize what we have done so far.
You can use 12.
Yeah, no, it will be even shorter. So basically, it's an editorial project. So it's not that we are doing like an independent, different study, but we are trying to analyze the papers that we have received in a call for papers that we organized during the last 12 months. So the point is that actually most of these papers are already published because it's still, we are still in the process of making it and publishing basically. So if you are interested in tracking the papers basically, so that's a little bit advertisement, I think. You can go to the website and basically all the papers are in open access. You can read them on the HTML website as well as download them in the PDF files and the EPUB format. So you can read that also on tablets, etc. So we are not accepting any more papers at the moment. It's closed. But anyway, just go to the website that is at the top of this PowerPoint, and basically you will get all the papers, the access to all the papers. And as you can see, it was already read by like 180,000 people. So it's happening basically. So the project is collaborated between 10 journals of Frontiers Media in Switzerland, Frontiers in Sociology, Public Health, Sustainable Cities, Sustainability, Psychology, Education, Public Built Environment, Applied Mathematics and Statistics, Communication and Sustainable Food Systems. So usually, actually, the Frontiers Media is accepting like maximally 5 journals, but in this case, we organize completely complex editorial process, and we invited people from 10 different journals, which was quite complex actually, because we tried to get as much different and completely interdisciplinary approaches in one place. So there was quite a long list, it's available on the website, quite a long list of the topics that we have been searching for. So the main topic of the call was about the post-pandemic world and actually how to, let's say, build the world after the pandemic, and it's still not ended. So basically, nobody knows probably, of course, when the pandemic will end. So we asked the people, scholars, to collaborate with the papers, like with the focus on the topics like the tensions between the policies on the national and international levels, like for example, how the recommendations of the World Health Organizations are implemented on a national or regional level, how the whole pandemic influenced on the supply chains, because it was especially visible in the first months that the transportation stops in some sectors, for example, how the expertise of experts have been used by policymakers, or it was actually used, or was there any kind of dialogue, and how different measures have been used, or the tools between the countries, and we like promoted this comparative approach, as well as the approach to the multi-level and cross-sectoral and multi-sectoral approaches, how various actors are engaged in the measures against the pandemic. We started the whole project actually at the end of March a year ago. So actually 2 weeks after the pandemic started, we started writing the call for papers, and a long process of negotiations with the editors-in-chiefs of the 10 journals to accept the whole project. And we started gathering the papers in May, and we received like 75 abstracts. From these, we received 35 papers, and at the moment, we have 24 papers and 4 still in the process of reviewing, and 7 papers completely rejected. So the whole project was very international. We have 62 contributors of the papers and 53 reviewers from around the world. So basically, our contributors are coming from 33 countries. So not only like the countries that we expected that we will have the papers, like from European Union countries or the United States, but we also have the contributions from the people from countries like Mauritius, Lebanon, Kenya, or Iraq even. So it's very vast, basically, and very diverse approach to the topics. And what I must highlight, because we started the whole project just after the start of the pandemic, and we ended up the collection of the papers in December, we have a quite long list of topics, because it shows all the stages of the development of the pandemic until the end of the second, let's say, wave of the pandemic, and the invention of vaccines, basically. So, and the negotiations, how the vaccines have been distributed. So basically, we have a quite long monitoring process during the project, but yet we still have 4 papers that are reviewed at the moment. So the papers that have been already published, they have been downloaded for at least 13,000 times in common in total. And basically from people from around the world, what is a little bit surprising for us is that so many papers have been read in countries like Philippines, South Africa, and it's let's say advantage of publishing in open access, because normally if we publish this whole code in some closed journal that is only available in some big public publisher website, basically hidden behind the gates and paywall, normally most of those people probably will never saw these studies that we gathered and reviewed and published. So basically, I think that it's a huge advancement in this sense. And some of these papers have been already cited in other studies that have been already published, mostly in public health. So only like a short going through the topics that we selected. So we have the study like on how there is a special correlation between the spread of the pandemic. It's quite mathematical study. We have the studies on resilience in urban, let's say, surrounding environments. We have the study about how the railway transportation influenced the spread of the coronavirus. We have the study about influence of COVID-19 on productivity of employees in companies and the inequalities in companies, in fact. From the psychological perspective, we have the studies like how the COVID challenged the employability of workers, basically how people get this started influencing other people that they are less fortunate, basically, because they don't have they have to work not in a remote, let's say, way. So it's in a context of Australia, basically. It's very, I think, provocative. We have the study about the financial managers, how they make the decisions during the stress of the COVID-19, and studies about the well-being of scholars even. From the sociological perspective, we have the study on social distancing in Italy in the first months of the pandemic. The influence of the pandemic on designing processes in companies, how they reorganize the processes inside. We have the study about the risks, how the people is well related to the study of Daniela, I think, because it's like the second side of the trust. So this study was about the risks, how they don't perceive actually the trust, but rather untrust to other people. We have the study about the loneliness of older people in this COVID world, where so many digital tools and devices started being used. And rest of the studies are mostly focused on the public health. And it's, for example, the study about the negotiations of vaccines, the study about precision regulation, mandatory quarantines, the also very provocative study about the money value of human life losses. So basically how much the death of the people cost from the economic perspective. Study about the evaluation criteria, how to open the schools, which is still the process in making in most of the countries as well. And for example, the study how the nature basically started influencing the companies after the coronavirus outbreak. So basically, I will not even try to go to summarize it yet. I simply recommend checking the papers and let's just taking your own conclusions at the moment, because we still try to finalize the editorial and divide the topics that we gather and make some theoretical and practical conclusions with the further directions of the studies and some political recommendations, actually. So thank you for the attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Andrzej, for an interesting topic presentation and so on. So now it's time for Andrzej. Andrzej from Potsdam University, but you are going to present the EU Russian, yes? Okay, the screen is yours.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to take part in your discussion. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. The topic of my presentation actually, and my topic in general, probably is partly relevant to the contributions the previous colleagues have already made. But I think actually, if we speak about the international relations and if we try to assess the current situation concerning the COVID-19 pandemics, I think it is relevant also to speak about the conflicts which emerged in different parts of the world and also within our continent, I mean, the European continent. And one of these conflicts, thanks God, it's at the moment not a military one, but really acute at the moment, is the conflict between the European Union and Russia. And the topic of my presentation is how this exacerbation of relationship between two regional players can impact the so-called contested neighborhood. But about the pandemics, just I put two slides concerning how the COVID-19 pandemics influenced the conflict situation all over the world. The first slide is connected with the data provided by Heidelberg Institute for International Conflict Research, so-called conflict barometer. And as you see, in 2020, the number of conflicts worldwide have significantly surged. So the researchers thought that in previous years, there was about 19 acute conflicts all over the world. And one more information, this is information from Institute for Economics and Peace. It is so-called a Global Peace Index. And in 2020, this index rose plus 0.34. It means actually that if we take the situation with the global security and peace in general in the world, so the situation is deteriorating, and who knows what is going on in 2021. Thanks God, there is no actually military conflicts, but if you ask, for instance, the psychologist, the previous speaker, he probably can also say that at the moment, a lot of people suffer some psychological problems and even mental problems. That's why the potential for this conflict situation is rather huge, actually. But back to my topic. So if you take the current situation, probably you all know from the newspapers that there is something like a serious conflict, diplomatic conflict at the moment between the European Union and Russia. So it can be tracked back up to 2004. Then it was the enlargement of the European Union, and the new member states tried also to push the so-called all Europe to have a fierce or harsh stance against Russian politics and so on. I put at this timetable only the significant events within the bilateral EU-Russia relationship from 2004 up to the present day. And at the moment, this is a question mark how it goes further, due to the fact that 2021, it is probably rather near to the 0 point in relationship between these two regional players. And it is not only due to the exacerbation of situation in Ukraine or the situation with Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny, but it is also the ongoing diplomatic conflicts. Even today, we've got about 20 diplomats from Czech Republic, which are to be evicted from Russia, and so on. So the conflict is ongoing, and probably we see the new downs of these conflicts in the nearest future. That's why I put the question mark, because nobody knows how it goes further. But hopefully there is no something like a huge conflict military, but concerning the diplomatic relationship, it is actually going to hit the zero point. Probably one of the most interesting point in this respect is the situation from 2021. So in the beginning on February, we've got the visit from the High Representative of the European politics, Josep Borrell, to Russia. This is rather interesting due to the fact that from 2014, after the crisis in the Ukraine broke out, there is no political dialogue between the European Union and Russia. But this visit was regarded as something like a message to make the bilateral relationship better. But this actually visit failed, and Josep Borrell got serious critics, not only in Russia, but also within the European Union. There was some voices about his ousting as a high representative of foreign politics due to the fact that he failed this mission, and actually the whole his visit was regarded as so-called a diplomatic fiasco by the European Union. So there was then the sharp exchange of words between Josep Borrell and the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. The main course or the main message is actually that the relationship between the European Union and Russia are at the 0 point, and probably there is no such relationship as they were, for instance, in the beginning of the century and so on. But the thing is actually that this conflict tends to go on. Yesterday in Russia, there was the so-called address of the Russian president to the Russian Federal Assembly. And President Putin said that we don't want to burn bridges, but if there will be something like a conflict response from the European side, the Russian response in its turn will be swift, asymmetrical, and harsh. So it's really disturbing, and it shows that the conflict potential within this EU-Russia relationship really exists. And this is rather interesting due to the fact that if we take the relationship between the European Union and Russia from the year 2000 and up to the present day, there is a gradual deterioration of this relationship, largely due to the fact that there is so-called contested neighborhood. I will speak about it in a minute, but just to perceive the main factors of this conflict, I single out from my perspective, three major lines. One of them is the lack of respect and understanding. This is the Russian tradition. Then Russia tries to wage the bilateral foreign policy. It means when the relationship is on the national states level, and if we take the European Union as supranational structure, it is something like ununderstandable for the Russian authorities. And here I must also remind about the famous phrase by Henry Kissinger: if I want to make a phone to the European Union, who is going to pick up the phone? So there is actually something like ununderstandable for the Russian authorities, and there is no relevant counterpart, I would say, in this respect. The lack of respect led to the demise of the so-called Greater Europe project, which was initiated in 2002. There was an agreement between Russia and the European Union about the creation of so-called four spaces, so political, economic, humanitarian, and social. At the moment, what we can say, there is something, there's cooperation only probably in two the spheres. So it's economic one, mostly energy, and humanitarian one. It means actual education, cultural exchanges, and so on. Social sphere, there is no dialogue of civil societies. Political dialogue is frozen from 2014. That's why this is the first line. The second line is really interesting, and from my perspective, this is probably the core line in the relationship between EU and Russia. I call it value discrepancy. It means actually that Russia and the European Union are the adherents of different sets of values. So I put it democratic, non-democratic, but it is also connected with such issues like human rights, like rule of law, and so on. And the third one, which is mostly connected to the topic of my presentation, is what I call too much. It means actually the start enhancement of the competition between the EU and Russia within the post-Soviet space and Central and Eastern Europe. This is also the major factor of this EU-Russia conflict. At the moment, the huge conflict zone, or probably the territory which is more susceptible to this conflict between EU and Russia, is so-called contested neighborhood. I just put your attention at the last paragraph, about the last phrase concerning what is actually contested neighborhood if we try to single out the certain national states. It is the states which are the member states of so-called European Eastern Partnership or program, which is in its turn the program within European Neighborhood Program. So here I put it these countries, and you are understand why actually this territory is really conflict zone between Russia and the European Union. I should also mention that if we take some countries from this Eastern Partnership program, like Belarus and Armenia, they are the member states of so-called Eurasian Economic Union, Russia-led Economic Union. That's why it also puts the special emphasis on this conflict between Russia and the European Union. So what were the premises for the emergence of this contested neighborhood? I just also put your attention only on one point, the third one, that at the moment Russia and the European Union tried to use so-called integration special purpose vehicles. So special structures designed actually to integrate other countries and to win all of them and to strengthen in such a way actually the position or integration structure. Just to be short, I'm sorry, I just put this information about these special purpose vehicles. As I already said, there is a Eastern Partnership Initiative, which was initiated in 2009. And at the moment, there are 6 member states, but there is different progress within these member states of the Eastern Partnership Program made. For instance, if we take Ukraine or Georgia or Republic of Moldova, they signed the association agreement with the European Union. Some have so-called deep comprehensive free trade area like Ukraine with European Union. Some have advanced partnership and cooperation agreements like, for instance, Armenia. But there are also some setbacks and shortcomings. For instance, if we take such countries like Belarus or Azerbaijan, especially, they are actually probably out of this program, just being formally put into this program, because Azerbaijan is unwilling to take any actions within actually this Eastern Partnership initiative. About the Eurasian Economic Union launched in 2015, at the moment there are 5 member states, and probably in 2021 or 2022 there will be something like of enlargement, and Uzbekistan will become the member state of Eurasian Economic Union. But if you take actually the major tool of integration of this special proposed vehicle integration, special proposed vehicle led by the Russian Federation. First of all, it's direct integration. So Eurasian Economic Union is interested in bringing the full membership to some countries from the post-Soviet space, but also from other regions like Southern Asia and something like this. So just to put your attention on the situation within this contested neighborhood, year 2020, probably due to this problems with COVID-19 pandemics, was really turmoil, turbulent for the contested neighborhood, and there were lots of political turbulence, lots of political protests, probably in all the countries comprising this contested neighborhood, except one, Azerbaijan, but yeah, 5 of them are here. So in Belarus, if we take, it was the protests which are ongoing due to the political crisis in the country connected with this really contradictory results of the presidential elections 2020. So and at the moment there is no guess actually how it goes further. Probably some say that probably there will be something like a political transit. Others are dubious about this and think that Mr. Lukashenko is not going to leave the power and so on. Armenia, also the ongoing political process due to the loss in Nagorno-Karabakh war and the loss of several territories within this region to Azerbaijan. There is also information that the current Prime Minister Nikol Pashinyan is going to be ousted from day to day, but it goes farther. I mean, he stays in power, and there is no guess how it goes farther. I must say that if, for instance, there is a change of power in Belarus, it will be the huge setback for the Russian authorities, and at the same time, it will be the victory for the European Union. What Armenia concerns, this is reversed due to the fact that Pashinyan was a pro-European politician, and if he's going to be ousted and substituted by another politician, probably it will be more Russia close, more Russia inclined, due to the fact that Armenia is in really dangerous situation what security concerns, and the loss in this Nagorno-Karabakh war also illustrates the situation. Ukraine, this is the ongoing conflict in Donbass, but I must also say that the inner political situation in Ukraine is also gradually deteriorating. We can also witness some, for instance, switching off some TV channels, and also some pressure on the opposition within Ukraine. But of course, if we try to speak about Ukraine in the term of contested neighborhood, first of all, it's the ongoing conflict in Donbass. And this is the conflict between actually Ukraine and Russia at the moment, due to the fact there is a huge concerns and huge critics on the Russian authorities about their concentration of Russian troops near the border with Ukraine and so on. So Republic of Moldova, the political conflict connected with the change of the head of the state. The presidential elections brought the new head of the state, and at the moment there is also some problems how it goes further, especially what will be the orientation of the new president, due to the fact that although Republic of Moldova has this association agreement with the European Union, and the citizens of Moldova have a visa-free can travel to the European Union without visas, but the majority of people from Republic of Moldova work not only in the European Union, but also in the Russian Federation. So this is also really interesting point. And last but not least, this is the political crisis in Georgia concerning the parliamentary results in 2020. At the moment, there is situation then the ruling party and the opposition tried to negotiate the possible format of interrelation, but this is really interesting due to the fact that even the European Union, the head of the European Council, Charles Michel, also was something like a mediator between different political forces in Georgia. So I just I'm running out of time. That's why I tried to just show really brief about what is actually integration race. This is the competition or rivalry between different regional players or different integration blocks. There are different dimensions of this integration race: institutional, functional, and ideological one. What the latter concerns, I must stress the soft power use, due to the fact that at the moment, the soft power use of the European Union plays the huge role and makes it really attractive for the national states within this contested neighborhood. What the tools concerns, I also single out three major tools of this integration race. First, it's integration proselytism. The good example is Armenia, which became the member state of the Eurasian Economic Union in 2015, but it made the so-called U-turn from the European Union in 2013. But before, Armenia was willing to adopt this association agreement and become also the visa-free land for the European Union. But in 2013, in September, there was a U-turn, and Armenia became first the member state of so-called customs union, the predecessor of Eurasian Economic Union, and in 2015, member state of the Eurasian Economic Union. And then also a good example of integration proselytism is the situation with Serbia. In October 2019, Serbia, which is the candidate member state to the accession to the European Union, signed the agreement with the Eurasian Economic Union about the creation of free trade area. It is also something like a proselytism policy. It means that Eurasian Economic Union tried to woo Serbia from the European Union. So fight for neophytes, probably the good example is Uzbekistan, if it eventually becomes the member states of the Eurasian Economic Union. Competition for the third parties, this is really interesting point, given the fact that probably one of the most attractive and the most powerful regional project at the moment is the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative. And many member, for instance, Eurasian Economic Union tries also to become to shape actually the relationship with China concerning the so-called conjuncture of two integration initiatives: Eurasian Economic Union and Belt and Road Initiative. This is actually about the specific of this integration race, and I also just be short concerning the factors and aftermaths and scenarios, how it goes. If we try to single out the factors of this new integration race within the EU-Russia contested neighborhood, I stress, first of all, the dynamics of the political economic process within European Union and Russia. It is also concerns the bilateral relationship, which at the moment are deteriorating. The fitness, how actually the European Union and Russia are fit to compete within the contested neighborhood, especially given the current conditions. We have the situation with COVID-19 pandemics, and I must say that, for instance, if we take European Union, European Union is more concerned about how it goes with new the vaccination in different member states, and not with actually confrontation with Russia elsewhere outside the European Union. Third, the surging entropy of political economic processes within the EU-Russian contested neighborhood, and here I must have a huge emphasis and put special attention to the Belarus and Armenia, because both countries are at the moment politically vulnerable, and further it will be really interesting to see how it goes with this political turbulence within the two countries. What will be the aftermaths of these protests in Belarus and Armenia? The alternation modernization of strategies, which are at the moment underway. If we take, for instance, the European Union tries to elaborate new foreign and foreign policy, so-called. The last one was in 2016, and it was also really interesting, this document, due to the fact that Russia was first proclaimed as the strategic challenge to the European Union in this document. And last but not least, the third-party factor. This is the situation with China and the USA. I must say that China plays a huge role, for instance, in Belarus. China invested largely to different industries of the Belarus economy. It has also so-called innovative parks in Belarus. That's why when the situation with protests in summer 2020 and in autumn 2020 was really hot, China put itself behind Lukashenko and said, we are not actually going to lose our money there. This was actually not articulated, but it was the clear message that China supports the current president of Belarus. What the USA concerns, now we see not only the global competition between United States and China, but we have also this transatlantic solidarity between European Union and United States, and the US factor plays also the huge role, for instance, in Ukraine, within the Ukrainian conflict. That's why, from my perspective, the significance of the United States as the extra-regional player, extra-regional actor within a contested neighborhood, further will surge. And this is the possible aftermaths, but probably you can see it on your own. I just want to show the scenarios which I elaborated concerning this situation of integration race. From my perspective, the most possible scenario is so-called basic or coexistence scenario, which envisage actually no zero-level relationship between Russia and the European Union, but actually the huge alienation between the EU and Russia, and further conservation of this processes or tendencies or trends which we are witnessing. This is so-called rolling back of cooperation in different spheres. at the moment, there's also the question mark about the cooperation, for instance, in
Something wrong with the connections. Andrei, do you hear me? Or the other, do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. It's the problem with Andrei. I didn't stop him because I checked the list and I see that our colleague from Kiev, Oleksiy, he's not present. So I decided that Andrei can use this time. We still have 55 minutes. Didn't know what's going on. Okay, I think so. We'll have time for discussion with Andrei. Hasin, you are going to present your. We didn't hear you. Switch on your microphone. Hasim, switch on your microphone.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, now it's okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's you mentioned my name is Hussein. I'm Hussein Alam, and I'm the PhD candidate, Institute of Political Science, University of Brussels. Actually, I'm going to present today. There is a very interesting topic. I don't know you heard the before in this topic or not. So you hear every single day we use the word in the business. But how many of you hear in the before the business name called the social business? So if you not hear the before this name, the social business, so let's stay with me 10 to 15 minutes and I will give you the proof what is the social business and what is the functioning and how it is work. And here you can see on the monitor, one of the guy, he wrote his hand that we can change the world. And how we can change the world. And $27, we can change the world. And with him, I have one photo. He gave me his written book. So this guy, his name is the Professor Muhammad Yunus. He founder of the social business, and he got the Nobel Prize 2026. I was lucky enough that I took his interview twice for the PhD research. And I'm going to present today social business to solve socioeconomics problem. So in here, first I wrote $27, we can change the world. How we can change the world? With the $27, because I'm not bringing something, how can I say, the magical lamp that I will put here and everything will be vanished. Whole world will be the under of the no poverty anymore, no unemployment, no problem. No, but I will bring something that will be useful. So how we call the social business? If I look through in the world at the moment, according to the World Bank, 730 million people, they are living under the poverty. 5 of the countries is the half. Example, Bangladesh, India, Congo, and Ethiopia, those countries are the half. And 2.7 million people, they are living every single day, they are living the bottom of the pyramid area. They are earning every single day below the $2, 1.90 US dollar. The question is, with such a small amount of money, how they can survive? During this pandemic time and the before, how they can survive their life, how they can find the clean water, education, medication, housing, and other stuff. How much money do we need to solve this problem? 1,000 million pound, 50, 100,000 million pound? No, only $27, we can change the world. I'll give you the proof in here. What is the social business? Social business called the design to create to solve the social and environmental problem no dividend, selflessness in institution. And fully connected is the social and economic dimension. It's mean here, this business created by social and environmental solve the problem. There is no dividend. You can do the business, but you cannot get any profit. All the money goes to the reinvest. And someone do this work with the joy. This is called the social business. No benefit, no profit, but all the profit you can do reinvest. This is called the social business. Now I'm going through the socio-economics. We know that what is the socio-economics. All this problem is going on, like the global economic, strategic, and the global economic, then you got the culture and economics and social problem. So all the mix, we call this social socio-economics. Now I'm going to show here how the socio-economic is connected. Example like the industry, market, science, technology, values, policy, the research, all this is connected in the socio-economy. I'm not going to give the what is the social economics, because socio-economic, we are all the scientists. We know the what is the socio-economic. Now the point is here, what is my research I'm going to present here? How the social business solve the socio-economic problem. So now I need to find out what kind of problem going on through the socio-economics. So what kind of problem we are facing at the moment? If I look through, I find this so many problems we have, but I'm going to discuss the few issues for the socio-economics problem. Example, the poverty. One of the main issues, the socio-economics, the poverty. Next one is urbanization, unemployment, abuse, literacy, language differences, culture differences, and street children. All this problem is going on around the world at the moment. The socio-economics, we are facing this problem. But one question is, during this pandemic time, someone living bottom of the pyramid area, how they can survive their self? Although everything is the close. If I look through the poverty, as I mentioned in here, 730 million people living below the poverty level. But how they can survive? Example, I can give you in the example in the Bangladesh and the India. Such a small country, and they have the huge amount of the people, 108 million people in Bangladesh. And most of them, they're earning below the $2 or the $3. But how pandemic work and how the government can help them? Is it possible to help? If the possible to government solve all the problem? Or we need the third party, like this governance. We need or not, we need the NGO or not, because it's impossible to solve all the problem by the government. Because such a developing country, the citizen, how responsible the citizen? They follow all the rules or not? This is another question. So how we can solve the problem? In here, poverty, one of the problem for socio-economic level. And here I find the internet, this photo, poverty, that's please help us. We need food. How many people they are staying at the moment without food is around the world. This is the main one, the issue at the moment. According to this World Bank, there are 330 million people, they're living extremely poverty level. And I mentioned in here about 150 million additional will be living poverty as a result of the pandemic. Because it's 2020, it was the pandemic issue. And people living, it was 130 million. And now they are increased 2021 is 150 million people, they are living in the poverty level. And another issue is there is 30% of the global poverty or the global goods is still with like the 50, there is the 50 and only basic education, the schooling, and there is basic education. And another issue in here, more than 40%, the global poor living in the economics affected, and violation, and the poor living in area with high risk flood. And 130 million people, they're living in this flood level area. all the source I give through this World Bank. Now the question is, how we can solve the problem? I give the world the line, the source from the World Bank. I give this amount, how much people who are living in the poverty. The question is, government is still working or not? The NGO is still working or not? The developing country, they are working or not? If they are working, the how? Why still is poverty is rising? Because of the pandemic issue, or before was the poverty also? If the pandemic issue, how we can solve the problem? So second one in here that I'm showing how the social business can help and solve the socio-economic problem. In Bangladesh, 180 million people we are living. We have such a small amount area, and such a huge amount is government cannot help all the citizens, and our citizens are not fully respect the government rules. They do not follow the rules. And even I mentioned here, the bottom of the pyramid area is so difficult to stay at home without food. How the social business go there and help them? The social businesses idea came totally opposite of any conventional bank, because conventional bank, when you want to go there, you need to get the loan, you need to give all the agreement, all the sign, and you need to give your job details and everything. But what the social business regulation, you need to be the very poor, extremely poor, then you will get the money. How the social business connected? At the moment, 2.7 million people, 5 million people connected, they provided the loan, it's 2.5 million. And the 9 million people, the poor people, is connected with the social business. How they are work, the social business? I mentioned in here, like 2.5 million, they put the loan the 1 year, and 9 million people, they are connected with social business. How they taking the money? They took this all the money by the agreement, by the sign, or by the someone reference. No, all this money they took it and they provided through only the belief, only the trust. There are no regulation. They don't have any agreement, any signed contract. With this belief, the social business provide all the loan for the poor people. And in here, at the moment, I can give you the example. If the social business working only in Bangladesh, what they have the internationalization. Yes, social business working around the world. If the around the world is working, how it is work and where they are work? This is another question come to your head. Yes, same functioning and same model working in the Canada also. Same model working in USA also. How USA working? USA equal the Grameen America. In the Grameen America, they're working the same model and they're providing the loan for these poor people like $10,000 US, and they open the business. And at the moment, their borrowers, the number is 86,000 borrowers they're providing for the loan, and all is the women. And at the moment, 84 social business centers around the world. And I can mention in it here, in 8.8 million borrowers at the moment in the social business, and 81.392 villages, they're providing all the loan, all the poor area. And their average weekly installment is 1.5 million. And 95% borrowers are women, and 95% loan are the paid back, 40%, 40 million poor people connected with the social business. All this amount, how social business help? I mentioned in here there is the poverty. If the social business is connected, is 40 million poor people in this area in Bangladesh. Only Bangladesh at the moment, I mentioned in here. So poverty, one of the poverty line. The social business come up and take the line, and they solve all this problem. Now I come to the unemployment sector. How the unemployment come to our set. I mean the 1.8 million people was the unemployed. Is 2020 and 2019. Report the World Bank. There are 1.7 million people they are living is unemployment. But how? People do not get the job. They have all the quality. They finish the bachelor study, master study. Why they still not get the job? In here, if we look through the social business, like Professor Muhammad Yunus is referred in here, everybody are the entrepreneurship. We born with the entrepreneurship. We don't need to do job, because after finish the study, we are knocking the door. Hey, I have the bachelor study, I have the certificate, can you give me the job? But if I open my own company, I can provide the job. I'm the entrepreneur, I can provide the job. That's why social business do that. They call one of this, the name, the young entrepreneur. So every week, they're applying for the social business. They come with this new idea and they open the new business. This is called the social business. 1,500 young people every week. So now in the count how much they are coming. And in here, I can mention in here, they provide is $211 million US distributed for housing loan. Someone doesn't have the house, they're providing all the housing loan. So summation in here, conclusion in here, all the problem is going on is around the world. The social business come up and take the place and providing their idea and providing the loan for the poor women, and they providing their self and make their financial sustainability, even they never handled the money before. So that's why I call this project the social business to solve socio-economics problem. That's all from me, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So now it's time for Adam Araszkiewicz, our colleague from our university.
Hello, hello. First, I'd like to thank you for being here and the possibility of listening to the specialist experts that talked before me. I've learned a lot. Thank you for this. And now I will go to my presentation. Today I'm going to touch upon two issues. First, why the COVID-19 pandemic has not influenced much the US-China rivalry, and then, if time allows, I will try to raise the question of US-China geopolitics and coalition building issue, which are going to be crucial in the Indo-Pacific region. So let me start with some quotation from Giuseppe Tomás di Lampedusa from his famous novel The Leopard, Il Gatto Pardo, from Italian. So he said that for things to remain the same, everything must change. So this is how I see the influence of the COVID-19 pandemic on the US-China rivalry. I think that since it's like strategic rivalry, the pandemic hasn't actually influenced it much. Why? In my opinion, in this kind of strategic rivalry, events, affairs such as the pandemic are only another variables that have to be taken into consideration in Washington and Beijing, but only one of many. Important, but still one of many others. In human history, we may say that we witness even more serious epidemics, let alone pandemics. From Thucydides, the Peloponnesian War, we can learn that in 430 BC, a devastating plague struck Athens, which was then under siege by Sparta's forces during the famous or infamous Peloponnesian War. Within the next 3 years, the majority of the population was infected, and probably as many as 75,000 up to 100,000 people died, which accounted for 25% of the city's population. Like the plague in Athens did not stop the ancient belligerents, the pandemic, the nowadays pandemic will not stop this US-China rivalry. The impact of the pandemic is just adaptation to change realities. So the belligerents have to simply adapt their strategies into slightly different realities. But the roots of the rivalry are much too deep and structural to be altered in any significant way by the pandemic. At least when it comes to the death toll we are facing right now. Yeah, so my argumentation is mostly based on the defensive realism theory. Now I will briefly tell the gist of this theory. Defensive realist theory assumes that the international system is anarchic. It means there is no high authority and that sits above states to call upon if trouble comes. Hence, the world system is a self-help and highly competitive environment. The main actors in the system are great powers, because these states have the greatest agency and they shape the world order, whereas other states and non-state actors play a significantly minor role. According to offensive realism, great power politics is a zero-sum game. Yeah, this is important to understand. It's a zero-sum game. The increase in power and at the same time, the boost of the sense of security of one state means relative weakening and the erosion of this sense of security of other states in the system. First, amongst neighboring states, subsequently, amongst other states in the system. Therefore, this process may result in an arms race. And actually, we are witnessing the process right now. China's ambitious plan to build up a blue water navy with mighty aircraft carrier groups is a means to an end, which is to counter and fight the US Navy. Offensive realists claim that the most important objective for any state is survival. If a state fails to survive, it can hardly ever pursue any other goals. Sometimes I think that Polish decision makers in 1938, in 1939 forgot about this rule, but it's not the topic of this conversation. So according to offensive realists, the best way to ensure the utmost sense of security of any state is to maximize its share of world power and finally achieve regional hegemony. Offensive realism presumes that in the anarchical system, when a state becomes an economic power, it will almost inevitably transfer it into military strength. Although there are some exemptions to this principle, for example, the United Germany after 1990, but we have to take into consideration that it happened mostly because of the geopolitical environment of West Europe. Almost non-existent security competition within the United Union and the US military present in Europe, and ipso facto, the exceptions prove their rule. Yeah, because it's hard to depict exact, scenery from West Europe to the Indo-Pacific region. Moreover, after transferring its economic power into military might, a state will finally seek regional hegemony, the same way the United States did in the Western Hemisphere, because it is the most certain way to survive. And as we know, everybody wants to survive. Having achieved regional hegemony, a great power tries to prevent other powers from achieving that status. This is the exact way the United States did in the 20th century, in the last 100 and let's say 20 years. China is no exception to this rule. Seeking its national security, China is looking forward to achieving regional hegemony from sound strategic reasons. Furthermore, the acquisition of regional hegemony is in all likelihood the most certain way to get Taiwan back. And this is a crucial goal in the pursuit of Xi Jinping's The Great Renaissance of the Chinese nation. Offensive realism, in contrary to defensive realism, asserts that the international system delivers an abundance of incentives for states to behave aggressively and maximize their share of power. By striving for extra power, states simultaneously increase their odds of survival. In other words, powers seek regional hegemony out of pure logic and reason, pursuing the goal of any state's survival, not because of their malign intentions. So we may say, in other words, that to make sure that the 19th century, called by the Chinese the century of national humiliation, will never ever happen again, let's say gaining regional hegemony is the best way. So since 1783 and its victory over the UK, the United States all over the 19th century was well on its way to establishing hegemony in the Western Hemisphere. And finally, the United States did it after defeating Spain in 1898. In the 20th century, the United States fought and defeated 4 potential peer competitors to regional hegemony in Eurasia: Imperial Germany, Nazi Germany, Imperial Japan, and the Soviet Union. It would add, I would simply add to this list, of course, the case of Japan in 1970s and 80s. We all remember the Plaza Accord, famous, or for the Japanese economy, when we say infamous, when Japan agreed to appreciate its currency relative to the US dollar. As a result, its export and GDP growth basically halted, and Japan entered a period of long-running economic recession, often called lost decade. When we talk about offensive realism, we need to talk about John Mearsheimer, who is the father of this term. He claims that the best result that a great power can achieve is the status of a regional hegemon. It means to be by far the most powerful state in the region, with a huge power gap between it and the second powerful state in the region. Moreover, the power gap is so immense that even a coalition of neighboring states would not dare pick a fight with a regional hegemon, out of pure common sense. Offensive realism states that global hegemony is virtually impossible to achieve due to the difficulty of projecting power across vast bodies of water, like the Pacific Ocean, for example. According to the offensive realism theory, the United States is bound to go to any length, actually. It's bound to go to great length to beat China, not necessarily by a military action, but to make sure and prevent China from gaining regional hegemony in South Asia. Why? Because if the United States fails to do so, the consequences of the US-led world order will be dire. Once having established its hegemony in the region, without security competition with already subordinate and neighboring powers, China will be free to roam in Southeast Asia. It's to say, let's say, in more picturesque way, China would be the Godzilla in the system, the biggest guy in the system. Moreover, armed with a blue water navy, China will be capable of projecting power all over the planet, exactly the same way the United States has been acting, at least since 1898, when it beat Spain and became unchallenged hegemon in the Western Hemisphere. So over the last 40 years, when we faced the unstopped and constant Chinese economic rise, it has delivered me a sufficient body of evidence to assume that China is going to grow economically in the foreseeable future. Yeah? No matter what happens, COVID or not COVID. Yeah? A GDP annual growth rate of 3, maybe 4% in the following years is most probable. Though the estimated Chinese economy forecast for 2021 is about 8%. Yeah? So this is crucial. So the threat that much larger than anything that the United States had challenged in the 20th century, China has become the greatest, let's say, challenge to US wealth hegemony we have ever, let's say, witnessed. If China continues to improve its workforce productivity, and I believe it does, with its 1.4 billion population in comparison to the US, let's say 332 million people, China does not have to even reach the US workforce productivity to become a far much larger economy than the United States in the following years. Having achieved that growth in workforce productivity in the foreseeable future, China will transform itself into an unstoppable economic and military giant, capable of operating globally. This is why the United States, to maintain its hegemonic position in the Western Hemisphere and the US-led world order, cannot let this happen and ought to stop the rise of China, no matter what. Yeah? At the end of the day, the side who is going to win this rivalry, it's all about this question, which side has more divisions? Old question. The USA, to at least not lose its rivalry with China, has to build a balancing coalition against China. The coalition must include Japan, South Korea, and Australia. This is minimum. Yeah, this is absolutely minimum. If the United States expects to face China and has some chances of winning. The former, China, does not have much military forces in the region. Yeah. The United States doesn't have much military forces in the region. Moreover, almost all of US bases in Southeast Asia are endangered by Chinese air attacks. Hence, the help of the allies in the Chinese neighborhood is a conditio sine qua non of US victory. The more allies the USA gathers, the better. On the other hand, Chinese rise and its military muscle flexing and border dispute with its neighbors have caused a fear and decreased Chinese coalition building skills. But in contrary to the United States, the Chinese center of gravity is in the disputed region, vis-a-vis Taiwan. So Chinese supply lines will be short and there will be limited need for long distance power projection. At the same time, the US center of gravity lies 4,000 miles to the east in the continental United States. In case of any military confrontation with China, the United States and its supply lines will be long, if not overstretched. And a long distance power projection provided mostly by carrier strike groups will be
Adam, please try to summarize, okay?
That is why, without partners in the region, the United States will be in a serious disadvantaged position. So, conclusions.
Okay.
First, the United States-China rivalry is a strategic rivalry which roots are too deep to be seriously altered by the current COVID-19 pandemic. Secondly, the United States to at least not lose its China competition, at least in the first, let's say, 3-4 weeks of the let's say fighting, without or to lose without firing a single shot even, yeah, because fighting alone, that would be pointless, yeah. So so the United States, to do that, has to gather as many allies as possible, and on the other hand, China, in order to maximize its final victory chances, has to discourage as many potential US allies as possible. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Professor, for let's say.
Okay, thank you very much. We are on time, so now it's time for our colleague Mehmet Sevgin. Mehmet, are you ready?
First of all, I have a camera problem, but I tried to solve it with a strange method. Let me see. Yes, I connected my mobile phone, so it works.
Okay, it's okay.
So let me check. Is it? Can you see the presentation currently?
No, not yet.
Okay. Okay. How about now?
Not yet.
Oh, not yet. Okay.
You can go to the share screen. First, open your file.
Yeah, that's what I did. How about now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, sorry for the confusion. And let's start presentation. So, Mehmet Sevgin, and I am doing my PhD at University of Wrocław. This is my second year. I'm originally from economics department, actually, my master and bachelor. So basically, I try to apply behavioral economics into public policies. And today, I will be talking about how to use this knowledge during pandemic situations, let's say. So the study will be based on what is behavioral economics, how it is implemented in public policy, and how behavioral public policy and nudge theory can help the COVID onlookus pandemic period, let's say. So let's start with what is behavioral economics. And behavioral economics is basically a new trend, let's say, not anymore new actually, but new approach to economics, criticizing neoclassical economics based on rationality principle. So according to their ideas, behavioral economics ideas, that humans are not as rational as neoclassical economics assumptions indicated. Therefore, it would be good to approach the situation from irrational part, let's say. So basically, it is using psychological insights into economics to explain things better. So behavioral economics using behavioral economics is using some psychological methods to explain why they are against to neoclassical economics, but not completely, of course. And because we have cognitive biases and heuristics, and as being human being, and therefore cognitive bias is basically deviation from rationality, and heuristic means mental shortcut. And basically, this knowledge should help in some part of economy. And because of this, the existence of these cognitive biases and heuristics, we cannot consider humans as purely rational. There are more than 100, and the most, let's say, the most famous ones are loss aversion, status quo bias, anchoring effect, framing effect, mental accounting, sunk cost fallacy, and relativity effect. And for example, individuals tend to heavily weigh losses compared to similar gains. This is loss aversion bias. They tend to categorize the money based on their resources, mental accounting. It will continue more. Basically, these all cognitive bias and heuristics are explaining why humans are irrational. I won't go to psychological insights more. I will try to go a little bit more with explanations. So, loss aversion states that the pain of loss is approximately 2 times more than the pleasure of gains. Humans, we are all sensitive to losses more than the gains. So loss aversion basically explains this. And Gambleline, I put this name actually by not mistake, because for example, when we face with such gambles, basically we expect the gain should be more than the losses to accept such gambling. So basically we are sensitive to losses. Framing effect, and the framing effect is explaining things in different frames. And for example, frozen yogurt could be considered or presented as 20% fat or 80% fat free. How we are going to use this in political science? This guy is keeping talking about psychology. I am coming slowly. For example, we can consider this glass as half full or half empty. For instance, in the middle of 70s, 48 of Americans didn't allow communists to make a speech, while 22 of Americans forbid them to make a speech. So basically, framing effect is used very well by politicians to use some political statements. For example, 10% of unemployment rate or 90% of employment rate. Or 17% of inflation rate or 83% of deflation rate. So basically, framing things in different way can evoke different things on human beings. So that's why it's very important for political science as well. Another example, since we have limited time, I won't go to more details, but basically 90% of employment equals to 10%, but unemployment is a negative thing and employment is a positive thing. So people generally are sensitive to unemployment more because it evokes something negative. So when you say that you will, or as a politician, you will decrease the unemployment rate, it is actually more effective than saying that you will increase the employment rate, because people are more concerned about negative things. Framing effect can be seen in voting behaviors as well. So, but I won't go to more details. I will slightly go deep more to pandemic situations, let's say. This is a famous book written by Daniel Kahneman. Daniel Kahneman was awarded to Nobel Prize in 2002, thanks to his works in behavioral economics. So, after especially especially millennium times, behavioral economics got more famous, and he basically explains system 1 and system 2 in his works. And so system 1 is more fast and system 2 is slow, and people tend to make more mistake when they use their system 1 in their brain. So I was talking about this, and Richard Taylor for sure, and the 2017 Nobel Prize awarded in economics branch, thanks to his contribution to nudge theory. This is very important for public policies. So so this topic got more famous when he used actually behavioral economics in political sciences. This is his book. I don't know, maybe some of you heard already. Behavioral public policies. Basically, if humans are not rational, if this is approved by some behavioral economists, and we no longer believe that people are always rational, So we should create our policies based on this fact as well. So if we create policies that, oh, people are rational, so they will follow it anyway. So this can lead us to make some irrational decisions, and that's why the policies can be brought down. And in all over the world, the behavioral insights team established, and first established in 2000 in UK. And according to data from 2018, there are more than 200 behavioral insight teams in all over the world. And Barack Obama signed an executive order before his presidency ends in 2015. Yeah, so these all things explain the importance of behavioral economics and public policies. These are some designs about making some effective designs for public policies. For instance, making high on stairs can help people to use stairs more and then decrease the obesity. And in this way, people can stay healthier. I just wanted to give one visual example. So in which part it can be used, increasing the participation to retirement plans, increasing the organ donations, increasing the participation rates in elections, reducing energy consumptions. Of course, these are just some examples. For example, decreasing the energy consumption using the framing effect. When it was mentioned that people will be punished if they will not reduce their disposable bag usage. This was more effective than giving awards. So because people are afraid of negative things. So, and in another example, empirically demonstrated that sending a report to householders about their neighbors' energy consumption significantly decreased the level of energy consumption on average, because we like to compare ourselves with other people, or look, Uncle Michael used less energy than us this month, so let's decrease our consumptions as well. So these are just some psychological insights in our behaviors. So classical regulations when it comes to pandemic situations, we all hear using masks, social isolation, washing hands, and in some bad situations, some curfews, and of course, very effective. But I would like to talk about some deeper things, that how we can increase actually the using of mask or social isolation or washing hands. Of course, these are the, let's say, physical effects. So if you don't follow social isolation, of course, it will increase. So I'm not criticizing any of them, but these are generally what we hear in everywhere, like in the media, classical regulations. Of course, we all have to follow. For example, if we talk about some social norms and relativity, herd psychology, like we really tend to follow others, what others do, and so for example, if as politicians, if we give some, if we present not obeying the rules as some kind of like a crime, it could be more visible, and imposing people how much the others care about the restrictions. Oh, look, people care, I should care, because this is like a herding psychology. So this can be a very effective tool to present people that, look, others are following and you should be following as well. This can be emphasized or presented as a national duty. Look, if you're Italian or if you're Turkish or if you're German, you should be thinking about your nation. So actually it's a global disease, but anyway, so this is more, I don't know, salient to consider their country. So look, this is your duty, and look, others are doing as well. So such campaigns should be maybe presented. And loss aversion. So people are sensitive to losses, and people are sensitive to death as well as we all. So I mean, maybe using this doesn't sound very well, but if it is gonna work, we should be using this. Look, every day this much people are dying. So these statistics should be presented everywhere, because people are really afraid of death. And I know that this has been a very long time, like more than a year. People maybe are not as scared as before, but still, when they face with it, it is really, really difficult. So we should be presenting such negative information, unfortunately, since it will be very efficient. But at the same time, we should give such information to them that, but it is still possible to stop it. So in this way, we can how to say, make them calm and no panic. And if they obey the rules, things will be better. So at the same time, some positive information can calm their mental situation, let's say. So loss aversion is a part of behavioral economics, can be used very well. Availability heuristic. The availability heuristic, also known as availability bias, is a mental shortcut that relies on example.
Mehmet, try to conclude, okay? We have 5 minutes.
I have 5 minutes, or in general?
No, generally.
Okay. Framing effect can be used, especially young people are nowadays almost forgetting that, okay, I can handle, but they don't consider old people. But so protect your loved ones against COVID-19. This information can be used in this way. Some application examples in Turkey, some GSM operators started to name their network as stay home. This can be another example. United Nations used the figure of famous cartoon Smurfs, and the message was "Be safe, be Smurf." Later, the Prime Minister of Norway, Solberg, was punished since she violated COVID-19 regulations, and she was punished because, and if it would be normal season, he wouldn't be punished because it would be just a warning, but just to show people that it doesn't matter who is violating, they punished her anyway. So some visualizations, as we see everywhere, and yeah, we don't have time, so it's almost the end. Yeah, conclusion, considering we all are irrational, politicians should be producing some effective policies during pandemics. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. We are on time, so it's it's okay. We have, I think we have about 5, maybe 10 minutes for questions, discussion. So who is going to start? Comments?
I want to start. One of our panelists talk about the money, how they can use the cash and the credit card, like the plastic card. Actually, I forgot his name because the Russian or Polish writing is quite difficult.
Yeah, Evgeny.
Evgeny.
Yeah, okay. So he mentioned there on his the presentation, like government can control the plastic card if someone talk against the government. So my question is, if someone use the cash, the government cannot control them. It means they can do the corruption. Because when they are using the cash, they don't have any record. So my question is how government can control the plastic card for the citizen. So citizens are not secure for the society or not?
Okay. Yeah, thanks a lot for the question. I guess that it is much easier to control plastic cards than cash, yeah, because if we're talking about totalitarian society, of course, only banks have access to plastic cards. But again, if we're talking about totalitarianism, so a government can also have access with the help of banks. Some people say that plastic cards and electronic money is much better because in this case it will be much difficult to have access to this money for terrorists, yes, or for some criminals. But nowadays already we can see that it's not a problem for them, yes, so they hire different hackers, and then Islamic State, yes, so they also used these electronic tools. So nowadays there are a lot of specialists, so that's why the idea that terrorists wouldn't use electronic money is not sufficient. So I guess that nevertheless, the more digitalized society is, the much easier it is possible to control society.
But which background you made the presentation? You made your presentation like political background or economic background?
I guess that, you know, politics and economy, they are interrelated and they are interdependent nowadays.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
But Evgeny, I think that my point is that the digitalization is very useful during the COVID, during the pandemic, when we are thinking about China, when we are thinking about the other countries, it's very useful to use, even when we are talking about the healthcare systems and so on. If we have countries like Sweden, Norway, or the other, if the old generation can be much more survive because they used the telephone health and so on, it's very useful. It's
Yeah,
not only
I completely agree with you. Even now we use digit, yeah. So we haven't gathered in some Polish city, yeah, but we use internet, we use Zoom. But nevertheless, as I have already said, my point that the basic idea about comfort, yeah. So this idea is imposed on people. So the digital money is comfortable, Zoom is comfortable, yeah. Something else is comfortable, mobile phone is comfortable. And people get it, they get used to this comfort, and with the help of this comfort, it is possible to control people, different aspects of life.
Yeah, Evgeny, one question to you. You are talking about the freedom, you are talking about the threat, the society. What is your opinion about the double standard which are used by politicians? I give you one example. The US administration, the Biden administration, criticized Russia, criticized Putin because of the influences to the presidential campaign. But the Biden also said that, or Biden declared that US will organize cyber attacks against China. They are double standards.
Yes.
What is your opinion about such a double standard?
Yeah, so unfortunately, politics nowadays is characterized by double standards. Yeah, so again, if we're talking about some separatism situation in some countries, for example, Kosovo was recognized as independent country, but some regions, just like Abkhazia or South Ossetia, they were not recognized as independent countries. So it is also double standards. So double standards, unfortunately, are everywhere, and I completely agree with your opinion.
So it's maybe it's possible that we are talking about the pandemic, but we are on today's stage of the pandemic. We are waiting for the new viruses.
Possible, because it's sometimes I wonder why Bill Gates, yeah, so he after the first week he said, okay, we have to wait for another pandemic. Yeah, where does he know it from? Yeah, so there are a lot of questions concerning pandemic, whether it is artificial or natural. So as for me, my opinion, it is 100% artificial.
Okay, thank you. Okay, our time is finished. So let me say thank you very much for the participation. It was very interesting to meet together. It was very interesting to hear all the presentations. It's very useful to use digital technologies. It's very useful to hear that we are survive. This is Russian perspective, this is European Union perspective, this is Chinese perspective. When I'm thinking about the poverty and general about the social economic problems, I'm very lucky that we have such an initiatives which coming from Bangladesh and the other countries. So I hope that we'll survive. That our future is perspective, that it isn't our last meeting. So we will see. As you probably know, and Andrei know, and the other colleagues know, so we are organizing such a conference which is organized in Słubice, a part of our university. And I hope that this year conference will be organized in September. So I can say that you are welcome to our conference on September. our dean decided that if it will be possible, so all of the people who will be vaccinated are welcome to come, not only by the Teams or Zoom or something like this. So I hope that we will see in reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I hope the conference will get the invitation through our email.
Maybe. We'll see. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
It was a pleasure.
Bye-bye. Pleasure.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, it was my pleasure.
Yes,
Thank you so much.
it's my pleasure. I know what's the weather in Irkutsk, and I know what's the weather in Bulgaria, and in Ukraine it's the same.
Yeah.
I hope.
Thank you. My pleasure. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye, colleagues.
Joanna, teraz ty coś tu prowadzisz?
Tak, cześć Wojtku.
Cześć. Dobra, to okej, bo ja skończyłem, trochę się przedłużyło, a ty teraz masz panel od której?
15 po, także spokojnie, wszystko jest dobrze, nic się nie martw.
No, za spokojnie, ja wiesz, nie wiedziałem do której, ale wiesz, skończyłem, tak jak słyszałaś, o czasie, także spokojnie możesz działać.
I dyskusja była, także doskonale.
Nie, dobra, znaczy wiesz, dyskusja była dobra, aczkolwiek no wiadomo, to zawsze jest tak, że no jest trochę takiej, wiesz, składanki, nie? Czy są niektóre te panele takie, które ja będę mówił, ale nie będziesz mnie widziała, bo w międzyczasie robię chłopakom obiad, wiesz? A przeniosłem się, że tak powiem, ze swojego pokoju do kuchni. Także to jest urok, ale to z drugiej strony bardzo wygodne, jeżeli chodzi o te nowe technologie, nie?
Pewnie.
Dzień dobry, szanowni państwo.
Witam.
Ja tylko chciałem zauważyć, że cały czas trwa nasza transmisja na YouTubie, więc
No
cały
okej,
czas
ale
nadajemy na żywo.
No, ale tu nie ma akurat żadnych problemów z tym, bo po prostu...
Jedynie zauważam, bo dołączyły nowe osoby, to żeby była pełna jasność.
Jesteśmy żywymi ludźmi, w związku z tym twierdzenie, że tak nie jest, byłoby wprowadzaniem innych w błąd, a w tym wypadku oprócz tego, że staramy się jakoś opisywać rzeczywistość, ewentualnie postulować jakieś działania ze strony otoczenia, to ważne jest, że jesteśmy żywymi ludźmi, także ja po raz kolejny mówię, że mnie nie przeraża, że ewentualnie ktoś słyszy, o czym z koleżanką rozmawiamy. Także wracając do tego wątku, no wiadomo, zawsze jest tak, że w pewnym momencie nie do końca się wszystkie tematy zazębiają. Ale biorąc pod uwagę te różne wątki, to każdy z tych wątków, przynajmniej ja tak patrzę z perspektywy tego mojego panelu, on de facto się zazębia o jakąś tam, witamy Romana, on zazębia się o jakąś tam taką problematykę, co będzie po COVID-zie. No bo niezależnie od tego przecież, czy temat jest stricte covidowy, czy nie, no to my musimy myśleć, jaki będzie ten świat po COVID-zie. Bo nie ma żadnej wątpliwości co do tego, że on będzie inny. Czy to technologicznie będzie inny, bo nie wiem jak tam w Toruniu, czy w innych ośrodkach, ale przecież myślę, że większość z nas jako wartość dodaną może traktować, że być może po COVID-zie część zajęć tak czy inaczej będziemy ze studentami mogli prowadzić, nie wiem, 20% czy 15% czy 30%, tak czy inaczej w tej formie zdalnej, bo to będzie wzajemnie korzystne, prawda? Czyli są też dobre strony tego, co się dzieje wokół nas, pod jednym warunkiem, że to będzie akceptowalne. Jak tam w Toruniu? W Toruniu coś na ten temat rozmawia?
Witam. Wiesz, moje przypuszczenie, nawet nie hipoteza, jest mniej więcej taka. Weszliśmy przymusowo, gwałtownie rok temu z kawałkiem w digital era i już nie ma odwrotu. Obojętnie to się będzie działo. I to nie tylko dotyczy uniwersytetów, ale też korporacji i za chwilę też wszystkich urzędów. Nie wiem jak ze szkołami, bo to ze szkołami może być różnie, ale po prostu w to wyszliśmy.
No
I koniec.
z tym, że ja patrzę na to w ten sposób, że jednak istotne są te takie doświadczenia społeczne. To znaczy z jakiegoś powodu, nawet w pandemii, my jako społeczeństwo, my jako gospodarka mamy najniższe wskaźniki, jeżeli chodzi o pracę zdalną. Czyli ten czynnik taki socjologiczny, ten management, który gdzieś decyduje o tym, że woli kontrolować umownie tego pracownika na tej lince, nie? Mieć go na oku. To on decyduje o tym, że pewne procesy, to te, o których my rozmawiamy, że one jednak u nas są takie mniej widoczne.
Ale wiesz, mi chodzi o proces ogólnoświatowy, a będą wygrywały te gospodarki, które będą zmniejszały koszty obsługi i będą zwiększały poziom wydajności pracowników. A niewątpliwie w tym systemie, w którym zaczęliśmy się znajdować, te dwa warunki zostały spełnione.
Z tym, że Joanna, ja cały czas wiem, że ty jeszcze dałaś mi chwilę, także, a teraz już rozmawiamy poza moim panelem. Także, a ja patrzę na zegarek, także wiecie o czym ja myślę? Ja myślę o tym, że w kontekście tego, o czym powiedziałeś, ja myślę o tych raportach Klubu Rzymskiego, to znaczy te raporty Klubu Rzymskiego, one kiedyś mówiły o zupełnie innym rynku pracy i o zupełnie innych zasadach. W związku z tym ja się zastanawiam, czy nie zwycięży gdzieś dla mnie racjonalna opcja tego, żeby ta kolejna era, jeżeli chodzi o rynki pracy, związana była z tym, że będziemy skracali tygodnie pracy i tak dalej. Czyli to nie musi koniecznie polegać na tym, że cały czas będzie dominacja wydajności na zasadzie dominacja zysku.
Ale wiesz, wydaje mi się, że w digital era zupełnie zmienia się pojęcie czasu pracy od do. Wydaje
ale
się,
też
że...
wydajności. Myślę też, wiesz, o wydajności, nie?
Ale wiesz, o wiele ważniejsze jest deadline. Masz zrobić do tego momentu. Zrobisz, jesteś w porządku. Nie zrobisz, autujesz się sam. I wtedy masz zupełnie inne podejście do pracy. Pracujesz, kiedy chcesz.
Słuchaj, to w pełni się zgadzam. Ja tego doświadczyłem. Byłem w pewnym momencie gościem Google w tej ich kwaterze głównej w Tel Awiwie, czy takiej regionalnej. No i oni właśnie tam, ten prezes tego Google mi mówił, że no oni funkcjonują na tej zasadzie, że nikt nikogo do niczego nie zmusza. Każdy wie, co ma robić, nie? I że mimo tego niewyobrażalnego zaplecza socjalnego, bo oni tam mają całe piętro, siłownie, masażystki, prawda, i ping-pongi i tym podobne, gdzie każdy może w dowolnym czasie grać w ping-ponga i korzystać z sauny, to te sauny nie są przepełnione, nie? Bo ci ludzie wiedzą, jakie są te deadline'y, wiedzą, co mają zrobić, no ale znowuż, to jest kwestia świadomości, nie?
Nie, systemu. Nie zrobi, to zostaje wyrzucone na zbity pysk i wie, że tak dobrej roboty nigdy w życiu nie znajdzie.
No to prawda, tylko system musi kreować, wybór takich ludzi. Nie? A jeżeli funkcjonujemy w systemie, w którym decyduje TKM i tym podobne, no to w tym momencie, rozumiesz, globalne teorie i globalne przykłady nic nam nie dadzą. Dobra, Joanna, to już przesadzam, już jest 16:14. Także słuchajcie, miłej pracy w takim razie.
Wojtku, my Cię zapraszamy serdecznie na nasz panel. Jeżeli masz tylko ochotę wziąć udział...
No, będę słuchał, będę słuchał, wyłączę kamerę, ale będę słuchał, nie, na tej zasadzie.
Super.
Dobra, to na razie.
Tego Wojtek.
Dzień dobry, szanowni państwo, to ja pozwolę sobie zacząć. Ja jestem supportem technicznym trochę do państwa panelu, ale będę tu wyłączony miał zarówno dźwięk, jak i obraz. Tym niemniej czuwam, więc gdyby coś się działo, to proszę oczywiście pisać na czacie albo mnie wołać. Rozpoczynamy państwa panel. Macie państwo czas do godziny 18:15, czyli 2 godziny i prosiłbym o dyscyplinę czasową, szczególnie tutaj pani moderator, proszę czuwać nad czasem. Życzę owocnych obrad i oddaję już państwu antenę.
Dziękujemy bardzo i dziękujemy za wspaniałe zaplanowanie naszego panelu. Guys, so let's begin our panel. Today we'll focus on the drift from neo to quasi-militant democracy and on the transformations of social and political structures during the pandemic in Europe. It is my great pleasure to welcome our today's speakers, Professor Roman Becker from Nicolaus Copernicus University in Toruń, Professor Przemysław Osiewicz from Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań, M.A. Maciej Skrzypek from Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznań, and Kamila Rezmer-Płotka from Nicolaus Copernicus University in Toruń. And I am Joanna Nerek, and it is my great pleasure to chair our today's panel. We'll begin with Roman Becker's presentation on Polish transformation from neo to quasi-militant democracy. Roman, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for invitation and organization. The panel. I should to find my presentation.
You are so technically developed that you can share the screen.
It is not so easy for me.
I can imagine it's not so easy to me as well.
You never know what to experience, what you may experience with Zoom, you know.
Mm-hmm.
You may show something you don't want us to see.
But we can see that Professor Becker and Professor Osiewicz work on an article, and we look very much forward to reading this paper.
Okay. I can't find share screen. Oh, yes, new share. And after it, I have basic files. That's it. One moment, I should. Okay, I see what is it. Okay. Yes, I found it. I will see it. Oh, no.
Yeah, we can see your presentation and we can see the first screen of your presentation.
Okay. Polish transformation from neo into quasi-militant democracy. It is the basic subject type of our panel and prepared book for us. And I would like to speak about tension between neo-militant democracy and quasi-militant democracy in contemporary Poland from 2008 into contemporary times. Researchers, for instance, Sadulski, Wojciech, argue that Poland has been moving towards authoritarianism since 15 years, when as a result of parliamentary elections, for the first time in democratic Poland's history, the winning political party, Law and Justice, gained an absolute majority in the Sejm. Our study addresses the questions about what was the trajectory of changing the political system, what was the significance of the anti-democratic measures for the sovereignty of a political nation. The goals are to determine and account for the movement pace of the Polish political regime on a continuum between the ideal types of neo-militant democracy and its antinomy, quasi-militant democracy, namely its drift towards authoritarianism. I suppose we can mean neo-militant democracy as a strategy of civil society and a political regime in which both parliament and the judiciary have legal means to limit individual democratic freedoms in order to defend democracy against those who are considered its enemies. The vector and pace of changes on the continuum between neo and quasi-militant democracy result from the interplay between democratic and anti-democratic forces. While neo-militant democracy aims at maintaining, restoring, or strengthening the democratic regime, quasi-militant democracy make absolutely antinomy vector. Despite their different goals, the quasi and neo-militant democracies employ almost the same repertoire of democratic and anti-democratic measures. Accordingly, the establishment and practical application of any measure relevant to the trajectory of a political regime must be analyzed in terms of the pure purpose it serves. The sovereignty of a political nation should be analyzed at 4 analytical levels from a dynamic rather than a static approach. It enables us to trace the trajectory of changing the political system, identify neo and quasi-militant democracy related goals. We should speak about 4 analytical levels of sovereignty political nation. Which are levels? I suppose we should define levels as our answers for very simple questions. First one, who? Who is sovereign? Political nation or another parts of nation or political nations with another parts of nation or another social group exclude political nation. Second question is how in emotionally or rationality level. Third question is what I mean, it mean be answered about pool of alternatives for political nation or for another sovereign. And fourth question is obligatory rules for all political actors. The rules are determined by rule of law, by public opinion, or another institutions. I suppose when we speak about pool of alternatives of political nation, we observe that no militant democracy goals and solutions were present until 2015. After that date, we see a shaky compromise between no-militant and quasi-militant democratic actors. Decision-making freedom by a political nameship was not questioned at the level of legal solutions in 19 years. However, comprehensive measures were taken within the institutions dependent on the ruling party. Its main goal was a permanent objectification of a significant part of Polish society. When the third level is concerned, we identify a significant change after 15 years. We point to the rapidly disappearing ability to make rational decisions based on substantive discussions, an increasing tendency towards a black and white emotional way of thinking since the takeover of the most important borders of state power by the ruling party determines political consciousness. Importantly, this remark also applies to opposition politicians. Not all, but it is very remarkable. The institutions guaranteeing the sovereignty of the political nation have been systematically dismantled since law and justice came to power. After the institutional subordination of the most important borders of the judiciary, there was a transition to the prerogative state. Since 2015, the ruling party has been taking long-term actions to secure the monopoly of exercising public authority. This was the purpose of quasi-militant democracy performed through the liquidation of judicial independence, striving for permanent objectification of the largest possible part of Polish society and escalation of the emotionality of political life. Until the outbreak of the pandemic in Poland in March 2020, quasi-militant democracy failed to meet the discussed goals and to completely displace no-militant democracy. Most of all, it was due to the effectiveness of the resistance of many institutions and organizations representing civil society. Nevertheless, Poland has moved on the continuum from a no-militant towards quasi-militant democracy through its midpoint in 2018 and has not stopped the move. The Polish political regime after 2018 meets the essential criteria of quasi-militant democracy and authoritarianism. In Poland, the implementation of COVID-related non-democratic restrictions fell into the pattern of democratic backsliding that has been observed since 2015 and obvious in 2018. Before the pandemic, anti-democratic measures included the transformation of the Constitutional Tribunal into an active supporter of the government, the subordination of court judges to the ruling party, and restrictions of the right to assembly, privacy, and freedom of the press. The corona crisis has triggered a new phase of democratic backsliding under the semblance of militant democracy. It should be noted Fourth, that the legal and political structure constructed by the government was the opposite of militant democracy in terms of the purpose of implementing anti-democratic restrictions. The structure took the form of a quasi-militant democracy as long as it limited human rights and political freedoms in order to weaken democracy. Many thanks for your attention. I will wait for all questions and remarks.
Thank you very much for shedding light on the nature of the drift from neo to quasi-militant democracy in Poland. I'm sure that we'll have many questions related to the new theoretical category you've already introduced. I mean, the sovereignty of the political nation and the attempts to negotiate its levels. So I believe that now we can move on towards the second presentation during our today's panel. I mean, Professor Przemysław Osiewicz's presentation on stabilizing Estonian neo-militant democracy despite the pandemic. Przemek, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. I will try to share my screen. I don't know if it will work or not. We'll see.
You should open presentation first and after each screen.
Yeah, that's what I have already done, but it seems that my computer doesn't want me to do that.
Okay.
Anyway, let me try one more time.
You know, struggles are the element of our today's work with MS Teams, Zoom, and so on.
Przemek, just use your voice.
Yes, I can do that. But then you will have to watch me all the time. But okay. Yeah, I think that, yeah, so Jan, I'm sorry. I think I will just start talking and that's it, right?
Okay, we'll look very much forward to hearing you.
Yeah, but anyway, Roman, thank you, Joanna. Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel, and Roman, thank you very much for your first presentation dedicated to Poland. Well, my presentation is dedicated, or my paper is dedicated to the Estonian case, which I found really interesting, and the title of my presentation is "Stabilizing Estonian Neo-Militant Democracy Despite the Pandemic." So basically, I focus on the changes, on basic assumptions related to neo-militant democracy in Estonia, and then I added some facts, some things, some issues that we have observed in Estonia since the outbreak of the ongoing pandemic in the world, right? So, I analyzed the Estonian system at 4 levels. The first one is dedicated to the Estonian party system and the functioning of this political nation. The second level is dedicated to the election law, the decision-making process, and the sovereignty of the political nation. The third level was devoted to the possibility of deliberation in decision-making processes, and finally, the fourth one was dedicated to the role of institutions guaranteeing the sovereignty of the political nation. And beginning with the first level, the Estonian party system is, we can say that it's characterized by stability and transparency of rules. So it's a very, if we can say, it's not a very. I think it's not the best word to describe the system, but it's pretty basic, I think, transparent, and it meets like the standard criteria given for democratic countries, for democratic systems. In this case, for example, the main act was approved in 1994, but since then the Estonian parliament has amended this act a few times. The last time was in 2014, For example, in 2014, they lowered the number of the minimal number of citizens who have to support the application for the registration of a new political party. So before that, it had been 1,000. A minimal number was 1,000 of citizens, and right now it's around 500. So, well, it's a big, I would say, it's a big difference once you bear in mind that in Estonia we have 1.5 million people only, and even with 1,000 citizens, it's really hard to establish a new political party. So, well, basically at this level, I found no threat to the neo-militant democracy in Estonia, and the system seems to function well. Although there is one problem, and the problem is that there are no political parties for the Russian-speaking minority. So they are not represented directly in the parliament. Well, there are some parliamentarians who are members of the, let's say, Estonian parties, but there is no political party for this Russian-speaking minority. But it's something we can discuss later. With the election law, there were some changes in the electoral law, although they were like very minor. And again, here the biggest problem and the biggest issues was with the elimination, a practical elimination of a big part of a political nation from the decision-making process. Namely, there is a huge group of unregistered voters, or people who are registered in Estonia, but they are not citizens at the same time. Actually, well, in practice, from the legal point of view, these people are stateless. No surprise, they are all Russian-speaking. Again, most of them are Russian-speaking members of this minority. And again, even with the European Union, it's pretty hard to change the situation on the ground. Although the Estonian authorities have so far modified the system. For example, they offered citizenship to children of these people, and there was a rule: if the children were aged less than 15. Then it was automatic, and all these children became Estonian citizens. But we have a bizarre situation in which you may have parents who were born in Estonia, who grew up in Estonia, who live all their lives in Estonia, and they have kids. These parents are not Estonian citizens, but their kids are. So it's a bizarre situation, I would say. But at least as long as they are under 18, there is a guarantee that nobody will expel these people from Estonia. Well, I haven't found any information about any case like that somebody was expelled from the Estonian state. However, I would not claim that there was no such a case. I simply didn't find any. The third one, and that's the one which I found the most interesting from the, let's say, pandemical point of view, because at this level we have this. I analyzed the possibility of deliberation in decision-making processes. So basically, I focus on subordination of the mass media to the ruling party, and there is actually nothing bad we can say about the authorities, with one exception: when the far-right party EKRE came to power in 2019, some members of this right-wing party tried to provoke some social groups, and they were offending members of some minorities. They were, for example, offending members of the Russian-speaking minority. They were offending members of the LGBT minority, and so on and so on. Right. So. In this case, there were some cases in which, well, they tried to use this leverage and it was visible in the content of the media. some editors-in-chief of that was the case of Postpandemicznym newspaper, if I remember correctly. For example, the editor-in-chief was forced to leave his position because, well, he didn't want to publish what they wanted him to publish there, and so on and so on. So there was only one case that we could say that there was a kind of, well, attempt. There was an attempt to subordinate mass media to the ruling party. Actually, one of them, because we have a coalition government in Estonia, and it's a minor partner in this government. What I should stress here. Well, with combating terrorism, in this, I will come to that in a second, because it's connected with the freedom of assembly right now. So what we can observe in Estonia during the ongoing pandemic is that the Estonian authorities, it was in March 2020, it came as a big surprise. Well, Estonia was, or still is, probably a party to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights of 1966. It also signed the first optional protocol to this covenant. And on this basis, for example, the Estonian citizens can submit petitions to the Human Rights Committee. But surprisingly, last March, at the very beginning, I should say, at the very beginning of the pandemic, Estonia derogated from Article 21 of this covenant, and officially it was the consequence of the expanding COVID-19 pandemic. Well, in this case, the Estonian government clearly declared that all public gatherings were prohibited. In addition, what is more, Estonia derogated from Article 11 of the 1950 European Convention on Human Rights, which governs freedom of assembly and association. And in my opinion, these derogations may influence the final rating from the independent observers in the future, like Freedom House, for example. We haven't. We have noticed something in our research or in the project of Professor Jan Narak, so and Professor Becker. So in our project, we observed something, but it's I would say too early to come to any substantial conclusions in this case. But anyway, I would say that there is a threat, because in such situations there is always a well-founded fear that the government may take advantage of the pandemic situation to restrict the right of assembly. Well, unfortunately, we do not have to look for examples really far away from Poland, because that's what we can observe here. Like the latest news is that right now, officially the freedom of assembly is guaranteed. However, there are very harsh restrictions still imposed. So, for example, officially, it is possible to organize an assembly, and it will be legal if there is not more than 10 people attending it. And well, for example, you can according to the governmental website, you can organize such a gathering in front of a museum, in front of a worship center, like a church, for example, or at any other place. But there is no word about, for example, protests, social protests, or anything like that. These still are forbidden. They are still prohibited, and they are not. You cannot reorganize them in Estonia. And the question is what the future will bring, and if the situation will change. Let's say in fall of 2021, when the situation is more or less under control. And finally, the fourth level, which is dedicated to the role of institutions guaranteeing the sovereignty of political nation, and in this case, independence of the judiciary. So contrary to the Polish case, we can say that the judiciary is really independent and impartial in its rulings, and well, I haven't noticed any marginalization or extension of the role of watchdogs, and they are pretty active, although one of my reviewers asked me a question in February about the Russian, the watchdogs, which observe the situation of the non-Estonian minorities, like especially the Russian-speaking minority. And in this case, we can say that some NGOs, especially local NGOs, take care of these people, and they organize courses of Estonian language for free and so on. So there are some changes, but I would like to stress the fact that these changes are at the local level, and they are initiated by NGOs. There is no, as far as I know, it's not a part of the official Estonian policy. Well, in conclusion, I would say that there are no significant threats to the sovereignty of the political nation in Estonia. In the last decade, the executive and legislative bodies have taken a number of steps to strengthen democratic standards in Estonia. However, there is a need to ensure equal access to the decision-making process for members of the Russian-speaking minority. Well, the epidemic threat has already caused serious restrictions. I would say that we should, independent observers should pay attention to these derogations, which I mentioned in my presentation, especially to the derogation from the 1915 European Convention on Human Rights, because it's not something. It's not a. I would say this solution was quite unusual. I haven't heard of similar steps in any other democratic country, but yeah, please correct me or tell me more once we come to this Q&A session. So, well, there are no significant elements characteristic of quasi-militant democracy in Estonia, which is quite clear here. I would say that even compared to other countries in the region of Central and Eastern Europe, the sovereignty of the political people in Estonia appears to be the best secured and least threatened. Well, the facts and data show that the Estonian system is still an example of, some scholars call it the defensive democracy, and there is no major risk of its transformation into a quasi-militant democracy. However, it doesn't change the fact that we should not pay attention to what is going on there. Let me remind you that even 5 years ago, well, Poland was still an example of a successful state which managed to transform its political system. The same was with Hungary. So although Estonia is still the leader, it doesn't mean that something is given for forever and that it will never change. So that's all for the moment. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for uncovering and accounting for the consolidation of neo-militant democracy in Estonia. I'm sure that we will have many questions to you. But for now, let's move on towards Maciej Skrzypak's presentation. Maciej will tell us about the possibilities to resist adopting quasi-militant democracy means during the pandemic. And he will focus on the case study of the Czech Republic. Maciej, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Thank for the opportunity to present results of my research about the militant democracy in Czech Republic, the reflection about the crisis of liberal democracy in pandemic age needs an approach which explore the possibilities to resist against decision which reduce the level of the sovereignty of the political nation. In the catalogue of these measures, called illiberal, we can find pandemic restriction and, what is more important, their consequences or real intention of government attempts to expand power by representatives of executive power. In my work, I try proof that Czechia is an interesting case where members of the political nation could resist against the illiberal decision, which were classified as quasi-militant democracy means. In my presentation, I will discuss this phenomena and point out which factors and why these factors guarantee effective undermining quasi-militant democracy means. For better understanding this phenomena, it is necessary to discuss government response to pandemic. Prime Minister Andrej Babis continued his technocratic strategy of public governance. So in Czechia, according to expert statement, response to pandemic based on swift and aggressive measures. First of them adopted on 20th March, when Parliament authorizing declaring a state of emergency. In next days, the government decided to resist certain rights and freedom, inter alia the restriction about entry to and leave the Czechia territory, banning public gatherings, and restrictions on free movement in Czechia. Moreover, authority states decide to postpone a supplementary election to Senate, what was an interference to process of election representatives of the political nation. The state of emergency ended on 17th May, and some restrictions endured, what shown on this diagram. How you can see that after a few months of stabilization pandemic situation in Czechia, since October, Czechia deal with the second wave of pandemic, more dramatic than the spring wave of coronavirus pandemic. So, in the face of the growing numbers of coronavirus cases, authority states decide to declare a state of emergency case. Beyond mentioned restrictions on freedom and rights, in March 2020, ruling camp reorganized and reduced numbers and reorganize work of parliamentary. This decision limited opportunities to resist and reject some executive power decision and reduced an opportunity to presenting statement by members of the legislative institution. This decision was crucial to governing by resolution by the government without agree of parliament in the condition of the state of emergency. Moreover, in the same time, ruling camp blocked access to public information for journalists, which criticized their decision, what was obviously violating freedom of the press. In this place, it is necessary to point that since 2013, media which belongs to media house Mafra are dependent on Prime Minister, who is CEO of chemistry company Mafra, media house chemistry company Agrofert. So media house Mafra belongs to Agrofert. So the illiberal governance in Czechia was continuing during the second state of emergency. Beyond adopting restrictions and changes on the work of parliamentary government, present in February 2021 a draft on new act after rejecting prolonging a state of emergency by parliament. In this act, which was passed in the same month, governments gave extraordinary power to Minister of Health, which can impose some restrictions without duty declaring a state of emergency. In practice, these provisions allow the governments to replace a constitutional state of emergency by new kind of it without agree of parliament. In next part of my presentation, I shortly discuss 3 examples of resist against quasi-militant democracy means during the first year of pandemic in Czechia. Firstly, independent media reported chaotic governance by government and verified ruling camp's decision. After publishing several criticized articles about this governance, ruling camp decided to blocking access to public information for some journalists. Despite it, they didn't give up and continued their journalistic investigation to exist pressure to endure some restrictions. Secondly, on 21st April 2020, municipal courts in Prague recognized that some restriction was illegal, inter alia closing larger shop or restrictions about free movement in Czechia. Ruling camp didn't endure them immediately, but this judgment may be basis to undermine restriction in the future. Finally, it is worth to discuss a parliamentary opposition attempt to rejecting some restrictions and illiberal decision. During the first wave of pandemic, they announced the intention to bring the travel ban to constitutional review and preparing complaint to Constitutional Court, but left this idea after a few weeks. In February 2021, opposition in parliament rejecting reauthorizing a state of emergency. Nevertheless, ruling camp adopt a new kind of state of emergency, what I mentioned. In this diagram, you can see the relation between stringency index, constructed by research team which conduct project Our World in Data at University of Oxford, and level of possibilities to resist against restrictions. This orange line show the level of possibilities to resist against restrictions and the antinomy of the stringency index. When stringency index rising, the possibilities of resist increasing, and what is shown on this diagram, despite high level of stringency, the members of political nation, thanks work of independent media, courts, and parliamentary opposition, could oppose using quasi-militant democracy instruments. Going to summary my research, allow me to formulate some conclusion. Firstly, illiberal turn in Czechia, which was detailed explored by Petra Guasti, didn't reduce the independence of courts and media, except this media which belongs to Mafra Media House. Moreover, undermining some restrictions was a result of high level of self-organization by civil society, which demand a transparency of governing. According to courts, the independence is a result of adopting during consolidation of democracy in Czechia after political transition a mechanism of tripartite division of power. This mechanism is effective. Civil society reaction on the restriction and and work of mentioned institution were proof of existing effective measures of militant democracy in Czechia. Moreover, it's confirmed Max Stewer's thesis about the relation between militant democracy and values of political nation. An effective militant democracy exists when political community respect rules, values of liberal democracy, and agree that for protection democracy needs a special instruments to combat these enemies. And finally, Czechia case allow me to formulate thesis that rescue for democratic systems in pandemic age are independent media and court, which may undermine this liberal decision of executive power. Crucial for development situation in Czechia will be incoming parliamentary election. Probably during the campaign before this election in October, ruling elites endure some restrictions to regain social trust, which lost during the first year of pandemic. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Maciej, for sharing with us your research results. I strongly recommend you write them down and publish in a very good academic outlet. And I'm also sure that I will have a lot of questions to your research. However, now we'll focus on the following presentation by Kamila Rezmer-Plotka. Kamila will tell us about the Bulgarian drift from neo to quasi-militant democracy. And Kamila will also pay attention to the role of the pandemic in the movement towards quasi-militant democracy and the development of its essential features in Bulgaria. Kamila, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Joanna. Since Karl Loewenstein's used category of militant democracy for the first time, socio-political conditions have changed significantly. Bulgaria is a good example of how the idea of a system defending against enemies of democracy has been distorted. In this case, the system solutions and the measures taken lead to the self-destruction of the system, even though it was to be protected. Corruption and oligarch influence are factors that contribute significantly to the perpetuation of quasi-militant democracy structures. In this case, in case Bulgaria, decisions and measures taken democratically depend on actors outside the political scheme. In this way, they are actions that are illegal and exclude sovereignty of political nation. After the first major crisis in the European Union, namely the financial crisis, it has been observed that democracies take over the characteristics of non-democratic means. In the case of pandemic, it is only feasible to make predictions. It is not yet possible to determine how far-reaching the restrictions and the lockdowns applied by member states European Union will have. In Bulgaria, due to oligarchic influence and the high rate of corruption, measures specific to quasi and neo-militant democracy are increasingly being applied. A state that has typically been considered a semi-consolidated democracy is increasingly taking action that leads to the self-destruction of the system through democratic institutions, for example, through a judiciary dependent on political and non-political influence. This is also facilitated by the politicization of the media and the filling of oligarchs in important positions. Oligarchs control key areas in Bulgaria, and the extent of their influence is difficult to determine ambiguously. Furthermore, there are allegations that the European Union passively supports the process of oligarchization and corruption spread, as it favors politicians who use pro-Western discourse. For example, of course, first of all, it is about exploiting the fears of parts of society from the power of Russia because of Bulgaria's geopolitical position. Moreover, despite the many anti-government protests that have been taking place over the years, the ruling government is still the most significant. In Bulgaria, nationalist rhetoric is visible and extreme views are revealed not only in political campaigns, but also in everyday political rhetoric. Populist discourse also leads to divisions between pro-Russian and pro-West supporters. On the other side, politicians use these divisions and fears to gain power and pursue the interests of their political parties. During the wave of anti-government demonstrations, one of the most spectacular protests was the one that took place in Sofia following a parliamentary meeting on proposed constitutional changes. The changes proposed by Prime Minister Borisov's party was a way to extend the term of his cabinet. In this case, the protests and attempts to amend the constitution can be seen as one of the results of the long-running process of Bulgaria's drift towards quasi-militant democracy. The corona crisis has brought new limitations to civil rights and freedoms, which has begun a new phase of changes within a political regime. However, the crisis situation requires exceptional measures that are difficult to clearly classify as abuses or actions justified by security. It is only in retrospect that it will be possible to assess which of the restrictions were justified and which constitute solely the realities of the governing interests. As Joanna Rak points out in the event of a pandemic, the legal and political structures of quasi-militant democracy were supposed to provide security at a time of crisis. The government could justify actions in line with anti-democratic tendencies present before the crisis by an exceptional situation and convince that people that all resistance was pointless. The crisis situation can thus become a good way of justifying anti-democratic actions, which would normally be significantly impeded or impossible. To sum up, semi-consolidated democracy is one that has both democratic institutions and regime-specific procedures, but they are relatively often violated. Therefore, until now, the use of this category for Bulgaria was justified. However, at present, trend specific to quasi-militant democracy can be observed. The latter category then means a regime which uses democratic institutions and existing procedures within the system to progressively implement elements of an authoritarian regime and create appearances of action in accordance with existing legal means. Thus, within the category of quasi-militant democracy, the regime itself becomes the enemy, which contrasts to the category of militant democracy, according to which the enemy is anyone considered a threat to the democratic system. And in this way, governments use democratic tools to self-destruct the democracy regime. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Kamila, for exposing the mechanism behind that drift towards quasi-militant democracy in Bulgaria. I'm sure that you also have to address some questions because it was very interesting, and I believe that people would like to delve analytically into the analytical planes that you've already discussed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And from general to more specific issues, now I will concentrate on the processes of disciplining the defenders of democracy as a way to the post-pandemic quasi-militant democracy in Poland. So my presentation will aim to uncover how the Polish government and its subservient organizations erected a political methodology that legitimized the departure from liberal democracy towards its quasi option as a new form of sacred in the populist discourse during the pandemic. And I assume that this conjecture rests on the assumption that political myths allowed the state actors to justify and explain the implementation of anti-democratic measures. And the sacred appeared in political myths, which proved efficient in mobilizing support for their undermining liberal democracy, as well as provided the quasi-militant democracy with a degree of stability. The secondary goal of my paper is to reveal to what extent the political myths created and distributed by the state authors met the criteria of the sacred produced within contemporary populist discourses. So today I'll address two questions. First, what types of political myths were used to account for the implementation of anti-democratic measures, and how were these myths used to legitimize quasi-militant democracy? And please pay attention to the fact that while the first question delves analytically into the structure of political mythology produced within the state discourse, the second one concentrates on the practical use of political myths and processes of manifesting the sacred. And in my research, I use the intertextual qualitative document analysis of text distributed by state actors spanning the period from the detection of coronavirus in Poland up until the lifting of lockdown measures. I've covered only the first wave of the pandemic in Poland. And I will shed light on the nature of the discursive legitimacy of the measures during this first wave of the pandemic. And I've included into the corpus of sources three types of discourses, three types of sources. The first one comes from the government's official website, which was a primary source of information about the government's policy towards combating the coronavirus. And this first set includes a verified government Twitter profile run by Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki, who is directly responsible for new regulations. And the second set covers official websites and Twitter profiles of law enforcement, mainly the police and the Warsaw police. And importantly, the former presented news from the whole state, whereas the latter was directly responsible for securing public gatherings considered illegal during the pandemic. And its police officer statements contributed to the state-authorized vision of relationships between police and society. And finally, the third set of sources comprises materials released by TVP Info, the most opinion-forming state media. And these partisan media broadcasted government's press conferences, reported statements and interviews with representatives of the ruling camp while supporting their claims. So due to a substantial range of media influence, the government could reach out to a wider public. And these were the most significant theoretical methodological assumptions that were behind my research. Now I'll focus on conclusions. So first, by creating a populist political methodology, the government and its subservient organizations legitimized quasi-militant democracy as a new form of the sacred. And these political myths were to justify a departure from existing, though waning, democratic structures. And the conspiracy myth established social divisions and produced effects along with the interrelated myth of savior, unity, and golden age. The external existence of hostile forces that knowingly and deliberately harmed the majority justify the creation of social divisions that were crucial to produce a new vision of the pandemic-driven world. And here it is worth emphasizing that these divisions resulted from a specific attitude towards the government and its regulations. And within the scope of the divisions, the others who expressed disregard for health and life were excluded from the community. And here I'd like to emphasize that conciliation with such a total enemy was deemed impossible. And furthermore, the others generated anxiety, uncertainty, and insecurity. On the other hand, the government took the role of a savior whose mission was to deliver Poles from the hostile forces' negative influence. And here, the threat came from within, not from the outside, which somehow heightened fears of social integration and joint initiatives. And even more importantly, such a prospect could weaken the potential of civil society. Moreover, the legal and political structures of quasi-militant democracy were supposed to provide security at a time of crisis. Also, the government could justify actions in line with anti-democratic tendencies that were present before the crisis by an exceptional situation and convince the people that all resistance was pointless. Also, Poles had to and desired to submit to the savior's will according to the narration. And they desired, in order to deserve a reward, social and economic help, and avoid the punishment of exclusion from the community. So please pay attention to the fact that the fact of exclusion was treated as a kind of punishment here. And also, the unity myth was based on the vision of Poles who were the government's followers and exposed and reported transgressions for the good of the whole community. And here, within the framework of this method, it is important to stress out that a factor that united citizens and allowed them to become the people resulted from the Golden Age myth. So all the limitations to which Poles complied and the denunciatory actions they took for the benefit of the community were oriented towards achieving the ultimate goal of a strong state, providing social and economic security unique in the post-pandemic world. And the set of myths produced and distributed by the state subjects provided a coherent and comprehensive picture of cause and effect relationships during the pandemic. And to sum up, I'd like to underline that such research on the nature of political mythology and myths distributed by political subjects allow us to understand the ways quasi-militant democracy is legitimized here in the case of COVID-driven Poland. And the structure of political mythology uncovered the nature and the essential features of populist rhetoric. This was an efficient way to win support and produce a new form of the sacred. And finally, it is important to trace the dynamics of the political myth in order to see the drifts that from neo to quasi-militant democracy in the scope of distributed political thought structures. Thank you very much for your attention and listening to my presentation. And since it was the last presentation during our panel, it is my great pleasure to open the discussion. And now it is the right moment to ask questions, any questions you may have. Yeah, we have the first question by Midaugas Jurkinas. The floor is yours. You can ask question now.
I didn't want to ask the question. It was just an applause for the presentation. So I cancel my request. There was no even a request. I'm just waiting for my panel to start. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much for the clarification. No problem. Maciej?
Thank you. I have one question to Professor Becker. Dear Professor, do you think that we can find some symptoms of incoming authoritarian turn in Poland before 2015? It's mentioned by you avoiding imposing no-militant democracy instruments, especially I think about the symptoms, especially in the social structure in Poland.
Thank you so much, Maciej, for asking. Roman, would you mind take a challenge of dealing with this question, please?
Thank you very much. It is only a simplification if we speak about social structures. I spoke about political regime, not about political structure, social structure. If we take the main features of authoritarianism, we can speak about fulfilled main from that in Poland after 2018. I suppose the main feature is destruction of rule of law and marginalization of public opinion. Second one is extremely emotional language in public sphere, not in public discourse, because discourse is not exist. And from the reason, I suppose we can speak about authoritarian breakdown after 2018 in political regime structures. But if we observe Polish society, we can speak about another process. It is a very non-conformistic opposition against the ruling party. It is opposition and lack of acceptance rules typical for authoritarianism. For instance, if in Russia, judge gave an order from governor or from Putin, you should to decide about prison for my opponent, the judge decide it without doubts. In Poland, the level of fight against new rules is so great, and it is impossible to speak about full realization, typical authoritarian rules. For instance, typical for prerogative state. It is very complicated situation, extremely after May 1990, after failed presidential election, when a start of very rapid process of bifurcation ruling camp. And now the ruling camp have no possibility to effective policy making. And from the reason, I suppose we can speak about many levels of changing political regime, political system, and political structure at all. Thank you very much for your question. It is very fruitful.
Thank you so much for addressing the question. And do we have any further questions? I believe that the papers were self-explanatory and self-evident. Okay, so
can I have one remark? It is not exactly a question. We discussed with Przemek about notion of political nation. I suppose in our meaning of the word, it is in another category as in legal studies. In legal studies, political nation is similar with all citizens with votes rights. For me, political nation is all people, all men, all women and men have possibility to make a decision with full awareness, with subjectivity. Only subject can create political nation. And from the reason, in each society, we can defer political nation and another part of the society, and between them, gray zone with unpredictable behavior. It is only a remark and maybe a start of discussion, not only with Przemek.
Thank you so much for sharing with us your remark. I believe that we all will make use of it in extending our conceptual and theoretical frameworks that will be of use in our future research. And I wish we all could improve our research thanks to your remark. Thank you very much for it. Do we have any further questions or remarks?
I just wanted to add that because we discussed also another issue with Professor Becker, the one connected with the let's say exclusion of the Russian-speaking minority in Estonia. So, well, from my point of view, it was contrary. It is contrary to democratic values. So, in my opinion, it weakens the democratic system. While Roman, you, as far as I remember, you promoted the idea that actually we could also observe, or we could also analyze this, let's say, this factor from another angle, right? That it could be seen as a feature strengthening the system, right? If I remember correctly.
Because Russian-speaking minority in Estonia, in my mind, are not subject. And from the reason they are not part of political nation in my sense, in my meaning. And from the reason we can speak about more possibility to create sovereignty political nation in Estonia.
But at the same time, okay, but the assumption would be that these people, I cannot say citizens, right? So that's why I don't know which word I should use. So
denizens.
Yeah. So they cannot. Okay, they do not participate. In elections except for local elections. So they have nothing to say at the national level, but still they live in this country. Most of them were born in Estonia, and I think that there is. I agree that we can analyze it from this perspective, but we can also say that that we should not assume that these people will do something contrary to the state of affairs, something against the Estonian state, meaning that they will be loyal to the Russian Federation and that they will harm the system doing something against the Estonian state, right? Or to put it bluntly, that they will not be loyal to the state. I just wonder if we have Latvia is the Russian minority in Latvia is much bigger than in Estonia, and still there are tensions. But still, even in Latvia, I think these people are more and more loyal to the Latvian state than, for example, in the 1990s, especially the young generation. Right?
I suppose it is more complicated situation as typical white-black division, but it is no problem with loyalty to Russia or to Estonia. It is a problem with subjectification of Russian-speaking people in Estonia or in Latvia or in Lithuania. I suppose the level of subjectivity of Russian-speaking people is lower as typical for Estonian native people.
I understand.
Thank you so much for the exchange of ideas related to the role of minorities in the political nation. And Maciej.
Thank you. I would back to approach Professor Becker about the classification members of the political nation. I totally agree that we can't classification political members only citizens who have passive or active rights to vote. I think we should think about the members of the political nation as members, citizens, members who have effective impact on the political process, decision process in democracy. Because I think we can agree that in the condition of the quasi-militant democracy, the main aim of the election is the emerged ruling elites in not equal chance of of election. The Poland case is the best example of reducing possibilities to undermine some decision and conducting elections in equal chance. And I think the conclusion, we can't reduce liberal democracy to the process of election. Thank you.
Thank you so much for presenting your view and commenting the Roman's definition. Do we have any further remarks or questions? No. Thank you very much for accepting the invitation to participate in our today's panel. It was a great pleasure to discuss with you the results of your research. And I hope that we'll have the opportunity to work together on future papers very soon, and also meet at least via Zoom or MS Teams online and share our research results. So thank you very much once again, and see you very soon.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Can I say a few words?
Sure.
It is a pleasure for me, and I suppose for another participant, to be introduced into so valid panel. And I suppose it is a good occasion to initiate another meeting, our research team, and it will be good occasion after acceptation of our proposal of book. It should be soon, and I suppose on first days of May, it will be good time to meet once again, if we agree.
You suggest we shouldn't make plans for the May weekend because we'll have to correct our papers.
In Grill.
Okay, challenge accepted.
But we may meet after weekends, first May weekend.
So after making revisions. Sure, I believe that we'll still in touch. We'll keep the whole team in the loop concerning the results, and we are in touch via email and also on MS Teams. So I'm sure that we will meet very soon. Thank you, Roman, for your brilliant remarks.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, is anybody here? Does anybody know when the panel number 9 starts?
Hello. Please, you have to be patient.
Hello?
Hello. Can I help
When does
you?
our panel start?
The next panel is 6:30.
I mean the local time.
Yes.
Oh, in 1 hour. Okay, okay, okay,
Yes.
okay. I get it. There's a time difference now. I see. It's a time difference. Fine. So it's later.
You have to
Okay.
wait.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dzień dobry.
Dzień dobry.
Panie profesorze, szanowni państwo, tylko powiem jeszcze w przerwie, że wciąż trwa transmisja. My cały czas jesteśmy na żywo, tylko po prostu na razie nas słychać, a nie widać obrazu. O godzinie 18:30 rozpocznie się panel. Wtedy jeszcze raz państwa pewnie przywitam i dam znać, że już jest wszystko gotowe. Panel trwa do godziny 20:30 i prosiłbym o trzymanie się tego czasu. Na razie się rozłączam i za 7 minut się jeszcze raz zobaczymy. Panie profesorze, szanowni państwo, tylko powiem jeszcze w przerwie, że wciąż trwa transmisja. My cały czas jesteśmy na żywo, tylko po prostu na razie nas słychać, a nie widać obrazu. O godzinie 18:30 rozpocznie się panel. Wtedy jeszcze raz państwa pewnie przywitam i dam znać, że już jest wszystko gotowe. Panel trwa do godziny 20:30 i prosiłbym o trzymanie się tego czasu. Na razie się rozłączam i za 7 minut jeszcze raz zobaczymy. Panie profesorze, szanowni państwo, tylko powiem jeszcze w przerwie, że wciąż trwa transmisja. My cały czas jesteśmy na żywo, tylko po prostu...
Hi guys, how are you doing?
We're good, we're good.
And the situation.
Yaroslav, I was wondering, is it possible to make presentation, wait for some questions, and to leave the conference?
Yeah, so it's up to us actually how we structure. Oh, hello, Olga. I guess you are in a hurry, aren't you? Then.
Well, yes, I have I have other thing also in the evening, so I thought I could do the presentation. Then, you know, if there are any questions or comments, I could respond to them, and then I would.
Yeah, well, so then let me suggest, because it's up to us how we use the time slot we have, that we will then have well, a presentation and just up to 10 minutes maximum for questions, and okay. Well, that shall let you go in case you are in a hurry. Yeah, I believe that's probably the best solution.
I even mixed up the time. I thought it's 6:30 Lithuanian time, so I was ready 1 hour ago.
Oh.
And then I realized nobody's there, and then I said, shit, that must be, you know, the Polish time. And it's like, okay, 1 more hour to go.
So. Yeah, as far as I remember, they have even included this information in one of the emails.
Yes.
That it's like the Central European time, so like the Warsaw time, to avoid confusion.
Yeah, I know. The blame is all on me. I mean, silly me. I should have noted, but somehow didn't realize that.
Yeah. Okay, there is some problem on my side.
This is not problem for me because I have these wonderful lectures with Polish students every Monday. And I'm absolutely prepared to go from my time to Polish time and vice versa.
And vice versa.
And actually, this is the time to say you how your students are wonderful. I like them very much.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much for this possibility.
Here, the blame is on Łukasz. He was, of course, the one.
I'm
sorry.
Привет, Лукаш.
Привет.
Как ты?
Да, ну все нормально. Вот как слышал, когда вы говорите насчет того, что есть разница времени, ну, Миндаугас, час это небольшая проблема. Мы, к счастью, сегодня очень внимательно смотрели за нашим профессором с Иркутска, а то у него 6 часов разницы. Так что когда мы завершали, это было в 3 часа, когда мы завершали панель, ну, да нет, в 4, когда мы завершали панель, тогда он уже скоро, ну, просто в кровать шел, потому что там почти после 22 было, так что сейчас еще поучиться.
Where is our girls from Lviv?
There was one, I saw Mariana.
Yeah,
she was here.
Yeah, she is here, but
she was here. She connected several minutes ago.
So we have all our participants or not, or we wait for some
no, we are
guys, girls.
I guess everyone is in here. We still have 2 minutes. So is there anything of organizational nature we need to fix? No, just a matter of how.
I have my presentation in PowerPoint. Can I somehow put it online? I mean, put it on the screen or?
Would you share screen with us?
Yeah, the solution shall be that in the bottom line there is this green button, share screen.
Yeah.
So you shall have your presentation open on your computer, and when there is your time, you can simply click on this and then share your screen. In case of difficulties, we shall get some assistance from.
No, it should work fine.
Yeah,
we use different platforms. Sometimes we upload sometimes we share screen. It depends. So I was just wondering how it's fixed, or how is it set in this case, because I guess that the moderator of the panel is the host who has a right to allow the presenter to share the screen. Because if I want to share the screen now, it says you cannot start screen share while the others participant is sharing. So
well, actually
please try because
it doesn't work.
It doesn't work now.
It will be me, Łukasz, and Tomasz moderating the panel, but the host is somebody from the technical staff of our faculty.
Yeah, but today when was the panel configuration, my mogli включать zrazu. My niczego takiego nie działali. A popróbuj jeszcze raz.
No, Łukasz, it doesn't work in this.
Nie wiem, nie mogę nic tu zrobić.
Okej,
ale może potem później wszystko będzie. No poczekamy trochę.
Najprawdopodobniej jest to związane z tym, że ja udostępniam na razie ekran. My szporujemy ekran, dlatego
właśnie.
Jest blokada u Państwa.
No właśnie, już chciałem Macieja wzywać. Okej, spoko.
Jest godzina 18:30, więc jeszcze raz dobry wieczór, good evening. Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie. Ja tu jestem odpowiedzialny za pomoc techniczną, więc w razie problemów będę cały czas podczas Państwa spotkania. Będę miał wyłączoną kamerkę i wyłączony mikrofon, ale będę, więc w razie czego proszę wołać. Nie przedłużając, oddaję Państwu już antenę. Jesteśmy na żywo na YouTubie, na kanale Wydziału Nauk Politycznych i Dziennikarstwa UAM, więc szanowni Państwo, owocnych obrad. Panel trwa do godziny 20:30.
Dziękujemy.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is my role to welcome everyone. First of all, warm welcome to all the panel participants. We will be working within the panel number 9 on the Black Baltic Sea region at the time of pandemic, concentrating on old problems and new challenges. Let me then welcome our speakers. We will have a strong team participating in the Baltic Black Sea Connection project. Especially Professor Olga Brusilowska from the Odessa National State University in Ukraine. The next speaker will be Professor Mindaugas Jurkinas from the Vytautas Magnus University, or Kaunas University in Lithuania. The next person will be Marianna Gladish, Professor Marianna Gladish. She, together with Professor Oksana Krajewska, both from the National University of Lviv in Ukraine, will be presenting their paper. The fourth contribution will be again a joint contribution prepared by Professor Tomasz Brańka, Professor Łukasz Donaj, and myself, Jarosław Jańczak, all three of us from the Adam Mickiewicz University. Before we start, just a couple of further information. As we have already heard, there is our, speakers team present here on the Zoom platform. But at the same time, this panel, similarly to the rest of the conference, is recorded and broadcasted live online. So in YouTube channel, we, I guess, have some further audience that would be also able to participate, at least listening, maybe also posing questions and so on. Further, this panel, as already mentioned, is a part of disseminating project results, our project Baltic Black Sea Connection, a group of scholars, I guess we will hear a little bit more during various presentations, working together on the space between both seas and political, economic, social, cultural processes that might be observed. They're thinking on regionalism in there. Most of the contributions that we will hear today, they have already been published, or at least the text, the presentation will be related to have been published. I will try to show the book published last year, Baltic Black Sea Regionalism, Patchworks and Networks at Europe's Eastern Margins, published by Springer Verlag. Everyone who is interested in getting to know a little bit more is warmly welcome to take a look. And then finally, about the organization of the panel, we have, as already said, 4 papers. I would ask our speakers to limit yourself to more or less 15-20 minutes. And then after each of the presentations, we will have some minutes directly after for questions, so about 10 minutes maximum for questions, discussion, and so on. As we are working online, but I was thinking to get some more traditional element to our panel, I just found this traditional bell at home, and let me use it just to kindly signal that you're approaching your 20 minutes time limit. So 3 minutes before this deadline, I will just gently try to ring the bell. Okay, I guess there is no further organizational remarks, and we could move to first of our papers, Professor Brusilowska and Russian World in the Black Sea region, the case of Ukraine. Professor Brusilowska, shall we start?
Yes, I am here. Once more, thank you for coming, and thank you for this possibility to share my work with you once more, because as Jarosław Jańczak said, we are really very good team, and I hope we will cooperate in near future. And I try to share my screen with you. So, is it okay? Did you? Okay. So this is a topic of my article wrote with my colleague Sergei Glebov, but unfortunately he is not here, and therefore I talk only about my part of this big research. And first of all, I want to say that if we talk today about new and old problems, I think Russian world is rather old, but very important for today's topic. And I suppose our in conclusion might be interesting and might be something new for you. And I want to say that, first of all, there are a lot of researchers on the same topic, not only in Ukraine, but abroad. But I prefer to use, first of all, Ukrainian researchers because unfortunately, the big part of Ukrainian researchers wrote in Ukrainian and therefore unknown for wider community of researchers in Europe and USA. And therefore, in my literature review, I talk first of all about these Ukrainian written articles of my famous colleagues, contemporary Ukrainian scholars. And we can divide these Ukrainian works on several parts. Such scientists like Gramenko, Golovchenko, Doroshko talk first of all about foundations of Russian world as doctrinal part of Russia foreign policy, and that Russian world doctrine reflects first of all traditional Russian values and the means of land aggregation around Moscow. The second part of Ukrainian scientists talk about, first of all, phenomena of information manipulation that has become the cornerstone of aggressive Russian policy toward Ukraine. And this is really very important, but I think more important for the period before 2014. I think this is an important remark. And next part of works dedicated to a view of Russia on Ukraine, like artificial, first of all, state and Ukrainian language, like constructed artificial language. And they really think that Ukrainian language constitutes a threat to Ukraine, to Russian dominance in the Ukrainian information sphere and Ukrainian policy at all. And one of so good known phenomena, so-called Putin Westerners phenomena. And there is one very interesting article by Katerina Smogly about this phenomenon. And she wrote that such platforms as Valdai Discussion Club and Gorchakov Foundation Dialogue for the Future conferences complement Russia's effort and propagation think tanks, as well as noticeable fall of ethical standards in the Western scientific community, led to advent of this Putin Western phenomenon. And this is all about previous literature, and we can talk about the research question, and I formulated in the manner that how the concept of Russian would influence the evolution of our relations with Russia and how national identities became a part of modern hybrid war. And if we talk about Kremlin ideas and big theoretical schools, we need to understand that there are two big approaches. First approach, civilizational geopolitics, so-called Eurasianism. And in this case, Russia looks like a country with natural sphere of influence. But the opposite theoretical approach is so-called biopolitics or Russian world. And this approach emphasizes the establishment of family-type relation with so-called compatriots. And Alexander Dugin, Vladislav Surkov, Valery Gerasimov redesigned this Russian world approach, and they make Russian world as a central idea proposed to Kremlin, to Vladimir Putin, especially in relations with our country. And if we talk about Kremlin approach, tactics approach of Moscow, we need to understand that before 2014, it was rather traditional and based on four key elements: ignoring Kiev pro-Western policy, especially regarding NATO, provoking destabilization within Ukraine, deepening historical division of country, and as a result, restraining its movement toward NATO, using direct economic, social, and cultural pressure as instrument of foreign policy, and offering security assistance to Ukraine through various forms of cooperation. And we can understand when we see this slide that after 2014, this situation with traditional tactics really changed in very big scale. And if we remember famous Putin speech at the NATO summit in April 2008 in Bucharest, Putin hinted on this summit about Russia's plans to split Ukraine because, quoted, it is conglomerate of the territories belonging to other countries. There is 1/3 of ethnic Russians among the Ukrainian population. According to the official census, 17 million of its 45 million people are actually Russians. There are regions where the Russian population constitutes almost 100%. Let us say in Crimea. This is text of Putin's speech 2008. And we understand, of course, that these numbers present a distorted, absolutely distorted pictures, since there were no 17 million Russians in Ukraine, and their proportion is only 17% in 2008. Also, ethnic Russians in Crimea before the occupation constitute only about 58% of the population of the region. But this text of Putin's speech is really important as for me as a picture to these traditional tactics of Russia towards Ukraine. And if we talk about traditional instruments, we need to understand that in this respect, Kremlin media arsenal has been providing information support to Russian authorities, first of all, working closely with the Office of Press Service and Information of the President of Russian Federation for many years. And this arsenal included a state-controlled media holding, radio, TV station, and they are subsiding enterprises in the regions and in news agencies, printed media, and they work on so-called mainstream discourses. And among these discourses, we can see that Ukrainians and Ukrainian language again were invented in Austro-Hungarian Empire, that Ukrainian language is a mix of Polish and Russian. This is discourse about war against orthodoxy, and that people from Western Ukraine are behind all patriotic actions held in southeastern regions. This discourse is very important for Russia. And of course, at the same time, one more important discourse about Russians and Ukrainians as one nation, only with some nuances and peculiarities. And all these discourses is very popular during all period after 1991, but especially after Putin's coming to Kremlin. So in some terms, we can say that there is a war of narratives between Russia and Ukraine in 21st century. And one of the very important research belong to the group for the analysis of hybrid threats. And this group analyzed news policies during 2017-2018. And they singled out 6 basic narratives of modern Russian propaganda regarding Ukraine. And you can see that first narrative about a quarter, even more, all news in TV and paper media related to the thesis of an ongoing civil war in Ukraine. And they delegitimize Ukraine's armed forces. Second narrative presents Ukraine as not a real state. So delegitimize Ukrainian state authorities. A big part of materials mentioning Ukraine highlights Russia's extensive help to Donbass. These serves as evidence of Russian authorities' attempts to justify why Crimea was taken as a part of Russian vote, why Donbass was not. Explained analyst from the group of analysis of hybrid threats. Other narratives of Russian propaganda include the presentation of Ukraine as Russophobic state, where the Russian-speaking population is allegedly marginalized and ostracized. And finally, media create the image of Ukraine as Western marionette. This is the main biggest narratives. And of course, we are really interested to understand what was the point of no return in relations between Russia and Ukraine. And we can see that first big problem for Russia was Orange Revolution. In the eyes of Kremlin, this is a sort of color revolution. Then we can see Georgian 8-day war like a very important point in our relations, because during Russo-Georgian 8-day war, the relation between Ukraine and Russia deteriorated. New Ukrainian instruction for Russian Black Sea Fleet required that firstly, the fleet should obtain the permission to cross the Ukrainian borders. And then Russia firstly refused to fulfill them. And then Russia accused Ukraine in selling weapons to Georgia, and that members of UNA-UNSO has fought on Georgian side. Yes, I prefer 1 hour for speech. Sorry very much. So, and the last point, no return, 2013, our wall, their soft power, and what is more important, involving of hard power instruments. And we can say like about hard power instruments, about annexation of Crimea and creation this artificial People's Republic in Donbass. So this is a sort of deadlock in our relations, and our relations, of course, has a big international context, and you need to understand that Ukraine is not unique case. We have a lot of artificial conflicts in Central Asia, South Caucasus, because all this space look in the eyes of Kremlin like battlefield with collective West. And to conclusion, today we have a very high level of mutual distrust, especially because we were so close in the past. But in some way, this conflict gave us national idea, this idea of independence from Russia. And firstly, Ukrainian abandoned the traditionally passive role and stayed to be more active. And as for me, political elites and society in Russia obsessed by Ukraine, and Putin wants Ukraine, but as for me, he wants Ukraine to collapse itself, but not with hard instruments. And this is important for nowadays situation. Thank you for your patience.
Professor Bruslovska, thank you very much for this very informative overview of the game played between Ukraine and Russia in the Baltic Black Sea space. We have a short while, about maximum 10 minutes for questions, comments. Let me open the floor. Would anyone like to pose a question, make a comment, or maybe reference to what has been presented? In the meanwhile, I'm also taking a look at the YouTube channel, where our viewers also have a chance to pose questions. So far, there is no question. So let me start with our panelists. Do we have any questions?
Okay, I have one, if I may.
Yes, please do.
Something wrong with connection.
There is something.
Yeah, something wrong with the connection.
Try again.
Mindaugas, we see each other,
okay,
but you are suspended. But now you are back, I see.
Yes, yes. I also saw that that suspension, but not suspense. I have just an empirical question. Who are the supporters of Ukraine in Russia? Can you identify them? Are they intellectuals, certain media? I mean, I know that political elites of this kleptocratic regime are obsessed with Ukraine, and you said that society as well, but
Yes.
I somehow optimistically believe that there are people who support in Ukraine, and I wonder if it's possible to identify them.
I think, yes, there are people, maybe hundreds of people, but for Russia, it's not so big amount as we want, of course. And I think this is, of course, not a political elite, not even business elite in Russia, but of course, this is not media. Printed or online media. I think our biggest supporter in the sphere of art. And first of all, this is rock and roll singers, as you know. I don't know, is it important for nowadays situation when we have a Russian army on our borders? But of course, these singers is our very good friends. And if they in some kind influence thoughts of Russian youth, this is, I think, this is really very good. And I'm proud that all my life I like, for example, Andrei Makarevich or Boris Grebenshchikov songs, and they are supporters of Ukrainian independence. Thank you. I don't know more supporters in Russia.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the answer. Do we have further questions? I don't see any. As we still have a short while, let me pose one. Okay. Basically, when listening to your presentation, I was wondering, when thinking more conceptually, about limitations of the English language for the analysis you have done. Well, namely, well, what was present as the key concept in your speech was the concept of the Russian world. But then in the Russian language, there is more than one word, describing, well, the concept of Russianness, I would say. There is Ruski, there is Rossiyski, and so on and so on. Would you make maybe a comment briefly to which concept in the Russian language, or maybe also in Ukrainian language, the English concept of the Russian world is actually referring to, and what are the consequences of this?
The right, I think the right will be Ruski mir, not Российский мир. Because I don't know because, but this is true. We need to use only Ruski mir. In Ukrainian, Ruський світ, maybe. Actually, I don't know because even in our Ukrainian works, we prefer to put some Russian words, you know. So we don't translate Ruski mir. We put it in our texts. This is like tradition. For example, like in Gorbachev times, we put in our text without translation perestroika, glasnost, yes? And this is the case. So we put just Ruski mir.
Thank you for your answer.
Yeah.
Okay, I do not see any further questions. So, Professor Brusilovska, thank you once again for your speech. Thank you for your answers and comments. And let me suggest moving to second of our presentations today. So, Professor Mindaugas Jurkinas from Kaunas, and the Baltic world and beyond, the view of the Baltic presidents. This is the title of the presentation.
Okay, do you hear me well? Do you see me well? Does it
we
work?
Hear you well and we see you well.
Okay, sometimes I see the suspension and sometimes the sound quality goes a bit astray, but I hope that we will manage. So I will go to the slides. Well, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of the conference for giving me an opportunity to present the research results. As Professor Janczek very aptly observed, they have been published. My research has been a theoretical part and extended empirical investigation, and I published the article on the regional identities and the problems of post-communism last year. So I will present the results, not from our project, but the upgraded results, and I hope that that will spark some questions or maybe some comments. So my aim today is to discuss regional identities in the 3 Baltic states, and I chose the presidents of these countries as the representative cases because they are the highest officials according to the constitutions, and they present the worldviews, political worldviews in the political language, and we can see how, in terms of foreign policy visions, how different regional identities reflect. So my plan is to focus on several things. I will not go on theoretical or empirical novelty, which I have extended more in the article here, in the logical approach, and then the empirical investigation, providing the findings at the end. So first, you know, when we speak about the regions, usually regions are regions in the world you can speak of. Ask how do we know that the regions exist? What kind of right do we have to ascribe certain countries to a region? And then there are several approaches. One is, you know, it follows the pattern of Ivar Neumann from Norway. He wrote a working paper back in the early 90s about the region building approach. So he said that, well, you look at inside similarities. If you think countries are similar somehow, you say, well, there is a region. Sometimes you say that external pressure of greater powers push countries into regional cooperation, and there you are. Then you have a region. And then the third approach is based on identity. I mean, you have a region like when you have an identity, you have a group and people feel close to each other, right? So then when you go to study of region, study of identities, you know that when you see the region, you can define it by borders, by symbols, by certain commonalities and so on. But the most important thing, I guess, is that you define it if there is a shared feeling of togetherness, whether you are what do you see, you know, if the countries are part of the group or not. So therefore, this identity, you know, the feeling of belonging is I guess, which has been neglected for a number of years. Well, we have different identities, collective identities. We can belong to the family, to, you know, we have national identity. Well, I see it says my internet connection is unstable. Do you read me well? Okay, good, fine. I thought that there was this glitch or something.
Но если что, может просто выключить камеру, потому что это очень часто помогает.
You know, or Madrid Real, you know, let alone we have class, gender, regional, other identities. So regional identity as a feeling of togetherness among different countries is an object that we can also investigate. And it's true when you ask anybody where you find identity, and you say, well, simply you find it in a political language, because foreign policy making is sometimes based on certain values, ideas, norms, and they also are furnishing regional togetherness, this collective. And it's true that in the political language, you find these constructions, what bind countries, what what is dear to their hearts, to their minds, what are the common values or interests or symbols or other things. And through that, you can kind of decipher which collective identity among the countries is dominant, where you have friends or where your friendship is weaker, or where your attachment, in the run of eye. And then the political science deals with the discourses, the dominant meanings, the narratives, how political world. And then you think, okay, so who represents it best? And of course, you think of the policymakers, because this is the field of political science. And then you know that policymakers, especially those responsible for foreign policy making, they have certain visions. And then you say, okay, let's get into their heads. Let's look at those visions. And then let's look at their political language, how they construct different ideas, including collective identities among the countries. So, my 5 years, I took the starting point, the occupation of Crimea, March 2014, and ended up with the self-appointment of Vladimir Putin to the office of the president. I don't call it as an election in March 2018. So it covered 5-year period. I would even raise a hypothesis that nothing has changed ever since. But anyway, let's not forestall events, but let's go and check the results. So what I did, I looked at all the presidential statements, interviews, speeches, congratulations, anything you can find within the 5 years, and then you see the number of them. I mean, anybody can see the same political statements, anybody can run the same analysis, and I'm pretty sure that everyone will arrive at the same results. So we see the number of political statements within the 5 years, and then I decided to have an analysis in 2 parts: quantitative part and qualitative part. I have to apologize, Mariana, because I presented a year and a half ago, I guess, these results so for them it will be a repetition, but as we joke for the students, repetitio est mater studiorum, and we all read Latin to some extent, I guess, at least those who had some history as their initial educational background at the university. Yes, so first I start with the quantification. My idea was, take all the political statements in the period and see which regions have been, my idea is that Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia can belong only to 5 regions. They can be either Baltic, belonging to 3 Baltic states, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. They can belong to Northern Europe, this Baltic littoral countries, European countries around the Baltic Sea, Baltic, Nordic, Poland, the northern German territories like Mecklenburg-Vorpommern and Schleswig-Holstein. Then you have Eastern Europe, whatever it means, and then you have Central Europe. Sometimes the concept of Central Europe goes together with the name Central and Eastern Europe. So these 5 regions, and then you see, so which region has been mentioned in the 5 years? You read me well, because I got the sign again about unstable internet connection. Is everything okay? Okay, thank you. So within the 5 years, we see that the Baltic trilateral regional references, regional images have been mostly prevalent in all 3 countries. I will not say presidents, I'll say countries, but we will know that the presidents have been analyzed. And then I thought, let's see how it went year by year. And then I go, 2014, the Baltic idea has been most mentioned. We go 16, again, the Baltic idea is mostly mentioned. It's quantification. It's just the mathematics. It's just the references. I will speak about the contents later. I will speak about the discourse analysis a bit later. 2017 and beginning of the 18, because the analysis ends in March. Again, the Baltic idea is the most prevalent. Fine, interesting. And then I said, let's break it down by the personalities In Lithuania, we had only one president for 2 terms, Dalia Grybauskaitė, so she is not singled out. But in Estonia and Latvia, we had 2 different presidents. Thomas Hendrik Ilves was replaced by Kersti Kaljulaid, and again we might see different fluctuations in the number of mentionings, number of regional references among other regions. But the Baltic still has takes the lead, takes the majority, and then there's another breakdown. I broke the speeches into foreign audience and domestic audience, what the politicians tell at home and what do they say abroad, and whether the picture is different. So say for the domestic audience, we see that the Baltic identity is the most prevalent in Estonia, in Latvia, in Lithuania, with a very little variation, I would say. The Baltic identity is mostly mentioned in Latvia, less in Estonia, but least in Lithuania. But still, this is like the most prevalent image that the politicians, I mean, the presidents being abroad, when they speak, they mostly mention the Baltic states. And then you say, okay, fine. So this is the numbers, but numbers don't tell us everything. Let's see what's the narrative, what's the discourse analysis. So the Baltic idea, I devised a title for it. It's called Common Freedom and Security for the Baltics. And then when you look in Estonia, so the meaning of Baltic in Estonia is about military cooperation, defense, common geography, geostrategic position, sharing history, about the Baltic way and freedom, about return to Europe after the Soviet occupation, and so on. In Latvia, surprisingly, the narratives are very similar. I mean, as if they read from the same book. And in Lithuania, the same. So when you see that the leading politicians speak the same about this region, so there is a high degree of compatibility. You know, one doesn't speak about apples, and the second about the stones, and the third about the sticks. They all speak about the same thing. It means that they have the same vision what the Baltic region is, which has been mentioned, as I showed in the quantified part, most compared to the other regions. Now, when we go to the northern region, Nordic, as they say, Nordic Baltic, there is a separation. On one hand, there is this broad Northern Europe, where the Nordic Baltic are together, and there are 2 different regions, Baltic and the Nordic. So the general idea is, I called it, I want to become a better Northern Europe. You remember that in the quantified part, Northern European region has been mentioned much, much, much less than the Baltic one, but still, it's number 2. And it says, in Estonia, the idea of Northern Europe is about friends and defense cooperation, but Estonians understand that the Nordics are different on transatlantic security, because they say, well, you know, Finland and Sweden, they're against NATO, but we love NATO, so they're on a different page. Then Estonians speak about those rich Northern Europeans. They're different, they're kind of better. But Thomas Hendrik Ilves expressed a very interesting idea. He expanded Northern Europe and said that Poland is a Northern European country. I mean, there are statements which say that. Of course, he said it when the Polish president Andrzej Duda was visiting Tallinn. So for Thomas Hendrik Ilves, Poland is Northern European country. If we see for the case in Latvia, so Latvians spin the narrative of cultural historical intimacy, Northern values, cooperation in the Nordic Baltic area, the common region with the Baltic states, and so on. And last but not least, the Lithuanian president saw the Northern European idea common through security issues, business, foreign direct investments. At the same time, the president said that Northern Europe is a good example of secure, sound, and prosperous Europeanness, and the Nordic Baltic region is the most safe and prosperous European region. So kind of the good brand, the good club that you know the countries would like to belong to, but they see also differences. Then finally, when it comes to Eastern Europe, the general idea is we are not Eastern Europe. We were Eastern Europe once. not anymore. So it says, and in Estonia, meaning of Eastern Europe is Soviet area, Eastern European countries after the totalitarian for the EU enlargement and so on. In Latvia, it's also Eastern Europe is outside Europe. It's where the maps are redrawn. And Lithuania also, Eastern Europe, where there are geopolitical challenges and threats and security concerns. But Lithuania, according to the president, is also doing business here, I mean, economic terms. But this is something outside the European Union. That's the vision. Now, the Baltic Sea region is mentioned not very much. There is very little attachment of the security and not much in the attachment. So the conclusions say that the regional identities, the analysis of the regional identities reveal that the threat of Russia and legacies of the communist past dominate regional identities. They permeate all of them, all regional ideas, the Baltic idea. So this trilateral Baltic identity is dominant in all three countries in equal measure, and the main the glue that connects the Baltic states, according to the politicians, that they see it in a similar way that the Russian security challenges and the instruments how to withstand them. It's also shared history of liberation from the Soviets and the common Euro-Atlantic integration. Then the next most popular region was Northern Europe, through Nordic Baltic cooperation, similar values, regional concerns about defense, and orientation to the Nordic as to learn is neither popular nor positive. We broke free from the Soviets and we are detached from Eastern Europe. We were Eastern Europe once, not anymore. So it's like a bad trademark. And ideas about the Baltic Sea region and Central Europe are insignificant in terms of the attachment. For instance, the Latvian presidents have never mentioned Central Europe at all. Zero, zilch mentioning. Now the remarks. I anticipated interesting ideas, what the Baltics might mean. Yes, this is the last one. I know. I'm sorry. So there are no postmodern stuff, a security, fuzzy borders, post-sovereign exist. But what is interesting, what I missed, I don't know why the presidents never mentioned. They never mentioned the Baltic countries as successful, post-communist transformation, the Baltic Tigers. They never mentioned resilience after the 2009 economic meltdown. And they never mentioned Norman entrepreneurship, how active the Baltic states are in supporting Europeanism. A good Baltic brand has never been materialized. I don't know why. This is just a fact. Thank you for your attention, and I'm open for questions and comments. And after that, as I said, I would like to apologize and I would like to leave. So yes, I'm ready.
Professor Jurkinas, thank you very much for this very fascinating analysis that I believe illuminated most of us about the dominant discourse in the region of the three Baltic states. Let's open the floor. We have again up to 10 minutes to make comments, pose questions. Is there anyone who would like to start? I'm taking a look at the YouTube channel, but there is also no questions for the moment. Okay, so let me have a question. When listening to your investigation results, what came to my mind in the context of our project and the Baltic Black Sea connection was that it absolutely makes sense how the discourse about the Baltic states, or the Baltic region understood as the three Baltic states, is constructed, especially with the focus on the domestic audience. I would say that a similar process of escaping from the problematic past by building a new identity might be observed in some other European states and regions, like, for example, Slovenia or Croatia, that never, or where actually the Yugoslavian past is hardly stressed, and so on and so on. And Slovenia presents itself as a Alpine country or a Mediterranean country, and so on and so on. This is this new brand. But then at the same time, especially within the context of our project, we have been thinking about the Baltic Black Sea connection, where the region is less about the identity of people or the construction by the leaders convincing or trying to convince individuals, but more about specific concept having geopolitical meaning, having geostrategical meaning, having also reference to specific historical legacies, and so on and so on. And then my question would be, having this in mind, would you say that the identities you have identified, that they still have a potential to be politically or geopolitically translated into the Baltic Black Sea region from the point of view of the Baltic Sea states or the Baltic states? Well, making maybe shorter, is this argument about cutting off the Soviet past and Eastern past a problem in building Baltic Black Sea connection, or maybe not? Maybe that's another story, another identity, and another construction. How would you say?
I guess that Eastern Europe is a brand that the Baltic politicians, the Baltic leaders, see as transitory. They saw Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia as part of Eastern Europe, and they kind of transformed. But it doesn't mean that they forgot Eastern Europe, because the activity in Europeanization of the countries who want to, like Ukraine or Georgia, so this activity is visible. So in that respect, it comes more not as a Baltic Black Sea term or connection, but more as a process of Europeanization, where Eastern European countries could, according to me, be dragged out of Eastern Europe if Eastern Europe is something as a bad brand or connotation. Then Europeanization, successful Europeanization, shakes off or even transforms the concept of Eastern Europe, or pushes the Eastern Europe even more eastwards, that Europeanization might fuel Eastern Europe with the positive branding. So it's an open question, I guess.
Thank you for your comment. Do we have any further question to Mindaugas?
Nice beard, Tomasz.
Good afternoon to everyone. I'm very sorry for being late. I have just completed my classes with students, but I'm very happy to see you all.
Okay, great.
I just wanted to say that Mindaugas is leaving us, but Tomasz has managed to join our team, like,
okay.
now. Okay, I don't see any further questions. So, Professor Jurkinas, thank you for your contribution. Thank you for being with us. And we, of course, will stay in touch with regard to this and other projects.
Okay, okay. Have a good seminar continued, and we definitely stay in touch. Stay safe, stay sound, stay kicking, and have a good evening. Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and goodbye. And we are moving further. The third of the presentation scheduled for today, Professor Marianna Gladysz, Professor Oksana Krajewska from the University of Lviv, and a paper about the resilient Baltic Black Sea region, the need for policy framework. Ladies, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for inviting us to participate in the conference. I am very sorry for not being able to switch on my video, as I'm trying it several times and it's closing me all the time, so sorry. But I hope you hear me, and then Oksana, you will hear well. So we would like to present our investigation, our work, which was, as you mentioned, Yaroslav, yes, it was also published in the journal published by your university, and like to present the main ideas we gave in this and some additional ones. So towards the resilient Baltic Black Sea region, the need for policy framework. We may say that the nature of the Baltic Black Sea region is tailback idea ranging between the intermarium concept, where the countries involved create a confederation until proposed in 2016 by Croatia at Vimarium, and in 2017 by Ukraine Baltic Black Sea Union. But now it seems to build up resilience, fostering practices to societies, communities, and people living therein is rather difficult. Geographically, the Baltic Black Sea region is at the epicenter of the intersection of axes of geostrategic interest of the world, and to our mind is an integral part of the European and Euro-Asian space, and therefore it must determine its proper place and role, taking into account all threats and challenges, both internal and external. This contribute seeks to analyze the Baltic Black Sea region as the governance phenomenon and address its resilience potential for ensuring security and stability in the region in the case when the interstate cooperation is not institutionalized multilaterally. The Baltic Black Sea region is an emerging concept on the political and geopolitical map of Europe, raising questions with regard to its existence, structures, and future. There is no clear, even generally accepted geographic definition of the Baltic Black Sea region. In the broad sense, all the countries which belong to both the Baltic and Black Sea region basins, mainly Turkey, Bulgaria, Romania, Norway, Sweden, and so on and so forth, adding them Slovakia, Czech Republic, Hungary, Austria may be included. In the narrow sense, only the Baltic states, Poland, Ukraine, Romania, Bulgaria, Turkey, and Russian Federation comprise the Baltic Black Sea region. Also, the space between the Baltic Sea and the Black Sea is often called intermarium, but the ambiguity of this geographical definition defines the existence of geopolitical concept of Pilsudski with a similar term międzymorze, yes, from Polish means intermarium. An important basis for cooperation between the countries is the deep historical traditions of successful coexistence, starting from the times of Kiev Rus and Byzantine Empire. The origins and existence of such connections are convincingly evidenced by archaeological findings. Strategic military routes also were from the Baltic to Black Sea, passing through the Ukraine. Despite the Baltic Black Sea region, countries can be internally grouped also by different criteria. Maybe the first one is the membership in the European Union and NATO, common Soviet heritage countries, being influenced by Islam legal traditions, and some geographical determinants, and as well by common threats and challenges. The Baltic Black Sea region faces among challenges high political risk, links to unstable political systems among its members in conjunction with malfunctioning legal systems. The malfunctioning legal system are also a threat for the development of intra-regional ties and cooperation. The debate on joint values for Baltic Black Sea region can be seen also through the lenses of the interstate cooperation in the case of security crisis, when the collective security instruments need to be applied in order to stabilize the situation. Beyond all the criticism of the collective security concept due to its soft law nature for performing hard law political commitments in international affairs, it has already created a necessary link between the values, political aims which should be achieved, and legal consideration to be deployed when ensuring peace and stability as the ultimate goals of any collective security system. Despite a number of initiatives to formalize the cooperation among the Baltic Black Sea states in legal terms, Baltic Black Sea region is a collective security system and Baltic Black Sea region as a collective security system, it becomes evident here there lacks currently any conventional basis. In the EU, it also can hardly be qualified as a legal arrangement sufficient to constitute the BBCR founding instrument in legal terms with clauses on the mutual assistance in case of the aggression. 30 years already passed since the dissolution of the USSR, and that period showed that the main obstacle in the creation of effective regional Baltic Black Sea region Union Alliance Confederation are the outdated approaches of the ideologies of the Baltic Black Sea region, the resource availability of this project, and the more attractive, as Mindaugas says, European integration and the active opposition of Russia to any alternative integration projects. An outdated approach was to consider the Baltic Black Sea region as a neutral or transit territory without looking for a specific regional role. However, in the post-Soviet period, the need for regional projects such as Baltic Black Sea region is clearly crystallized, though there are discussions regarding its institutional convenience. As a quite successful European Union was originally based on the creation of common sectoral markets. After all that was after that it was institutionally filled and refined. The countries of the Baltic Black Sea region are under considerable pressure due to Russian aggression, which makes it important to coordinate joint actions to protect their sovereignty. In the area of cooperation with Turkey, it is advisable to focus on the construction of highway around the Baltic Sea, Black Sea region, which will be tied to the Caspian hub, and then further logistics will be developed in China. In this context, it should be noted that China views the North Baltic Black Sea region as a part of the Great Silk Road. The basis of the merger is not economic, but security. On the other hand, the prospect of closer cooperation with the EU market and the opportunities for discussion on security issues from the United States moves this project into the realm of sub-regional integration. The key issue in this discourse is the ability to unite countries of the Baltic Black Sea region to address specific security challenges where military and energy security are the primary focus. The gradual institutionalization of this process is the only alternative to global strategies that do not place countries in the region as fully fledged actors in international politics. The region's security issues have long been de facto within Russia's area of responsibility. And the most important thing for the security of the Baltic Black Sea region is the delegation of responsibility to the countries most interested in sustainable development and stability within and outside the region. And this is possible with a comprehensive solution to the issues of Transnistria, the Crimea occupation, war in the eastern part of Ukraine, in the perspective of the Kaliningrad enclave and the Caucasus, of course. The main prerequisite for this is the increase in the military weight of the Baltic Black Sea region, which will be achieved through the demilitarization of the Western Europe and the transfer of NATO bases to Eastern Europe. Today, these processes are already taking place, and Western European countries annually reduce their military expenditures. The Baltic Black Sea region, in particular, much of the Eurasian continent, need economic, political, and security transforming. The specifics of the current security crisis is largely unfolding in this context of globalization, that it's a dramatic increase in the degree of interdependence of the subjects of international politics. And this requires an increase in the level of international responsibility of the members of the international relations system. The main security challenges can be tempered by the notion that Euro-Atlantic community is trying to extend its soft influence to neighboring countries. Also, one of the main issues that unite the countries of the region are information, military, and energy security, which can also create a joint market within the framework of Eastern European politics and cooperation in the areas of import and export substitution in trade with the Russian Federation, to which Belarus may be attracted as well in the short term or in the long term. Despite the fact that every country in the region has its own perception of forms of cooperation that do not always coincide, diversification of dependence on Russia is common position for all of them. Ukraine is geographically located between East and West, and it's extremely advantageous geopolitical position that has not been fully used. And the security issues for Ukraine in this geopolitical situation are extremely important. That's why Ukraine is fostering the idea of creating the common Baltic Black Sea region. The idea of developing cooperation for Ukraine is attractive for several reasons. First of all, that region itself has significant potential due to its transit capacity. Within the framework of regional cooperation with Turkey, there is an opportunity to develop the metallurgical industry and so forth, so on. And contemporary events of local and global nature forcing Ukraine to find its own place in the global geopolitical structure. And the turbulence of world politics taking over Ukraine, confirmed by Joseph Rosenau's thesis that all the events that occur locally are reflected globally. Therefore, the war between Russian Federation and Ukraine has shaken the international system and called into question the current international order. However, despite the difficult conditions, Ukraine has a chance to realize itself as a fully fledged actor of international politics and take its own place in geopolitical structure of the world, mainly in the Baltic Black Sea region. I would like to give the floor to Oksana.
Okay, thank you very much, Mariana. Good evening, dear colleagues. It's nice to meet you, even virtually, and discuss issues of Baltic Black Sea region. I'm very sorry, but I also have very poor internet connection in the evening, so I will be without video, but I'm really happy to see you, and I will continue with presentation, and I will tell you some main features towards the resilient Baltic Black Sea region. And BBSR as a resilient system can be currently analyzed in terms of its strong and weak elements, opportunities and risks connected and represented as follows. We define strengths, weaknesses, opportunities as threats of this region, and here is our result. Strength, shared historical heritage of the countries belonging to the region, long traditions of the coexistence and negotiating potential, international law as preferred instrument to regulate the interstate interaction in the region, clearly intercalculated interest in transit, mainly gas, and trade increase, high economic development potential. Concerning weaknesses, no internal management and political centers responsible for BBSR management, no clear vision regarding BBSR concept and structure as a unified region, countries with low economic growth, social difficulties in the societies, political uncertainty and instability, for example, in Ukraine. Concerning opportunities, we can say as following. Sectoral cooperation in the region, transit, economy, ecology, security, and infrastructure. The next slide, please, Mariana. Peaceful settlement of the frozen or unfrozen conflicts in Georgia, Moldova, Ukraine, and Azerbaijan, and prevention of human trafficking, combating of organized crime, potential for regional resilience and sustainable development. When we are speaking about threats, it's strong intra-regional diversity of high conflict potential, unstable political system with high risk to transform into undemocratic political regimes, corruption, non-functioning legal system in the region, Russian Federation aggressive foreign policy and seeing BBSR as a sphere of interest and influence, migration, refugee crisis. We can say that BBSR as a transit road to the European Union. The diversity of approaches in the vision of the ideal security situation makes it relevant to create a platform to discuss and develop a common position. The potential of such a move may not be the most optimal to address all current threats, but it is sufficient to create an agenda and move to more responsible forms of cooperation based on regional policy actions. This can potentially lead to some contradictions at the global level, but at the regional level, it will be a stabilizing effect in the short and medium term. Analyzing the cooperation within the BBSR countries, it can be concluded that it actually shares basic elements of a multi-government model. First of all, for example, BBSR cooperation is deeply rooted in a historical context of the interstate cooperation. In the context of contemporary geopolitical challenges and threats, security components such as political, economic, informational, military can be assumed as core elements of the resilience in the BBSR region. Secondly, currently involves a variety of stakeholders interested in it, pursuing the idea of a strong and united region. At the state level, ideas of strengthening intra-regional relations has been expressed by Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, Latvia. At the level of civic society, ideas of pursuing it also supported and expressed. But we can also see the interest of actors in the resilience building is responsible in the case of Baltic Black Sea region. On the sole basis of assumption, the Baltic Black Sea region can emerge by virtue of Russian aggression that pose concrete threats to all the actors of the BBSR, plays roles of facilitator of the regionalization in this context, and can be achieved by establishing multilateral interaction by government in the field of political and military spheres via consultations, forums, joint conferences, shaping specialized intergovernmental bodies that are highly required in order to build resilience in the region, providing necessary formal structure of the state's relations with participation of all actors of the region, creating subsidiary bodies that involves in the participation not only state actors, but also lower entities such as groups of people, communities, institutions, non-governmental organizations, keeping dialogue with regional structures such as European Union and NATO, underpinning the ongoing process in field of security and policy with sectoral cooperation, for example, in transit, energy security, information security, social development, education, setting up institutions that allow the system point out the existing threats and challenges, analyze situation and anticipate further development of the ongoing process outside the system and evaluate their influence in the region. Such institutions can be either governmental or non-governmental analytical centers. Such steps cannot be interpreted as full assurance of the resilience in the region, but rather provide background for structuring of the BBSR actors' relations that is major in resilience building process. Thank you very much for your attention. Yes, I noticed that you are trying to bell us. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation and for the extremely good timing. You finished exactly in the moment when I was symbolizing.
We were trying to do our best.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. That was really interesting to hear about the region building from this perspective. We still have a while, again about 10 minutes maximum, so let's open the floor. Are there questions? Are there comments to our speakers? I'm in the meanwhile, as previously, checking the YouTube channel. There is still 8 viewers following us there, but I don't see any question. So I'm switching back to the Zoom and asking our panelists if there are questions, comments.
I have a small question, if I may. Okay. So, girls, you say that Baltic Black Sea region lacks resilience, and I agree with you. But which model, which region could serve as an example of sustainability, resilience? What lessons do you think can be applied to our region?
Okay, may I, as Mindaugas also mentioned, so as for us, the Baltic Sea region, or the countries belonging to the Baltic Sea region, can serve the best example of resilience building process and the resilience of the countries, and their example or their experience can be as like a spillover effect to the region or sub-region of the Black Sea region, and creating some common background for resilience building process in the Baltic Black Sea region in general.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the answer. Do we have further questions? Tomasz?
Actually, my question could be quite far from the main topic, but it's related to actually one sentence, I guess, that Mariana has mentioned. And I was just started to wondering when I have heard about this. But in one moment, and you're, I guess, describing also the dynamics of all the processes, you mentioned this One Belt, One Road initiative, this new Silk Road. And I was started to think, and I would like to ask you about the opinion, if that initiative would be further developed, because we don't know, maybe just the initiative will not be put into practice. But if it will be developed, how it is described, what do you think about the impact on such initiative on these regional processes, like, for example, building a Black Sea region or Baltic Sea region or both? Do you have, can you see some influences if this One Belt, One Road initiative would become more practical and would be put as a reality?
Okay, thank you very much, Tomasz, for your question and for listening very attentively to our presentation. So in our, to our mind, so the project, the perspectives of the Silk Road project are rather clear, and I look and think very optimistic towards this project, because just what China is like interested in, they will pursue it. I am more than sure for that. And in that case, the countries belonging to the Baltic Black Sea region, I'm not separating them, two of them, because together the Baltic Black Sea region has a great transit potential, could become a good and great deal or part of the big Silk Road, adding the Caspian region as well. And in that way, all the countries can benefit. And that could be a good basis for enhancing cooperation, for fostering this cooperation, and for the resilience building process as well, for resilience in general in the energy, transit, and economic sphere. So I think, rather optimistic towards this project in general of Great Silk Road, and think that we should like keep an eye, all the countries, on it, and do not lose the chance to participate and become a real equal partners in this project.
Yeah, may I add something? And I would like to add, because as I emphasize, the strength points of Baltic Black Sea region is its transit and trade potential. So we should use this potential as much as possible, and we should find all the directions from east to south, from east to west, and from north to south. So that's why it's really very important to identify all possibilities for this transit potential and this road, common roads and common interests. So that's why it's, for us now, it's really important to identify all possibilities and all strengths of Baltic Black Sea cooperation, and then develop it and maybe create some strategy for its development. And the resilience concept can help us to identify and create this concept for whole region. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the answers. Do we have further questions, remarks? I don't see any, so we still have a while. I would take advantage of being or holding the microphone and have one more question. The title of your presentation in the second part says need of policy framework. If there is a need for policy framework, there is, at the end of the day, or shall be, a policy or set of policies in the field you were studying. And at the same time, you were discussing numerous actors that shall be involved in this policy building. But then I was wondering which one, in your opinion, or what category of actors are practically of primary importance to create and implement policies related to the Baltic Black Sea region creation?
Okay, thank you. It looks like this is my question. Yes, I will try to answer. Yes, we are trying to identify a variety of stakeholders interested in this region and pursuing the idea of strong and united region. And we identified both state level and non-governmental level. So at the beginning, it can be like ideas of state, some states to develop and to create closer cooperation within the region. And it also can be involved at the level of civic society ideas to pursue and support this region and express the desire to create some strategies. For example, we know about strategy for Eastern Partnership development, and now we know about such document, Resilient Eastern Partnership after 2020, beyond a resilient region. So that's why it's really important to like transfer, to have this spillover effect of European Union initiatives on Eastern Partnership activities within the region and identification of its resilience as it is. So that's why it's important to transfer all these issues and keep BBSR as a resilient region. So for us, it can be governmental and non-governmental institutions dealing with issues and developing this strategy. So this is the answer.
Thank you for your answer. Okay, I believe this is the time where we shall move slowly to the very last presentation today. I will then try to share my screen. I hope you can see it. Tomasz is nodding. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so it is my great pleasure to start with the presentation prepared by Tomasz, Professor Tomasz Brańka, Professor Łukasz Donaj, and myself, summarizing again a contribution to the book we presented at the very beginning. The presentation on border processes in contemporary Baltic Black Sea region. So once again, for those who are maybe a little bit less familiar with our project, We have a group of 8 universities listed on the left-hand side of the slide. 4 of them are our partner universities from Ukraine, so Lviv, Odessa, Kiev and Mariupol, and additionally for EU universities or EU member states universities, Tartu in Estonia, Lund in Sweden, Kaunas in Lithuania, and of course Adam Mickiewicz University. And our project, Rethinking Regional Studies, the Baltic Black Sea Connection, with the main objective to modernize regional studies in Ukraine through implementing an English language AMM program in the Baltic and Black Sea region studies, with many other activities, including research on the Baltic Black Sea region. Okay, good, but what about our presentation? After this short contextualization, we would like to briefly present you with the main ideas we have been studying in our text. Basically, the starting point to our considerations was the issue of political myth-making, especially myth-making that has been very vivid after the collapse of communism in the Western world, but also spread globally. We started with the 2 myths, political myths. The first, the end of history, understood following Francis Fukuyama and his ideas about liberal model of economic, political, cultural, and social collaboration, spreading from the winning West to the other regions, being absorbed there and building the new global order in this way, which translated, among others, into the concept of borderless world. And in Europe, more locally, in the idea of borderless Europe. Well, this myth has partly materialized, indeed, as we can empirically observe, together with the territorial and political and economic expansion of the European Union, enlargements to the east, to the north first, then to the south, and so on. And what we observed, debordering processes, namely disappearance of obstacles in free flow of goods, services, capitals, and finally, and most significantly, people. But at the same time, we have observed and noticed that alongside the debordering, there has been also the issue of rebordering, resetting boundaries, redrawing borders, not always in very traditional way, however, as well as we even today heard in some of the contributions, when new dividing lines are drawn by force in military way, but also in a more constructivist approach. Borders understood here as instruments of defining who is us and who is not us. And within this context, we have been working on the Baltic Black Sea region as an example of, on the one hand, border creation process, on the other, as an attempt of overcome those new rebordering tendencies, separating in new places and with the new lines and new instruments, entities that could form specific functional, cultural identity and other coherent areas, following especially what we have heard today from Mindaugas when he was discussing what might be criteria, instruments, and models of region building. Well, at the end of the day, our question was, can the Baltic Black Sea region, can it be distinguished? And if yes, how? As politically, but we could also add culturally, economically, and so on and so on. However, of course, we need to concentrate on political aspect, coherent area. Within our research, we have actually concentrated on several aspects with the viewpoint, what is a region and how does it appear? How is it constructed and so? We claimed from the very beginning that there are at least two approaches. The first is focusing on structural characteristics, on existing infrastructural connections, on historical legacies keeping regions together, on geographical, linguistic, national, and so on, features that might be somehow objectively distinguished. But on the other hand, taking less essentialist and more constructivist approach, we have also noticed that any region can be constructed and deconstructed. Again, this approach was visible in what we have been discussing today. Mindaugas was analyzing discourses in the Baltic states region, exactly showing how a region can be constructed with the help of language. But also the whole concept of Russian world, the Moscow discourses, or the policy frameworking. This is, we believe, or I believe in this moment, this is more or less this approach. Still, the processes of bordering and debordering might be employed here as theoretical perspective that quite well glue both structural characteristics and bordering, debordering perspectives. And this in our text allowed us to take a look at three levels when thinking about stakeholders, with first of all the EU and EU-related actors. Second, that was the national level, so the state level. And the third was, of course, sub-state, so regional or sub-regional level, where at this level also some other actors could be identified, including what we have been doing during our project. And then going further, and when thinking about theoretical framework of our analysis, we again identified like two approaches that could be used when thinking about the Baltic Black Sea region. The first is generally about studying regionalism or regionalistic studies or regional studies. So the whole regionalism and then new regionalism, concentrating on how to build a region. What is a region? How to approach a region from the geographical perspective, or maybe more to concentrate on structural functional unity, or finally already signalized issue how to invent regions, how to construct regions with the help of discourses and so on. The second is at the same time the border studies approach, starting and approaching the issue from the bordering, debordering, rebordering perspective, and claiming that every region has its own spatial dynamics. So every region had its own territory, has its own borders, regardless how fuzzy they are and how mobile they are. And quite often when building one region, by this construction, we try to overcome existing borders. And borders are not static, so there has been a constant process of bordering, rebordering, debordering and again rebordering that might be observed, which is also the case of the Baltic Black Sea region. And then finally, when taking a more political geographical look, we could ask the key question, okay, but what are we talking about in geographical and spatial, terms? This map is more or less the space we are talking about. Today we have heard about the 3 Baltic Sea states, so Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and their identity, their discursive affiliation to the Baltic region, to the Nordic region, to the Eastern Europe, and so on. We have heard papers about Ukraine and its relations to Russia. We see here on this map the Baltic Sea and the Black Sea. We see another group of states that are geographically located to this space, or somehow are affiliated to various initiatives, projects, and ideas that are about this space. Okay, let's then take a further look at what does it mean in practice. And I believe this is the moment where I will pass the voice to Tomasz.
Thank you, but just for a while. And that being said, let us continue with this conceptualization of BBSR. And as Jarosław mentioned, the existence and the shape of a Baltic Black Sea region has been a matter of ongoing debate among scholars and practitioners over recent decades. And that resulted in numerous approaches and arguments. What we would like to point out is, well, on the other hand, the Baltic Sea region is well settled and well rooted, both academically and politically, and usually is considered as a functional space. Moreover, this region is also visible in numerous institutionalizing, very hard words, initiatives, and starting from high politics, like, for example, Council of Baltic Sea States, ending with networks exercising some low politics, like networks of universities in the example of the Baltic University program. In a similar way, the Black Sea region has also been distinguished both as a functional space and a political construct. However, the security considerations seem to play much relevant role here, and also the institutionalization of that region is significantly lower, at least in comparison to the Baltic Sea region. And following the above remarks, if I may ask for a next slide, we decided to briefly review on the structural, functional, and constructivist views on the existence of a region. And may I ask for a next slide, Jarosław? Okay. And these are these 3 concepts which are quite well known, so let me not go deep into those concepts because I guess they were mentioned at least a few times here. The concept of intermarium goes back to the early 20th century as a kind of an alternative to the geopolitical curse of dominance of Germany and Russia in the region. The concept coined 6 years ago in Croatia, namely 3 Seas initiative, called ABC initiatives. The ABC stands for Polish names for the seas, which is believed to be a macro-regional project with aim to establish closer infrastructural and economic bonds between the north and the south of the region. And of course, the Eastern Partnership must be mentioned here, that partnership which entered its 2nd decade, and the European Union still confirms the importance of EAP. However, there is also a question about the clear purpose, about where the relationship is going, especially if the differences between the 6 countries are more visible now than a decade ago. And we also concluded that generally the projects are created in the spirit of being for or against something, or someone. And we believe that the latter appears to prevail in a Baltic Black Sea region. By the way, when we have this Eastern Partnership, let me refer to the words of Donald Tusk, the then European Council President, who said, "The Eastern Partnership is not the beauty contest between Russia and the European Union. But let me be frank, beauty does count." If I may have a next slide. And concluding this above consideration, we decided to reject both the functional structural categories and the constructivist approach. Of course, we do believe that these both approaches enable deeper understanding of a regional dynamics in the BBSR. Nevertheless, the picture still seems to be incomplete. And what we proposed as an outcome of our research is to see that region as a spatial procedural space, a region which is characterized by the specific space-related dynamism. And the next slide actually is like one of the main messages we wanted to pass after our research. So as a BBSR is a territory where the processes of debordering and rebordering are much more intense than in the other parts of Europe. And if we will switch to the next slide, due to time limits, I'm not going to talk too much about the debordering because this is quite characteristic of most of the sub-regions in Europe. The processes were triggered by the Soviet Union collapse, Baltic states regained independence, Russian troops withdrawn from satellite countries, Germany reunited, and the European Union gradually expanded. This is more clear, and this is something what is characteristic not only for our region we are talking about. Maybe it's interesting just to point out that the Baltic Sea region is a good example of so-called new regionalism with multidimensional interaction, significant role of non-state actors, and this bottom-up cooperation. And I would say this is important because it seems that the Baltic Black Sea region is rather the example of a classical regionalism. The next slide is for us a little more interesting because it shows what significantly differentiates the BBSR from the other parts of the continent. This is this ongoing rebordering processes, which we decided to divide into 3 dimensions to make it slightly easier to digest. And very briefly, the first is functional rebordering, of course, with the striking example of Russian annexation of Crimea in 2014, which is a literal example of a constructing of a classical border. But also, we may mention the suspension of a local border traffic between Poland and Kaliningrad Oblast. And just keeping in mind that Kaliningrad was believed to be a pilot region, a laboratory of European Union-Russian cooperation. This local border traffic was introduced in 2011. However, in 2016, Poland decided to suspend it due to Warsaw NATO summit and the World Youth Days. However, when the events were over, the local border traffic were not reinstated. Why? The official message was that there is still threats to security of Poland which remained after the events. Then we have a whole group of symbolic rebordering, which actually is usually discursively orientated, and it's manifested in that region by reinstallment of the border barriers, namely building fences along the border lines, and the fences, they do not usually have a very practical meaning, but they are influencing the public debate and also the collective imagination of a border and also of a neighbor on the other side. There was a fence which Lithuania started to build alongside the border with Kaliningrad Oblast. Then also on the Lithuanian-Belarusian border. Estonia and Latvia built it, fences alongside their respective borders with Russia. And in 2014, also Ukrainian government also presented its plan to build so-called wall project, a system of fences alongside its border with Russia. I see the bell, which, if I read correctly, is like 40% already has been built. And finally, this military bordering, so again, Russia annexation of Crimea, with Russian air forces regularly violating the airspace, Lithuania introducing mandatory military service, and Sweden and Finland, which intensified their relations with NATO, and the voices stressing the need to join, or at least to talk about joining the pact, which became much more intensive in both countries. And let me now quickly give the floor, the microphone and camera to Jaroslav for just a few words of conclusions.
Yeah, thank you. Well, actually, conceptual conclusions have been presented to some extent by Tamás when proposing the new approach, the new conceptual approach. In our text, we at the end signalize, however, still some findings. The first says that conceptualization of the Baltic Black Sea region is, in our opinion, neither easy nor unambiguous. We have noticed strong or stronger than in comparison to the other regions, rebordering trends in the Baltic Black Sea region, which we assigned to be one of the constituting feature of the region. We also see that this rebordering is a sort of response to the Russian policy that is, however, more individual than regional in its nature. And recognizing the special role of Russia in influencing the dynamics, spatial dynamics of the region, we stressed this double impossibility argument. So Russia cannot be completely ignored, but it also cannot be separated from the Baltic Sea space and region. Thank you very much for your attention. That was what three of us have prepared. We still have about 10 minutes, so if there are questions, comments, I believe we'll try to answer them.
May I?
Yes, please,
Thank
Oksana.
you very much, colleagues, for your presentation. It is really very interesting and very important to like finalization of what was said by all of us. And I want to ask you the same question as you asked us. What do you think about possibility for institutionalization of this region? Who can institutionalize this, and how can this region can be foreseen for further development within the region? This is the first question. And the second one, you talked about borders and issues of border. And we always are talking about border as a division point or uniting point. So what do you think in this case? What is more essential for the region? Bordering and like this division conception, or bordering as a uniting conception of all member states within the region? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Gentlemen, who shall start?
The guy with the microphone.
The guy with the microphone. Okay, so let me then maybe, with regard to institutionalization, well, I personally believe that what we have been observing is a multi-layer or kind of like we could label it also as a nested institutionalization. Tamás was talking about several institutional forms of the region building. Intermarium or the Eastern Partnership could be considered to be the case, or a 3 Seas initiative and so on. I would personally probably not expect to have a single, let me put it like a club, like the Nordic Union or the Nordic Council, and so on, but rather overlapping initiatives that institutionalize collaboration in various forms in the region. And yeah, with regard to borders, debordering and rebordering, and the hierarchy of importance, well, this is a very important question, I believe, and the answer is extremely difficult at the same time, because again we have to refer to the political myth-making, because the idea is to overcome divisions, especially the eastern border of the European Union as a dividing line and so on. But always when you deborder some space, you have to border it against some other space. That's the logics. As a borderless world can exist only if you still create a fortress and so on. So the question is always, who shall be in? And well, here with regard to some partners, the answer is obvious. Shall Poland be in? Yes, of course. Shall Ukraine be in? Yes, of course it shall be in. Shall the Baltic states be in? Well, I believe that most of us would say yes, absolutely yes. But then somebody could say, shall Russia be in? And despite the argument that Tomasz was stressing about building against somebody or in favor of some idea, here we could have some doubts, or at least shall today's Russia be in? Well, many would probably answer no, it's not possible. Maybe it would be a good idea to have Russia in some future, but yeah, so my argument is simply that by debordering the region inside, which seems to be the idea that most of the stakeholders approve and appreciate, it might mean and will mean automatically well, creating new division lines again, well, not necessarily against, but with some other actors.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
And if I may, sorry. Okay. Actually, Yaroslav is frozen at this moment, at least on my screen. So, okay, I will just dare to add one element. Yaroslav, you are muted. Okay, I guess that maybe there are some technical problems. So let me just...
Sorry, I think I was disconnected, but now I can see you again.
Okay. I just wanted to add some small comment, if I may. Okay, just to supplement what Yaroslav just said in a moment, we also think what is interesting is that when we talk about the Baltic Sea region, very often we talk about this new regionalism form with this bottom-up approach and this not only state actors involved in the cooperation. And it seems that, at least to some extent, the Baltic Black Sea region or Baltic Black Sea project goes back to the idea of the old-time regionalism, which is directly or indirectly imposed by the state or even external entity. And this is like something that's characterized strictly by material calculation of power, security, and interest. And what's more, there are also the predictions that in the situation like we have right now, with this security issues raised, the countries will be more likely to opt for running their own individual rather than regional or some European strategy, for example, toward Russia. So it can also influence very much of then any project of building a new region or just to find some logic for a region. And also what I would like to add, actually, when I started to think about it, when Oksana, you asked that question, is that what we propose is how we could distinguish that region from the other by these debordering and rebordering processes. However, we also, I guess we would agree that when you were talking, Oksana, about the weaknesses and the strengths of the BBSR, you mentioned that there is no clear vision as for the future regarding the BBSR. And to propose an idea how we can distinguish the region is, of course, something completely different than finding that vision for the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your answer. Thank you for your yes, following my presentation. Yes, there's no clear vision. Thank you. But we should create it. We, as the academic community, should create and propose something to our authorities, to governmental and non-governmental organizations. How can we deal with it? Thank you.
Thank you. We still have 3 minutes, which means that...
Can I just ask the small question? So we are mentioning all the stakeholders and not mentioning Belarus. What do you think? Is it the same case as with the Russian Federation in the concept of the Baltic Black Sea region, or should we also wait for some changes there in order to invite to the new or maybe already institutionalized project of the Baltic Black Sea region?
Well, if I might start just briefly, as the Eastern Partnership Initiative proves, Belarus has been invited, but so far the answer is, well, probably we shall say negative. So there is a framework, there is a policy, but there is so far not too much room currently for intensive collaboration. And with regard to the very last developments, also at the mutual level between Poland and Belarus, I would claim we observe more intensive rebordering in this very moment than debordering that, for example, a year ago or 2 years ago, together with the local traffic facility introduced by the Belarusian side, for example, was somehow observable.
Okay, thank you.
Just to add very briefly about this Belarus, I guess it's very important was mentioned about this Eastern Partnership, because as you mentioned, the 6 countries are much different now than they were a decade ago when the Eastern Partnership was created. And what could be seen as an achievement, as kind of a success for Belarus or Azerbaijan, for Georgia, Moldova, or Ukraine, could have a minimal meaning. So it shows that even this platform created for the 6 countries to some extent lost its impetus, unfortunately, also for Belarus. And it still seems that there is no clear vision for the future of the Eastern Partnership. So it will be even harder to find some common vision for the Belarus and such a large region as the Baltic Black Sea. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, and we need to stop here. The organizers were asking us to be punctual, and we very are, I would say. Let me address the final word. So on behalf of this panel organizers, so Tomasz, Łukasz, and myself, let me thank all the participants for accepting our invitation. It was really great to have you here. It was a great pleasure to meet you, but also to listen to your presentations, talk to you, discuss academically the issues. And we can only hope that as soon as possible, again, meetings in person will be possible. In this moment, let me also thank the Adam Mickiewicz University for organizing this conference and for hosting our panel. Additionally, I would like to thank Professor Krzysztof Hajder, who is actually the inventor the idea, and especially I would like to address our thanks to Mr. Maciej Górny, secretary of the conference, who really helped in setting the program, and especially in getting our panel into the conference, as well as all those who are helping us technically today, supporting our work with their technical skills. Thank you very much, and hopefully let's see soon. Let me have a pleasure of ringing the very last bell.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're great as always.
It was a pleasure to see you all. Take care. Bye.
Yes, you also take care. See you soon.